unprofessional. Drives me insane working with these amateurs. Fitness, maybe he's in the gym. He's not in the gym. That's where he's going to be, in the spa. Where's Picasso? Like, where is he? I can't believe this. We're running like 5 minutes and this guy's just messing around. Like, oh, I'm fed up with working with these people. Like, Picasso, where are you? It's getting ridiculous now. Like, what can he possibly be doing? Why do we agree times that people are going to be late? It's just stupid.
There you are, man. Where have you been?
Picasso. Guys, it's finally time for the Mediterranean Poker Party to kick off right here at the Merit. And what a whopper we have for you. It's the 1K Mystery Bounty. It attracted an incredible 1,207 entries, Andrew.
Absolutely crazy stuff, James. We have smashed the guarantee in the opening event. $1.16 million in the prize pool, including a whopping $70,000 top bounty. Now, unfortunately, James, for the players remaining, the 70k bounty has gone. It's been found already, but there are still two $40,000 bounties remaining, along with all of that extra money up top, James, still to play for.
Certainly a lot to play for. The players have just come back from their dinner break. We are about to get play underway here as we look to crown our first champion of this year's Mediterranean Poker Party. And here we go then. It is the Mediterranean Poker Party. Much looked forward to. I'm struggling for words, Andrew. I'm too excited. Anticipated. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. The much anticipated Mediterranean Poker Party. After a little hiatus last year, we are now back. It is, of course, myself, James Dempsey, and Andrew Picasso Headley in the mix. And this is what we have in store for you over the next few days. Of course, though, for now, we will focus on this, the Lux on Pay Mystery Bounty final day. And, well, Vadim Godzdanko, who's someone we both called the action on before in the past here in Merit with that healthy lead, 28 million chips. I believe there's sort of 240 million in play, so over 10% already. And then kind of what you'd expect in Merit, a mix of flags. A very, again, familiar face at the bottom of our leaderboard there. Of course, not the bottom of the field. This is just the selection of counts. Demir Jugralin, who's someone who's often causing some trouble in the Merit streets. And there we go, Andrew. What a set we have here for you. The MPP.
Absolutely, my friend. Great to be here. We're back at the Mediterranean Poker Party. As James just said, look at that set. Beautiful turquoise background, matching the Mediterranean skies.
Ah, it's like going for a little swim, isn't it?
It is, mate.
Just dive into that between hands.
Yeah, but looks beautiful, and we're very excited to get into it. And as James said, we are going to be here for the next week. Sort of 7-8 days, more coverage, James, culminating in the main event.
Oh, we've got the EAPT main event, got the Mediterranean Poker Party main event, both. Those are 2Ks and 5Ks with 2K and 5 mil respectively. This is a 1K, 1 mil guarantee, which, as we saw on that little video before the off, clips the guarantee. 1,200 entries.
Yeah,
that was a little fun, wasn't it? We were wandering around earlier. Like, I was looking for you everywhere.
I was loving it. It was like being in my own little sitcom with me and Demps. A lot of fun. Kudos to the guys for setting that up. Very funny stuff. And yeah, guys, this is the 1K Mystery Bounty. We're getting to the business end, James. 85k up top, plus bounties. As we see Burton here under the gun. Going to open the action with King 8 of diamonds. Makes it 80k to go.
And of course, as we mentioned, before. Oh, pardon me, the chip counts were...
7 fold.
Was that for our table? So Redraw we see in here. With that 3-4, yeah, must be. Obviously, the chip counts we saw was for this table, pardon me, not necessarily the whole one, but one assumes that 28 million chips will be a chip lead stack at this point of the tournament. So Redraw just going after it against this under the gun open for what, 8.5 blinds. But this is a bounty. I mean, obviously it gets less relevant as the tournament goes on, but it's still a lot of money on the line.
Yeah, has decided it's time to run it. He is going to get it in good. Burton makes the call here. Started the hand with just over 12 million. Zugralin at risk. Hand one here of our live coverage. See if he can hold off Burton's King 8 of Diamonds.
Yeah, as we mentioned, of course, that 70k bounty already drawn. The big one is, well, a big one comes out on the flop. King high.
Yeah, trouble for Zugralin. Second pair no good. Gonna need to find an ace or a 10 or some kind of backdoor Broadway. No good on the turn, 9 of spades. Zugralin just 15% to survive. He is gonna be out of here. Can he get there?
The answer is no. Spades run out, no use to either. Zugralin busting hand one of our coverage here. A man that I'm sure we'll be seeing again as the days go by here. What a look at that view of the room there in the background for those who are unfamiliar with the setup here at the Merit Royal Diamond. We'll see typically the Merit events come from the cove across the bay. Here we've moved into the Diamond Room, much larger space to accommodate all these Mediterranean party enthusiasts.
Look at those trophies, Demps. We were talking about them the other day. They look like Superman's kryptonite.
They do.
They really do. We'll see who will be lifting said trophy aloft at the end of play. Unfortunate for Zugralin there. Just deciding 8 blinds, getting too short. Decided to run it. GG, sir. Good run.
Oh. Here in the background, Varia Milbutas calling the draws out. Sounded like he's saying one of the 40Ks has gone. Of course, we know the 70K, the big prize, has gone.
No. There's only 15K left.
Yeah, went earlier this afternoon.
Okay, the players talking. I think that was the second 40K that's just gone. So the largest bounty left, according to these players discussing, is 15K. Will, of course, change things somewhat.
For sure.
So the close spots suddenly become a little bit more foldy. But as we know, once we get deeper into these things, the bounties become less relevant, right? I think we looked, it was sort of 3.5K-ish equity per bounty, which obviously once you start the day is worth a lot, but once you get towards the final table, 3.5K isn't really going to sway your decisions too much.
Yeah, it does become somewhat irrelevant, and with those big chunky ones out of the way, and with you, Demps, players likely will tighten up, calling all-ins. As we see, Mariam here opens the hijack, King 4 of Hearts. Rudzari decides to take a flop, providing there's no more action behind, that is. Calls the button, Queen Jack of Diamonds. Stoica here with a decision, Demps. Pocket deuces, sub 20 blinds though, thinks better of it.
Again, it's one of these things, isn't it? He could jam there, but again, these are the spots that it still is a bounty.
Yeah, I think the hand a little too weak in general. Never mind with the target on your head. So we do go heads up to the 7-6-5. Mariam still best. King high with that up and down straight draw. Let's check it over though to Rudzari. It's come up empty. 2 overcards only. 7 of diamonds on board for a little backdoor equity. Let's check behind. There is the 10 of diamonds. Rudzari now improves to a queen high flush draw. Pretty awkward spot, Demps, right, for Mariam here. Whether to start turning her hand into a bluff, right? Try and get some ace highs to fold.
Yeah,
King
potentially.
queen, king jack.
It's a little icky, of course, holding no diamond or spade ourselves.
Sure.
But in a perverse way, kind of gonna almost bet this one for value.
Yeah, and he's gone huge, Demps, really, over the pot. 2.9 million into 2.6. Rudzari not going to like that. Of course, would like to realize this draw. Excuse me, Demps, is the graphics correct? Bet of 2 million.
Okay.
A little more normal.
Still big.
Still big.
But with those overs and a flush draw. And of course, the potential to get up to funny business on the end. Chasing bounty as well.
Oh, and he does improve Demps. Queen of Hearts, river. Potential danger now for Mariam with just pot behind. Almost impossible to have the best hand, Demps, right? It's really difficult to think of hands we beat.
Come on.
Wow, he finds the jam.
Wow. Goes for it.
My goodness.
And Rudzari got there, but not in the way he would have wished in terms of a flush. But he has rivered that top pair, and the way this one's played out, that queen is a pretty big card to have, isn't it? Obviously, can be behind. There are going to be some hands that want to trap us, check on the flop.
Agreed.
Send some rope, but at the end of the day, all those draws have missed. Of course, we have 2 diamonds on our hand, but the queen and diamond's not really a blocker in this sense because our opponent's never going to bet, in theory, with that card. So really, they can still have all the sort of ace-x of diamonds, king-x of diamonds, perhaps.
Absolutely. I think he's made the call, Demps. He has. And Mariam, just like that, out the door as Rudzari finds the call of 6.6 million. What a start to the action, James. Back-to-back eliminations here very early at the feature table.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah, Mariam deciding. Line in the sand, I'm going to go for it. Brave play, Demps. Unfortunately for him, runs into that River Queen.
Yeah, picking up that 3.8k plus whatever bounties he may have accumulated before now. And seeing what we just saw, I imagine he's probably broken some hearts out there. Put to the floor. Getting this far, meaning 22 players now remain. Fast and furious action on the far side of this dinner break.
Have you played many mystery bounties, Demps? Commentated on many? Played many?
I've played in one.
Oh,
in my life.
How'd it go?
I didn't get a bounty, but I got to the bounty portion, which is, you know,
a victory in itself.
Yeah, I got the excitement. It was the big 1K at the World Series when there's like gazillions of players, and you know you got to go up and press a button on a tablet, and chests open on the screen. There's big sound effects, and there's thousands of people in there, and we played for one orbit, and then had to take a 30-minute pause because there was so much chaos.
I did hear, I missed that one, and I would look forward to hopefully playing it this year. I heard it was pretty mental, as we say in Scotland. Pretty crazy stuff.
Is that what you say in Scotland?
We do.
I would have thought you'd have choice of language, personally.
I save my eloquent discussion points for the booth with you, my friend.
Oh, there we go. All right, I feel like I'm getting settled in here,
We're
but
back,
these guys,
right?
these keeps keep trying to blast themselves out the pot, out the tournament. What's going on? Come on, boys. Stay with us for a minute. Curtin in the small blind, king, queen. Holding 17 million in chips, and is going to come in for raise. Obviously a spot we see a mix of strategies. Opening up 30 bigs deep against Melkosetian.
Yeah, something you start to see a lot more of, I think, Demps, you know, as we start to approach that final table. These bigger stacks, they start to just leverage that little bit of pressure, I think, from the small. I think people defend less correctly, shall we say, you know, as that final table starts to loom into view. I think you get a few more raises through. Of course, king, queen, very strong holding in the small. Gets it done.
Look at that, the EAPT main event tour, of course. Main event of that tour. Grand final, as it were. Going to be here, that 2K buy, and one that Yeah, your little toes are going to get a little dampened.
Honestly, Merit Cyprus, my absolute favorite place, because they let me play some poker
There we go.
as well as sit in the booth with your wonderful self. Yeah, I'm going to play in that 2K EAPT main tomorrow. So fingers crossed, we'll see what we can do. Hopefully get some traction. So we see Godstanker with that 28 million demps, 70 bigs.
Yeah, that's a monstrous stack.
Big stack.
So it's one thing to have a big stack in this deep in a tournament. It's just another thing in a bounty, isn't it? Where you know you can just pick up, like I say, these sort of 3.5K equity spots constantly.
Speaking of big stack stamps, Rudzari, 33 million after that Queen Jack of Diamonds accumulation spot opens up. Ace 7-0. 800k to go. Round to Boyasian. I'm going to give you my first lookalike of the week.
Go on.
Brad Garrett from Everybody Loves
Okay,
Raymond.
I see it.
What do you reckon?
What if he's got the same attitude?
He doesn't look quite as jovial
No.
so far. That's a pretty good one, right?
It was a good one.
Yeah.
Jovially angry, I'd say. He's a put-upon man, isn't he? And Everyone Loves Raymond.
And he loves a game of poker himself, doesn't he?
He does.
He's always in the mixer.
Yeah, see him often at the World Series.
Yeah.
Well, he's certainly used to. I'm not sure if he puts in quite the volume that he once did. And Raymond did as well, right? I believe he plays a fair amount of poker. You see him there. Such a great game of ours.
Yeah, I always remember on the World Series highlight reels and the like, there's always the two of them in the mixer.
Yeah.
What's his name again? Ray Romano.
Ray
There we
Romano.
go.
Was he, correct me if I'm wrong, but was he at the table for that crazy hand that got shown where it was like quad aces versus a royal flush? And I think Ray Romano sat at the table.
That long ago, really?
Some highlight from eons ago. He wasn't in the hand, but he was at the table.
I'm telling you, that actually could be him. Just incognito out here in Cyprus.
No, I think he might have aged since the show.
Rudzari back at it. Suited ace-3 of diamonds.
More than enough for him from the one seat.
And decision point here, Demps. Melchizedian, 30 blinds, ace-queen off on the button. Can go one of two ways here, Demps. I would imagine flat seems fine, keeping some of these weaker hands that will fold to 3-bet. Certainly can go 3-bet or call. Has decided to 3-bet. Makes it 2.3 million, shade under 6 blinds. Very interesting. Back on Rudzari. Has one of these very in vogue 4-bet jam type hands, Demps. Suited wheel aces. Typically won't see it too often though. Under the gun versus button. As Rudzari surveys his options. Yeah, does decide to get out of the way. Nice laydown, nice pickup for Melchizedian. See our floor there, setting up the arrival of a new player to our feature table.
Fresh blood, please.
Yes.
Send him in. Look at the light just glistening off our trophy.
Beautiful array of hardware. We go into our eventual champions through the week. Round to Boyasian. King 10 of spades. Working with 19 bigs to start this hand from the button. Does come in for a raise. Just a min raise, James. 800k to go. really does change the dynamics, these big bounties being out of the way.
Yeah.
You know, there might be some open shoving, right, if all the big ones were still in, and the like, with some of these type of hands.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to work out there, Andrew. I mean, you tell me, is this something that he's thinking, hey, I can raise in juice, or are we that late in the tournament now that we really do just want to keep our chips?
Yeah, it really does get tricky. I think you referenced it earlier. Now that basically all the big ones have gone, we can call it like that.
Right.
Players do tend to, you know, sort of default now to just a more normal tournament strategy. As Rudzari here does just defend. Flops ace-10-4. Boyassian still best here. Middle pair with the king. Should be handover. Not much working for Rudzari. Quickly folds. Nice pickup for Boyassian. Yeah, I mean, typically in these mysteries, Demps, right? The first, what we say, first 2 or 3 levels of day 2, once the bounties come into play, everybody goes absolutely ballistic, chasing bounties. And when the big ones, you know, go out of the way, settle down a little.
Yes. It could be easier if they like started. You're just a box now. You don't have name. Love box, yes.
How much was it?
21. 20. Yeah.
I don't know what to do with cards else. Like,
You have to place them so you prove
I
them.
put it there. It's not how it's. I don't know.
Everyone getting familiar with the setup. Andrew, a table that we got to have a little play on the other night.
I'm not sure we brought our best, should we say. I think our tummies were grumbling. We were asked to, you know, provide some assistance to the production team.
A little demo game. I got dealt 10 deuce. I trapped well with it.
How many big blinds did you get in James?
Something in the region of a couple of hundred. But I was third in, calling it off.
You were, I know. It was very aggressive. You thought you were playing a bounty yourself.
Aggressive call.
It was an aggressive call.
Rudzari, is he going to choose aggression here? The 4-5 offsuit.
I like his demeanor right off the bat. Very focused. Does come with an aggressive call of his own, Demps. Limps in from the small. Stoika 9-6-0. Working with 18 bigs.
Has he? I'm trying to get used to the color of the chips
Right,
here.
me too.
Right, okay, sorry, he's just putting 4 25Ks, okay.
Is a challenge for us every stop.
Yeah.
New chips in play. Both players, Demps, flopping gut shots here. 9 high of Stoika, still best for the time being. It's checked over to him. I'm gonna start stabbing now, James.
Yeah, it feels like a spot, isn't it, where you can get some of the jack highs and queen highs. One not to fold.
Sure.
It's decent equity. If called, against everything bar a 10. Has that club as well. Potentially go firing with. But none of that needed.
Yeah, very nice pickup for Stoika, of course, on the shallow stack. Every pot so valuable. Keeping himself afloat, as I like to call it, Demps. That's what I call it.
Well, it's important to stay afloat when you're in the Mediterranean.
Oh, very nice.
It's treacherous. And it's rough sailing out there today.
Oh, it was grim today.
It was.
I mean, it was beautiful.
It was beautiful.
Rough. It was rough out on the seas.
It's very windy here in the Eastern Mediterranean today. Led to some very rough seas. I was out there earlier in my favorite spot on one of the piers, just this morning lying there, and it was the waves were just rocking the pier, and it was it was like I was a baby again, just getting rocked to sleep in the sunshine. Magic.
The hell was your mum getting up to if it was that aggressive? My goodness.
Trying to get me to shut up. Didn't work. Here I am.
We wouldn't have you any other way, James.
Oh.
As we see Boyassian back at it. Suited ace-3 of clubs for the min raise from the hijack. Round to Burton. King 7 of diamonds in the big.
Yeah, Boyassian here kind of. We saw the, what was it, the King 10 Was it a moment ago? And now the ace-3. I mean, these are reasonable hands, but perhaps the perception at the table is that he's getting after it a little bit. You're going to try and work these things out when you're at the table. As it is, Burton going to flick in the call with the covering stack. That king-7 of diamonds working nicely, and even more so on the king-6 tray board. Boyassian, having paired the least likely card he could hit, having opened from the hijack.
Yeah, potential treacherous waters for Boyassian. Type of board that is heavily c-bet, James.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is obviously he wants to check back a 3 in theory as an isolation, right? Because it's an okay hand, it blocks our opponents having some stuff, but also we just want to kind of bet king 6-3. I was curious which way he decided to go. He did decide to check back, and I wonder if that's, again, is that a factor of bounty that you're just playing that little bit more cautiously, or?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these. It's really tricky. I think at the stack depth, if we do get check raised, it's a bit of a disaster, right? But it shouldn't happen too often.
Look at this. He managed to check back again. Burton fuming here. Having flopped top pair on this king 6-3 rainbow, when you expect a high percentage c-bet, to see it go check, check twice. But I wonder if that will lead him into the theory that, hey, look, at least I'm probably going to get called off for 1. Looks like he's put out 1.6.
Yeah, players are going to have showdown a lot, James. I'm with you. When they check twice, very tricky now, of course, for Boyassian. Hasn't really defined his hand, of course, so there are going to be some bluffs out there. But, of course, 4 overcards to our 3, and what a well-played hand.
Well done, that man.
Lose one single chip post, James. Well played. Well played by both, actually. Burton got a little tricky with it. Didn't elicit any more chips. I'm losing at least a couple of chips in that hand, I think. Pretty often.
Yeah, I think I'd just keep it simple with a bet on the flop, albeit not a waste of a hand, but I'm kind of I've got a lot of hand with a 3 on a king 6-3 board, but just kind of makes life a little bit easier. But hey, he manages to get through that, get away with it.
Another look. The beautiful trophies to be handed out this week. I gotta hand it to our production guys. I think the set, I know you're extremely experienced, James. You've been at every set in the world. I just think it looks beautiful. I love the blue. Love the blue and purple combo.
Stunning.
8 pass. 2 pass.
Godzanker just looks really bored. He's like, I got 28 mil. It's nearly a 90k for the win, whatever. Round 2 Stoika. Ace 10 off.
Here we go. 20 bigs. Obviously just looking for a way to get this in, right? This hand's so strong.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can raise. Hope for action behind. He's unlikely to get it from this seat in Burton. From the small blind with that 7-3. I say unlikely because I never want to rule myself out of options here at Merit. Andrew, we've seen it all.
We have seen it all.
5 pass.
It's almost a little disappointing for us that the big bounties have gone, right? Because
Yeah.
like if they're still in now, we might see some real nonsense shenanigans.
Yeah, I liked
of
obviously
people chasing.
We were discussing it over the last couple of days, and you're firmly in the camp of let's leave a big bounty back for the final tables. And I'm coming around to the idea. I kind of like it. Like,
I think that there's so many positives that can come from it. It gives the remaining players incentive, to, I mean, as if more incentive was needed to final. But, you might chase a little less early.
Right.
It gives you, you just can play your normal game and know that there will always be, an extra 50 grand bounty up top or whatever at the final table. And it's more fun for us, I think, in the booth and the viewers at home. If, we're 8-handed, people are going after each other hard, going for that big bounty.
So if anybody's interested, head down to the whiskey bar. You then take the lift down 1 level out into the gardens.
They're announcing the players' party, I believe, James.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't escape my attention, Andrew, that we've been sitting here for a few days, waiting to get into the booth, and they finally opened the door to the booth for us at exactly the same time as the party starts.
I feel like I'm 16 again, back at school, haven't been invited to the popular kids' party.
Yeah, what's that all about? Come on.
I thought those days were behind us.
4 pass.
If anyone's streaming us here from Merit and they happen to stumble past that party and they happen to perhaps pick up a flute, want to swing by the Onyx, That's where we're streaming from.
Yeah.
Maybe just, you know, like a little splash finds its way to the booth. I won't be complaining.
I think it's going to happen. Bring the party to us.
Obviously, you yourself at the moment on a little non-drinking kit.
I know, yeah.
But you can still enjoy a party. You don't have to drink.
You know me.
Get some dance going on. They've got jazz, not jazz, well, jazz, but they've got a saxophonist, I believe. Some
Fire breathers.
fire breather, there we go.
Fire breathers.
Give me some fire breathers at this table. Yeah, some choreographed dance.
Yeah, a Greek violin quartet, I believe.
Wow. Well, there we go. I mean, if you don't, I'm lost. Oh, Marcus-Etienne.
Oh
Wow.
my goodness.
Yeah, he's gone huge here. This 3-bet jam, right? Over 30 blinds against that button open. But look at this. Constantine in the big blind with just 11 blinds behind and ace-queen suited. What a dreamy spot.
Absolutely.
For him, although he's going to be slightly curious as to this jam size. You see he's mulling it over. If this was a jam size of like 17 blinds, you'd be much more like, oh.
Time bank, I believe.
A time bank, yeah. I saw a card find the middle and I was nervous for him.
Yeah, I'm with you, Debs. It becomes a lot easier under those circumstances. But you know our hand does more than well enough here. Going to be a bunch of pairs in there that decide to ship, right, for 30 or so blinds. Going to be some suited, maybe ace-jack off, ace-10 off potentially. Can decide to just rip it in here against the button open. In my opinion, ace-queen of diamonds way too strong to be folding Demps with just 11 bigs back.
Yeah, this is, I guess, just trying to allow Burton to still call, maybe with an ace-jack kind of hand. Trying to put that little bit of hesitation in there. Of course, there'd be 2 bounties on the line for Burton. King 8-0, of course. Not going to be one he can do.
No.
Yeah, has called it off, and he's found himself in a fabulous position. Of course, Burton having folded one of the remaining 3 kings. Great spot, Demps. 86% favorite.
That's a big percentage.
Right. Pretty tough to be that big a favorite pre-flop in Hold'em.
6-6 trade, changes nothing. Just the king.
Yeah, no spades working for Marcus-Etienne. One card to fade. Can he do it? Sure can. Ace of spades river.
Fades in style.
Easy. Constantine more than doubles up just in time, Demps. It's getting very short. A little bit of breathing room now. 11 million. Great spot to find. We are down to 18 players, Demps. Eliminations coming thick and fast on the other 2 tables. 18 players left. Everybody shade under 5,000. Locked up. All hunting the 85,000 first place prize.
85 beans.
85 bags of sand.
Plus some bounties on top. You think if you're the one who ends up winning this, obviously you've got at least 2 bounties. That's the minimum number of bounties you can have, but more, someone's walking away with 6 figures. Oh, your man's off.
Good luck, Brad. Absolutely no emotion.
Just
It's very similar.
striding.
Very similar to the character in Raymond, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Although he was a bit zany, wasn't he? Really.
He was a bit zany. Put upon.
Put upon indeed. Did you like that show?
Ah, it was great.
I liked it. I was a fan.
Yeah.
Action back round to Burton.
Yeah, loving it, isn't he? Very much involved. Raising this one up with an unknown hand until now. But it is the ladies. Let's see how to raise fold the last hand. Here's the man who 3-bet him.
Oh, and he sent it in, Demps.
Yeah, he's got him. Whoa, I say he's got him.
Don't know what he has yet.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, the same action as the last hand. Look at this. We see the open from Burton with 2 queens. Marcus-Etienne with a very, very
Wow.
reasonable 3-bet jam him, slam dunk with ace king, and given that he did this last time with king queen o, now waiting behind, wondering.
My goodness, you would imagine this is not Hollywood. This stage of the tournament. It does get out of the way, Damps.
7 plus
Is that a call? No, call.
Here we go. Horse snaps it off. 2 top of range hands, James.
Top of range.
Absolutely. Cutoff versus button. 2 monster holdings.
This is pretty sick for Melgasetian that he could be 1-2 punch out of this one, having had 16 million 2 hands ago.
Big flip developing. It is the classic.
Yeah, this is the flippy of flips. King 6 straight. There it is. Finds a partner. No diamond. Backdoor joy for Burton. Just the queen will do it. With 1 pull to come. Just thinking, Andreas. We hear the music.
I know, I'm loving
jiving
it.
in the background. Like, if you're the one all in there with 2 outs to come, and everyone's silent, and you just got this like happy, cheery tune going, I don't know, that might
Put you on tilt.
That might send me over the edge. Like, no one's ever hit a 2-outer to that music.
I think the only thing could be worse is if the saxophonist from the party just rolls into the room.
Strolls in.
And just starts going into, you know, a big joyful solo. While you're sitting there sweating the final queen.
Running around the back of the feature table.
No, very interesting music to hear. You don't often hear that in the poker room. No emotion shown from either, really. Very professional, lads. Pretty unfortunate, Damps, right, for Burton. Often there you think you're going to be a massive favourite pre.
Yeah. Slam dunking. You're opening it up, getting jammed on by the guy who just 3-bet jammed King Queen. You're like, this is dreamy. Funny enough, my 1 Mr. Bouncer experience. This happened to me. Found 2 queens. Someone jammed for like 12 lines. I'm like, got him. They turned over ace king. They popped a king. I feel you.
You did your job.
I feel you. That's my bad beat story for the day. Me losing a flip.
It really is the most tilting format ever, though.
11 months ago. I thought I'd bring it up.
I mean, you've already told me twice this trip, so that's number 3. But that's okay. We'll allow it. It was relevant to today's Mystery Bounty final day.
It'll come up a couple of times today.
That's kidding.
It can be the most frustrating format in the world, this one. You know, you bag a load for day 2, you're like, yes, I'm going to get to pull one out the tombola, and then you just get dusted.
You got to have a little appointment with Mubutas if you pull one. And that's the highlight for me.
It is. Round to the 2 big stacks, James. Godzanka. Very strong holding for the small blind. Ace 9-0. 70 bigs deep. Shade under.
Cool, what are you gonna do?
1,100,000.
It is what it is.
Does come in for an open.
It is what it is.
1,100,000 price.
Looks at 1.1. Shade under 3 blinds. Look at this, Damps. Roots are with the covering stack. Pocket 6s.
Yeah, I can't imagine there's too much reason to do much but cool here,
Yeah,
Andrew. I mean,
I'm with you.
So this to me just seems like it slips all the way back to traditional tournament. These guys with so many chips. Again, there's 2.
Oh,
Whoa!
he didn't jam, did he?
Sorry?
Over 4 million.
Price 4,063,000.
Oh, he ripped it.
Still, I mean,
Wait, has he jammed? No.
he's announced 4 million.
Okay.
But that still surprises me a little bit, Andrew. I mean, obviously these guys have been sat there probably for hours. Maybe he's seen that Godzanka just opens 100%.
Sure.
Or is it that perception? So he just thinks, hey, maybe it's easy just to 3-bet him here, but Godzanka, ace 9 off. Look at this.
Does continue. Yeah.
Wow, there was me thinking these 2 are going to play low variance lines against each other just with these big stacks. As I say, 240 million chips in play. These guys with over 50 million just between the 2 of them. They're playing a big one as we head to King, Jack, 5. Couple of spades, each holding black cards.
Check. Cool.
And the action does check back to the pre-flop 3-better. Redraw with this 260. Got to feel a bit nervous, Andrew, on these kind of flop texture, right?
I'm with you, absolutely. Yeah, one of these hands you don't really want, you can't 3-bet call, I don't think. You don't want to 3-bet fold. You will typically see people choose call for the most part pre. And with you, James, it starts to get a little murky now. We do have the betting lead, which is one benefit.
Check.
Taking this line pre, but does check back.
Ooh, hello.
Yeah.
This is an interesting one. Stanko obviously hated that flop himself, but now picks up nut spades and does have that, perhaps, arguably a range advantage on King Jack 5 when it's a 3-bet pot and it goes check check, right? He gets to have the King Queens, the Queen Jack suited, the King 10s perhaps that raise call a 3-bet. You'd expect your opponent to be betting with the Ace King, the Ace Kings of the world that have 3-bet pre-flop on this board. So let's see how this progresses. He's happy to check in for now. Maybe just feeling he has the best hand and with the best straw.
Interesting hand developing. Redraw now going to bet himself.
Yeah.
Potentially thinks he's bluffing them. This is a strange one. Thought when you check flop, he might be trying to work his way to showdown somehow.
Right.
Decide to start firing.
I guess there are some hands you can make fold, right? The 7s through 10s, maybe without a spade, would certainly fold. That's a small part of the range, but a non-insignificant one to this action pre-flop. Maybe just trying to knock out like a hand, like ace 10 with the 10 of spades, perhaps, deny equity to that kind of hold.
And here we go.
Oh,
love this from Godstanker with that ace of spades blocker. This is fantastic play.
Wow, and exactly
love it.
that. You said he could just check back, try and get to the showdown with
Right.
2 6s. Instead, he's bet with the 6s, almost like as an advanced block in some ways, and equity denial. And instead now has had it just put back on him. Godstanker looking away from the table as if he's, well, just playing a friendly kitchen table game. I mean, no care given there. I mean, look at him. He just looks the chillest guy in the room. He's pulling the big move.
What a great play from Godstanker. Bravo to you, sir.
Wow.
So confident.
All right. There was me thinking this would be a benign one. No. 3 bets go in before the flop. 2 bets go in on the turn. Godstanker laying down the law. The man who was the chip leader as we picked up this frame on this table had that momentary loss just by virtue of Redraw getting more chips. But now he is back being the chip daddy at this table and clearly a man who's comfortable wielding those chips. Not one, it seems, who's too concerned about ICM just yet.
Right, and it just, you referenced it. Really did do a great job of just looking incredibly relaxed midway through that potentially tournament-defining bluff. Very well played. A flesh wound to Redraw. Interesting hand. Not a spot you see much, James, as you referenced pre. Normally C6 is just defend. Water's got murky. Godstanker.
Yeah, I'd say that's the first big, as we like to say,
confrontation.
well, the first big deviation.
Sure.
Said the first
5, 6.
MPO type hand, as we like to say here at Merit. The Merit Poker Optimal. Things play a little different. Things play a little bit more street. Way more enjoyable for those of us watching. Not always so enjoyable if you're out there playing, though. You get put in some spots here at Merit.
Oh, you really do.
Constantine, he's looking for more spots. Ace King is certainly one of them, opening it up into this, well, aggressive row behind. Godstanker motioned as if he was about to fold, but he just wants to be involved. King 4 suited does find the muck. Redraw, he's wondering what the hell just happened to him. Little does he know, he just took the Andrew line of just knuckle back the 6s.
Yeah, it's a really interesting hand. You know, when you open up the action, reopen the action like that.
Yeah.
After check and flop that you referenced, James, right? Ace, king, aces, I think they bet flop. King, queen suited, that bets flop.
We
so
have
you end up having like 10s, queens, ace, jack that can have to fold to
Obviously,
pressure, right?
we're ignoring the notion of balance, of course.
Of course.
Players may be checking back some super strong
Top
hands there,
set,
but
like
in
this.
reality, in isolation, people tend not to be doing that enough.
I agree. Fun hand.
Amazing hand.
Yeah.
Ah, is that a bounty chip? Positioned on the stack there. Like, that's what they look like. a mystery bounty chip nonetheless, a question mark. What could it be worth? Well, we know, unfortunately now for the players remaining, that the maximum it could be worth is $15,000 because all the big bounties have been drawn. But, Andrew, $15,000 is $15,000.
15Ks, right?
That lets you fire off 3 bullets in the MPP main event. Or maybe 1 bullet and 10K in your pocket, who knows?
Do you know what it reminds me of, James? I reckon in your misspent youth, you played a bit of Crash Bandicoot.
Oh, yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
No?
Oh, yeah.
With the question mark,
I think it might be the same one, you're right.
Yeah. What a game. God, I'm such a geek. Brilliant.
Shout out to the Crash Bandicoot fans in the chat.
That's a great game.
Welcome. Well, by the way, those of you who are streaming, as we have our first stream of the series here, we slowly build things up with you guys here on the DTD Player YouTube chat. We do have an eye on it. And with that in mind, JB, your note hasn't gone amiss. JB was suggesting that, you know, a counter argument to holding a big bounty back for the final table is that kind of favors the sharks, as it were. The better players, they're more likely to get it. Whereas maybe keeping the bounties more democratic in a way gives the punter like, oh, well, I could just win 100K easily kind of thing. It's certainly a point.
I'm trying to find a good way to argue that. It's difficult to do so.
No, it's a very valid point.
It's very valid. Speaking of valid hands, Stoica, small blind, ace-10, deciding to go with potential raise call, James, rather than limp. Makes it 1.3 to go. Burton does decide to take 3 with Jack-8 off. Does cover Stoica, which of course is significant with bounties still in play. And he flops best, James. Jack 5-5, 2 hearts, 1 spade. Stoica
504.
could be trouble ahead for him, working with around about 2x pot. Does come in with a small c-bet. Look to just take it down. Of course, you see Burton going absolutely nowhere. Lands on call.
Yeah, Burton been heavily involved so far in this frame.
6 of spades turn. Quick check from Stoica. Could be a tricky spot, James, when we see bet this really small size, right? There are going to be a bunch of floats. There are going to be a lot of draws out there, of course. We have no heart in hand, no spade in hand. So ace high could still be best. Maybe tricky here. Looks like Burton going to bet for value himself.
Right, I was going to say, this is a spot where I feel like in isolation we all want to be betting, and especially in a bounty, I guess, we kind of want to be able to stack our opponents that little bit more.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're getting down there. I believe there's 18 players left in this one, so those pay jumps becoming significant, but you're still in chip accumulation phase, given that this is a bounty. Here we go, 2.5 million. It's a big bet.
Wow, look at this. I did just reference a lot of draws out there, a lot of potential floats, but Stoica, this is bold, James.
Oh, and he's sort of, well, it's a good card and a bad card in the sense that he's sort of improved his hand somewhat, but the hands he's most likely beating were those heart draws, and now he has fallen behind to those, so it'll be very hard for him to continue. But on the flip side, kind of also hard for Burton maybe to go for it all here. How do you sit with this one, Andrew?
Yeah, this one is pretty interesting, right? 40% pop back for Stoica. I think, James, that a lot of sort of made hands might check shove turn.
Okay.
Right? Do you think? You know, a hand like an ace-jack with a lot of, you know, murky river cards coming. Hands like overpairs may have fast played. I'm with you, though. It's very difficult, I think, to jam and be called by worst on the river.
He's looking around the table, sort of trying to gauge people's opinions of that check back. I feel like I'm with it. It's almost all his own stack.
Sure.
And chip preservation is a thing still, even though we're mentioning it's a bounty. We are down to their final 18, and there just aren't that many hands that can call that river, I think, given that it was the heart that rolled off.
Yeah.
I think electing to check back, certainly no shame in that. Well, dealer push can mean only one thing. I believe the blinds are raising up. 250k, 500k. With that, we see the chip counts on this table. Vadim Godzdanka with the lion's share of it, 33.5 million of the 241 million chips in play. Rutsar, his victim on the bluff, Still with 25 million chips himself. Those two have a bunch. Milkosetin, of course, with that double up. Now with 17.5. Slightly more than he had before he ran the King-Queen into the Ace-Queen. He's over the two hands. A small profit. It's okay. Average stack, of course, in this tournament is now 13 million. So those three, the only three above that mark. But two of them in a big way.
Yeah, and Stoica now with work to do. 9 blinds to work with. Of course, blinds and antes. Very large. Have to look to get some forward momentum. Round 2, Rudsar James, King Jack in the cutoff.
Yeah, I mean, albeit he took that hit, and albeit he doesn't have the most chips in his table, but he does have the best seat in terms of he gets to see what Gozdanka does, and then he can enter the fray. So when Gozdanka gets out of the way, we expect to see Rudsar open a lot. Of course, King Jack's getting open regardless, but
sure,
he'll change the perception at this table, and let's see if Stoica pounces on that, because he has, what, 10 blinds, and maybe thinking he's up against a super wide range here. And I think he's right that he would be up against a super wide range, but does he want to risk it all with King 10, 18 players left? Like we mentioned, potential ladders becoming more of a thing.
I think this is a little too weak though, James. King 10, oh.
And Burton almost folded there when he saw time chip card go in. He thought it was the cards when to fold. So I wonder if that changes things. You know, one more player out the way, basically behind.
It definitely can. Does find a disciplined laydown.
Burton now. What's going on here?
This would
trying to make out he didn't do that. Like, I mean, he tried to fold before. I wonder if we're into any point already.
Wow.
Any kind of stalling. Melkosetian. Wow. It's been a roller coaster thus far. Now finds the boots in the big blind, up against the perceived super wide range. Rudsar.
Yeah, this is where you can get some potential leveling wars happening, James. Rudsar knows that he's perceived to be very wide.
And Rudsar's nose is already a little bit bloody after the 2 6s
right.
hand. He doesn't know yet that he was bluffed, but he knows some funky stuff went on in that hand. He took a non-standard line himself. Didn't work out. Now facing more aggression again. Obviously, King Jack suited, we know, would be like the world's easiest, cool, let's play a hand in position, but the King Jack's off a little bit messier, Andrew.
Yeah, these are these kind of combos that I think in theory against people who are playing perfect poker, we will defend a lot, because they're going to find, you know, these offsuit sort of ace and king X with a weak kicker, 3-bet bluffs, hands like this. Rudsar does decide, though, not going anywhere. Tough to fault him, James. Still a pretty strong hand.
Yeah, and perhaps, thankfully for him, the 9-8-3 board completely unconnected.
Yeah.
Melkosetian, with those aces, holding the all-important ace of clubs as well on the 2-club flop. Now let's see how he wishes to progress. I mean, is it a situation where he ever just checks it over here? On this kind of board, you don't expect your opponent to have too much of it, or does he just come out with a small bet?
Yeah, I think typically people do just c-bet here. You know, I think they're going to be perceived to, if they are bluffing, they are going to try and take it down, right, on a board like this. But I'm kind of with you, James. Ace of clubs in hand, ace of spades in hand as well has some importance. Of course, you're going to block those backdoor spade and overcard combos that will continue versus c-bet. That's the side, though, James. 3.1 million, right about 40% pot or so.
Yeah,
a little bit
kind of
more.
That in-between sizing, really, isn't it? He's certainly shelling on this out. If his opponent were to continue, there'd be less than pot behind. Just trying to go for it.
Yeah, it seems somewhat reasonable, I think. You know, typically you'll see people go kind of half pot type, 66% on these type of boards, relatively disconnected. It does take it down. Little does Rudsar know. Might have had shenanigans in mind, James, but it would have been trouble ahead.
Yeah, that just wasn't his board. And he's going to be thankful when he finds out he's up against aces that it wasn't his board, if you know what I mean, because there are lots of boards he was losing most of his stack. But we carry on, 18 players. Everyone guaranteed 4.8k. Next pay jump coming at 15.
Very fun first frame of our return.
Crazy.
Of our return to the MPP.
This is only hand 16.
I All right,
The
well, it
first
feels like a
15
lot has happened already.
We've seen some action those first 15 hands. Here comes Rudsar. They dealt with the deuces. He's like, really? Dealing with this hand? Feel compelled. In I come. Min raise. 2 400k chips at the deck.
Yeah, it still looks very composed.
does.
Easy, James, isn't it, for your head to be spinning a little, you know, after the sixes hand.
Yeah.
And then this one, you might feel as if you're being owned a little.
Oh, there we
Here we go.
Nope.
These two going to war.
Yeah, this is a very reasonable one, isn't it, for him to look to potentially 3-bet.
Yeah, I think you can go either way here. All options open. Definitely flat is an option. Fold wouldn't be too bad either. I think all options open with this exact hand, James.
Love
Here
this.
he comes.
Love this.
Loving the battle developing between these two warriors.
Back-to-back 3-bets. Melchizedek has been very active. Of course, we saw the King-Queen tabled. We saw the Ace-King tabled. The aces. Only us two and he knows about. Well, and of course, all of you watch.
Yeah, Rudsar now, James, 50 bigs or so behind. Starts to get dicey, you know, appealing. We do like to continue, right, with pocket pairs. Facing 3-bet can be very easy to play if we flop a set. But sub 50, James, starts to get pretty grim, right, with deuces.
He's
go.
had enough. He's had enough. All right, let's go. Let's see some cards. You 3-bet me again from the big blind and the small blind.
Round 2, off we go.
Kick some sand in my face like that. I'm not having it, he says, as it comes King 4-3. Dreamy for Melchizedek. Almost the nuts, right? It could be up against King Queen, but
Sure.
In reality, you know Ace King's ripping it back on you pre-flop. This feels pretty nutted. And of course, a lot of the kind of hands that will continue some of those pocket pairs, all like this King 4-3. There may even be some occasional Ace 5 in there, although those kind of hands do like 4-betting.
Yeah, this could get problematic, Demps, because we do have one of these hands, you know, 3 to a straight. We're in position.
Yeah, we surely can't fold here, right?
I don't think we can fold to this size in.
There's all sorts of hands that would have 3-bet and
Sure.
feel compelled to stab on this board.
Yeah, quarter pot, 2.3 million. Rudsar, danger potentially ahead. See if he can sniff this one out, Demps, but I'm with you. Likely going to see a turn. Does flicking calling chips. All of a sudden, shade over pot back for both players. 9 of spades on the turn, an essential brick. What do you do now, James, as Melchizedek? Do we want to check and juice some floaty type bluffs?
That's what he's done. That's what he's done. And I think maybe, especially with the flow of the way this has gone, we've seen Rudsar kind of get kicked in the face with the 2 6s had to fold. We saw him a minute ago having to call a 3-bet and fold a flop bet. Now you just want to give him that little bit of rope so he can flex his muscles and bet right into your bat. Let's see, Rudsar with the deuces may elect just to check this back. One would imagine so. You're kind of beating a lot of the ace-x kind of hands, the random hands that have 3-bet from the blind. Last time he elected to bet the 6s on the turn. This time checks the deuces on the turn. And it won't be a great card for him to see that 10. Obviously, the ace 10, maybe some like even jack 10, queen 10, maybe 3-bet and slow down on the turn.
Yeah, not a great river. One of these spots now for Rudsar where if Melchizedek does seek value, and it looks like he's going to
4.8.
have to start assigning those bluffs, James, right? It's going to be like an ace-jack, ace-5 suited that kind of gave up and goes for river.
There are some out there, that's for sure. There are always bluffs out there, my friend.
There's always some, just got to find them. Does bet 4.8 million.
Swiftly as well.
Yeah, third pot or so, James. Rudsar trying to work this one out. Time bank deployed. The old bet, check, bet. We talk about it though, Demps, don't we? It's relatively underbluffed. Is ace-10 Demps going to bet a third pot for value, do you think? Or like, where does the value start?
I don't think
does it start
ace-10
at
bets,
jacks?
does it?
Jacks, does it bet?
Yeah.
Right, so
Maybe,
jacks
yeah.
and queens seem reasonable bets for value, right? For
Yeah.
the sizing.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not. Maybe they just check.
Right, so then all of a sudden, if they check...
Now he calls. Exactly
Wow.
that. He perhaps thinks that makes the call, gets shown the bad news. The king pairing on the flop, and he's just lost another 4.8 million chips and has gone from over 30 to down to 11 million in the space of just a few hands. Being dealt just the wrong side of it, or just the wrong side of the situations, perhaps.
Yeah. Going into the same thought process that we were just discussing,
Yeah.
perhaps, James, that he won't value bet thinly here, so there'll be a lot more bluffs.
I like where your head's at there, yeah.
Right.
Obviously, if you discount with jacks and queens from maybe betting the river there, then suddenly it is just the king X that has checked. And
Sure.
I guess
Set of 10s or something like this.
Right.
A 9-10 suited that decided to get funky pre, and then, you know, turn the river 2 pair. Disaster of a level for Rudsar, though, James. Gonna maybe need to rein it in a little. All of a sudden, just a shade over 20 bigs now after having the big stack. And what a level for his opponent. He was 1 coin flip from being out the door, right? Just 15 minutes or so ago, and now one of the chip leaders.
Incredible spin up.
Round to Burton. Tricky ones, these. Demps. 26 bigs or so. Yeah, I don't mind this at all. You got the big stack behind you. Have a hand like ace-6 off that really has poor playability. I like the laydown. And here comes Melchizedek once more.
Just looks the boss man right now, doesn't he?
Yeah, finding heat at the right time. Played that hand very nicely, though. I like the line with the king-jack. As we see God's Danker, saw him execute that lovely bluff a little while ago. The naked ace of spades. Has the same hand demps, ace-9. Same hand as last time. And has Melchizedek pipped here with the better ace. Content to defend. Flops best also. Queen 6 deuce. All diamonds. God's Danker. 89% here. Nut flush draw. And the better ace high. Tricky spot for Melchizedek, and you will typically see players, James, betting very, very small size in here. You know, try and fold out two random cards that would have some equity against us. You will see a lot of sort of 20% type sizings, and he has gone with just that.
Yeah, there we go. As you call it now, God's Danker. Last time we saw play super fast with that flush draw, but this time to the small bet, playing things a little slower. And is that an ace?
It is an ace.
Wow, what a card. Both players loving that.
Yeah, the plot thickens. Melchizedek often going to be done with this hand after he gets check called. Of course, not on the ace of spades. That's God's Danker with a very disguised strong hand. Checks it over. Melchizedek now demps. Probably going to go for second bullet of value and a little bit of denial, right?
Certainly seems to play here. Obviously, you can get called by some random diamonds. And of course, all the Queen X still going to be wanting to stick around here, isn't it? Certainly any pair with a diamond will want to stick around still as well. Stanker with a near lock on it.
Yeah, it comes with half pot. God's Danker, of course. Going to still be pretty comfortable, James, right? Especially against a button open, I think, which is going to be pretty wide. It's going to have a lot of bluffs in it. It's going to, you know, have a lot of sort of king 10, jack 10 with a diamond. These hands can all be bluffing. Some worse ace-x, like we can see Melchizedek has. Let's call Jack of Hearts River. That 9 is going to play, James. And Melchizedek quickly checks back.
Yeah.
Nicely played by both, I think. God's Danker, the most nonplussed, non-fussed man in the room.
God's Danker just chilling.
Love it.
Yeah, even when Melchizedek losing there, kind of feels like a good loss almost. He kind of got the good card, played it well, managed to lose no more.
Yeah, really like how he's been playing both of them.
It looks like players scanning around the room here. I do gather, Andrew, we are down to the final 16, which would mean we are going to go on a very brief redraw break here with just 2 tables left. Obviously, I believe with the last 3 tables, last 2 tables, and of course the final table, there's a complete random redraw just to try to balance out any bad luck you might have in a seat draw here. We saw the Godskank technically with a bad seat draw here, given that he had Rootsard to his left. Of course, now, not so much of an issue because he's sitting with 38 million chips. Melchizedek, he has 28.5. As you said, what an incredible turnaround. He was down to, what, just the 8 million after losing King, Queen. The Ace Queen has spun it up very, very nicely. So, guys, myself and Andrew will step aside for what looks to be about 13, 14 minutes whilst this redraw is done. When we come back, it will be final 16 play here in the Luxon Mystery Bounty final day.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlit. Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlet. Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlet.
Welcome back, one and all, to this, the Lux on Pay Mystery Bounty final day. It is, of course, myself, James Dempsey, alongside Mr. Picasso, Andrew Headley. As we get a little look at the Raw Diamond, look at that little suite up there in the top left corner with its own little hot tub. I've been in one of those suites, it has to be said.
I was about to say, how's it been so far for you?
Well, the water a little tepid at times, but I make it work. Here we go then. We have done our final two-table redraw, and it looks like we do have a new lineup, but the likes of Melkosetian returning, Gozdanka and Rootstar. And look at this. Those two have drawn the same positions again. Rootstar in position on Gozdanka, although obviously with far fewer chips than he previously had.
What a beautiful room, as you guys see in the background as the chips flash up once more. New additions to the table, Milad Langar. 15 bigs, James. Joshua Gabitsa, also with work to do, 14 bigs. You know, we're going to see that now, right? Some of the big stacks start to pull away. There's going to be shorties with some work to do.
Yeah, certainly will be. And see there, like you said, actually we've done a redraw, but we've got most of the same characters back again, it looks like. So, luck of the draw, good for us, because, hey, there were some nice battles developing between them all here.
Yeah, I was about to say, the water in the jacuzzi might be tepid, but the action at the table has been red hot so far. Gozdanka, what a character I've been loving, watching him thus far at this feature table. The most zen man in Cyprus, it would seem. Yeah, 38 million, James. Going to be tough to stop him, working with over 70 bigs.
Look at that lovely little outside
beautiful
shot. That stage is ginormous.
Yeah.
Dominating the room here. Where, of course, other events are taking place. The EAPT main event, Day 1A, going off right here, right now. Of course, this is the grand final of the EAPT. In fact, I said a redraw. It hasn't been a redraw, clearly, because there's too many players sat in the exact same seats. It's just we've filled in the seats. We've broken out the table. That'll be why they've drawn the same seats. Andrew, you should have called me out on that. Come on.
Listen, James, I like to let you be in charge of such matters. I'm just here for my overall strategical genius.
Okay.
Maybe.
Well, Melkosetian's here for his strategical genius, which so far has been pretty flawless.
He has been pretty much note perfect thus far. An ace-queen in the cutoff, very strong holding. And he comes, raised to 1 million. Round to Rootsar, head likely still spinning a little. With the 3-4 of hearts, James, working with under 20 bigs all of a sudden.
Yeah, one imagines he's still going to want to defend this against his man, Melkosetian. As we look at the two new faces at our table, being transported over here. And we are down to those final two tables.
Is he 3-bet, James?
There is our man, Rootsar.
No.
No, he has made the call.
Excuse
I like
me.
you had that. You think he's ready to blow. 10-9. He's had a little break. He's had time to think. Come on. And he sees a horrible looking flop. Although, for his range, perhaps not the worst looking. Melkosetian over the top of that one. Doesn't like the flop himself. Does check it back. Does, of course, have that gut shot draw, though.
Yeah, I like this, James. Tricky kind of board. The type of board that the big blind will hit often, and you can get check shoved on quite a lot here. So with a hand as strong as ace-queen, don't want to get blown off our equity. Does check back. Rootsar still comes up empty. 5 of spades turn. Essentially has the nut low. He's going to get another free look, though. King of Hearts, River. Very unappetizing card to continue, to consider bluffing, excuse me. You know, lots of Melkosetian's hands that have check, flop, and turn can connect with this king. Pretty tough, Demps, I think, to bluff here. Knows he can't win, though. We have the literal nut low, essentially, with that 4 high, but does wave the white flag. Melkosetian probably not going to elect to turn this into a bluff, James. You know, you can lose to some dusty little one-pair hands like a 5, but content to check. Takes down another one.
Delighted to take that one down.
Yeah,
I thought
thrilled.
it's a pair.
Rootsar yet to stop the bleeding. Pretty tough stint for him, right? Like, it was hard to be too critical. You know, some tough spots. The one with the 6s, perhaps a little inflated when it didn't need to be, but the other parts seemed pretty reasonable. Sometimes just you go through these spells, Demps, right, in tournament poker. Just got to roll with the punches. And he's still in with a fighting chance. Find that double up. You're back in contention. Beautiful table. James said earlier, we had the opportunity to have a seat at it yesterday. It's massive, right?
It is a big table.
Stoica just looks permanently over it. I love it.
He's got the poker player look, that's for sure. Piece up.
First look at our two new players, both dealt complete dust.
Yeah, but that's okay. Take a little bit of dust at this point in the tournament. 16 left. Ladders are plenty. We are, of course, on a direct pay bubble right now, with 15th getting 5,665 and 16th getting 4,885. So, you know, only an 800 jump. But again, this is a 1K buy-in, so nearly a full buy-in in prize money jump.
I was going to say, James, interesting spot here for Godstanker. We've been referencing the fact that most of the big bounties have gone. You know, earlier on in the tournament, I think if they're still active, could open shove button here, right, into 2 stacks of sort of 18 bigs and below. You know, look to just roll the dice and, you know, take out a player if called. And Stoica, Jack 10, pretty easy defend. 6 big blinds, just look to flop some equity, James, and get it in. Does flop said equity. This could go in, James. Flopping an open-ender here.
Yeah, I wonder, does he
Donk
go
jam
for the
ever?
stop and go?
Yeah, I don't hate it at all. You are going to get some hands to fold.
Yeah, and it's pretty grim when you get shown the king.
Yeah, not getting rid of this one, of course. So Stoica is 40% though, James. As you see, top of your screen, 9 of clubs has been folded, but 7 outs for Stoica.
Everything else is live, yeah, and all the folded cards that aren't an ace or a 9, of course, switching that around to the point that it is a whopping 41%. Of course, he won't know he's in that good a shape. You'll be thinking low 30s.
Does improve further, James. Jack of diamonds, now drawing to 2 pair to go with those straight outs. Can he get there? He does.
Wow, the ugly way.
Gets there the hard way. Runner, 2 pair for Stoica.
Easy game.
New life.
Stoica back at it. Yeah, a man dressed in the double Montclair is not going to do it the easy way. He's always going to go backdoor.
I'm famous for it, James, not really knowing too much about fashion. You're more fashionable than me. I don't mind declaring my lot. What is Montclair when it's at home? I thought that was a mountain in France.
Oh, Montclair is a French-based ski brand that is very much expanded out into general fashion. But it's a very high-end. Well, medium high-end, you know, it's the kind of...
Oh, no, the medium high-end.
You know, like, it's the sort of thing you see a lot of poker players wearing, you know?
Is it named after a mountain?
It's not named after a mountain,
no. Oh.
It's a company based in Grenoble, I believe. You know. The foot of the French Alps.
You know, I'm just having a bit of fun with it.
I know you are.
Mont Blanc.
I'm just getting
Mont Blanc, that's one.
Mont Blanc is a mountain, yeah.
There you go.
There's a lot of mountains in France that begin Mont, as it happens.
Yeah.
Coincidentally, of course.
Hence why I made the joke. I'm 1 step ahead of you, Demps. Speaking of being 1 step ahead, Melchizedek has been 1 step ahead of the competition so far. Getting after it, ace-9 under the gun. Fairly reasonable, you know, to open here. Lots of sort of medium to short stacks that will only have 1 move. So using that ace blocker, gonna come in for an open. Gonna fold round to the big blind. Burton. Lots of shallow stacks now, in fact, Demps, with that blind jump. You know, 5 or 6 players at the table working with 24 bigs or below. Burton, we get to sweat with Melchizedek, and Burton with an unknown hand. 9-7-6, very much a texture that connects with the big. And you will see some donking. Does look at his chips, James. Yeah, and here it comes. Certainly a trend in modern poker. You will see a lot of leading here on these 3-card straight completing boards. Melchizedek might rip it here, Demps. I could see it. Backdoor nut flush draw, top pair, top kicker, very vulnerable holding.
Right, it's a situation where he just doesn't know what the bad cards are on the turn, does he? Yeah, there are a lot of them. Hand rates to be the best right now, but
5.4.
I think
Yeah.
it does make the committing raise.
Really impressed with him so far. Just seems super attuned to what's going on. Has decided to go for the raise call, James, instead of shove.
It's effectively the same thing, right? When we're talking about this stack depth, isn't it? Making
Yeah.
it 5 million. I mean,
Oh, wow.
here we go.
Here we go.
Burton tables what looks to be
He might have
8-9.
flopped
Is
it.
that? Is that 8-9?
I think he might
No,
have
it's
flopped.
top pair with an open
Oh, yeah,
ender.
it is.
So Melchizedek has got his man to stick it in here with effectively just the straight draw on the live card, looking to pair up for the 2-pair. So again, in the best spot, in a monster pot. There's 26 million chips in this one.
Huge.
As we see the 8
Wow.
roll off. Now, of course, there are chop outs. And, of course, the ace would still do it for Melchizedek. But all of a sudden, he is bang up against it, and that's where he remains. Everything was going so right for this man. But now, all these chips moving to Burton.
What a pot.
Sheer relief on his face, and even a little joy.
Yeah, an essential post-flop cooler there, Demps. I think money always likely to find its way into the middle.
Right, the way they both elected to play that hand, right? We see a lead and then deciding to raise the ace-9. There are plenty of options where that hand could perhaps play as a check call on the flop. A check raise probably results in the same thing,
Sure.
but there were avenues where all the chips weren't necessarily going to get all in, but I think both players playing it nicely in the sense that it did get in. And obviously Burton would be a bit upset to see us up against ace-9. You're kind of hoping, my man's got 2 queens, let's win a race.
Sure.
But as it happens, doesn't matter. Got there. Monstrous pot. And one of those for the rest of the players are looking around at this table. They're thinking they're seeing all this equity in the middle there, just laddering up, kind of getting towards the final table worth so much. They were all enjoying watching that one play out.
Yeah, big swing. If the ace-9 holds there, Demps, you know, going to have the bones of 50 million as it stands. Burton does get there with 2-pair.
Yes, no, I mean, like I'm thinking about if I have a call on your raise, but then I think have 11, you point 5.5.
No, you don't have a
Make
call.
no sense, and I have so much equity against anything.
Exactly. Money.
Like only if you have.
The players discuss. Money always likely to find its way in. Scott Stanker still out in front. Shade under 35 million in chips. Kirill Burton there catapulting himself up to 2nd chip position. Melchizedek still healthy. 17.3k million, excuse me. Big potential swing there with that big pot.
And here we go. Ace-King for Constantine. We never rest here at Merit. Action continues thick and fast. And he's just going to come in for the min. As you mentioned, our 2 new boys not getting much of a look at them thus far. Both forced to fold once again.
Round to the blinds. Burton, pretty dusty looking. Ace-3-0, it's out of the way. Melchizedek, 10-7 off. Not the most appetizing hand versus an under the gun 20 big blind open, Demps. Yeah, does decide to fold. Quite like it, I think. Maybe defend against late position.
Yeah, I like that discipline.
Yeah.
From him there, just letting that one go. Again, of course, there is bounty equity, but I mean, I'm not sure if these guys, well, I'm sure these guys would have crunched it, but we're not quite aware exactly how much those are worth now, of course, given that the biggest bounties have all gone. I don't know how many are left to pull. The players do see in the room there on the huge screens, either side of the room, the current tally of what bounties are left, and they can work out, therefore, obviously how much each bounty is worth, but they're certainly worth less than the sort of 3.5k they were at the start of the day, given the big numbers have gone.
Yeah, we did reference it earlier. I mean, basically now, last 1% of the field Bounties almost become negligible, I think, when there's 85k up top.
Right.
Kind of chip preservation might be more important at this stage. Some people just love it, Demps. They love just going for those envelopes. One day you'll get one,
I
right?
just want to open one. I'm saving it. When I get one, it's going to be a good one.
I've opened a fair few.
Yeah?
Like I finaled a tournament in Ireland at the Irish Open. They had a mystery bounty. I came 4th, I believe. That was good fun. Everyone was anti-railing each other when they were opening the envelopes.
Naturally.
Classic Ireland. That was fun. And then I played one at the Win just a few weeks back, not long back. Came 15th or so. Got 3 envelopes and got 2 mins and 1 just over the min.
And in Ireland, did you get at least a decent envelope?
I did get a good one.
Okay.
I got 7.5k, and I think the top was 20k.
Okay, and the min was like 500 or something?
Yeah.
Okay,
so 1k was the min.
Okay, but 7.5 min, that's nice.
Yeah. Oh, I was happy. I was loving life.
God Stanker, he's loving life. He's popping it back up. He sat out for a minute, watched all this action. He's coming in with the Jack-6 suited and gets instantly picked off by Burton on the button with that King-Queen-O. Nice hand selection, of course.
Yeah.
Take things up with. I think he's going to be pretty tricky, Burton, now with that newfound wealth. Willing to get involved a little bit. Some of the trophies on offer here. Of course, the big one, the Mediterranean Poker Party main event, the EAPT trophy there as well. These guys, though, battling out the opportunity to be the first winner. The Luxon Pay Mediterranean Poker Party. Shout out to Luxon, by the way, for those unaware, of course. They are the title sponsor here at the MPP, and a fantastic product that I myself, and I'm sure you do, Andrew, do use. In fact, my first time using it was in this very casino. I was here for a merit stop, right, doing the commentary. We suddenly had a day off planned, and I was like, oh, there's like a $500 turbo I can play. But I didn't bring any cash with me, and suddenly I was like, wait, Luxon, let's actually try this thing. I've heard so much about it, and it was simple. Went online, bash, bank transfer or card deposit into my account, and I just went on the app, pressed registered on the Luxon app, went to the cage, they just gave me my seat ticket there and then. It's like amazing. It's so seamless.
It is amazing for poker players, I gotta say. It just makes everything so simple, right? One app, you know, fire whatever money you need in there, use it for your bankroll when you're going to these live stops. Right. Click, 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 Face ID, bish bash bosh, in we go.
And obviously we used it with you when you played an event here, bought a piece.
You did.
We just Luxoned it over to me, and then you Luxoned back my cash, which was nice.
I actually made you some money. That was
Okay.
nice.
Yeah.
Right, speaking of cash, Constantine limping the small here with Jack-8. Tricky kind of spot. Gabissa here, 13 effective, deciding to limp Jack-8.
I mean, you sent me back some money, but it didn't trigger any kind of like large transaction verification or anything like that. Let's get that
All
clear.
right, that's for later on in the week, James.
It was a small return.
You had to get that in there, eh?
I did.
Let me call the action.
I didn't want people thinking you'd actually done, you know, a stellar job for me.
Thank you, James. As we see Constantine flop best.
He's a stoic-looking chap, isn't he?
Really is. Very interesting here, deciding to check. You know, could bet one big blind here very often with parts of our range.
Right.
A little surprised not to see him do it. You can get called by a king high, a queen high that thinks you're at it.
Right.
That, you know, you haven't shoved 3 for 13.
And the ace-ace jack is obviously a board that does favor the small blind a lot, given the big blind hasn't raised it up.
Yeah.
It's been limped into of 13 blinds. But again, I guess you could swing that around and say, hey, look, it's a bounty. If the small blind had a good hand or 13 blinds, are they not just going to jam a lot of the time? And I say a good hand, I mean any kind of reasonable hand. Just jam and either take it down or be happy to try and chase a bounty.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
you can effectively have the big blind drawn dead, right, also on this type of texture.
Right.
Makes some sense.
Here we go. Delayed bet. Gone for slightly more than the min.
Gabissa gonna keep his man honest.
There we go.
Yeah.
Does get the call. Reasonable, perhaps, here with the queens. I think this is the best hand. Diamonds, not a great card to see, of course. Some of those bluffs maybe turn diamond draws. Let's see how Constantine goes this time. Of course, at 9 kicker playing, so if he wasn't in any way concerned about being up against those jacks, it is possible.
Yeah, could go for block here, Demps, targeting a 9, you know, targeting a worse jack. Of course, that would chop a lot of the time.
Right, but he kind of blocky
Wow, he's
So
coming.
the half pot, okay.
Yeah, a lot larger. Perhaps knows where he is. And Gabisa now basically arrived at this river depths with the worst possible hand we're ever going to have, I would suggest. Other than like a 10-8, potentially, right? The 10-8 with a diamond or something like this that decides to call. Gabisa.
Studying his man.
Yeah. Pretty tough though, Demps, right? To like consider either calling or turning the hand like this into a bluff.
This is just
I think we got to fold this one.
This is one that, it feels in the camp, doesn't it, if we can call the turn, but we just don't get to call the river. Like you say, you're going to have some better hands to call with. Yeah, there aren't many, like you mentioned. Maybe the 10-8 is kind of like the one hand you can have that's worse.
Sure.
I like that.
Yeah, Constantine, nicely played, gets an extra 750k into the stack.
Okay, nice little close-up of the Crash Bandicoot question mark. And of course, is a bounty chip. Still gets to pull one. Again, hopefully, I think for the file table, Andrew, I'll see if I can't get us the full rundown of what bounties are remaining.
Yeah, it would be nice so that
for
we
the
get
final. I think it'd be nice.
we get to sweat it.
Although that doesn't give us the cop-out of, well, it depends what bounties are left, you know, when we get things wrong. We'll have to be better at our game.
We never get things wrong, do we?
I think you just got that wrong.
I'm only human, James. Round 2, Burton. It's out of the way, 10-6 suited. Melchizedek, our most active player over the last sort of hour or so.
Yeah, certainly.
Queen 10-0, more than good enough from the cutoff. Comes in for the min.
I mean, he was so close to having 40 million chips there with that ace-9 if it had held against the 8-9 on 9-7-6. What a spot that would have been. 40 million of the 240 in play would be 15 left. As it is, he's back to work. Hang on. 8-5-0.
Yeah, I mean, I know we want to defend, but this falls into the category, you know, 16 left, you're starting to approach that final table. These hands really don't defend as well as they would in the early stages of a tournament. I like fold.
And I'm there for the little bit of a tank. We are on that direct pay bubble.
Right.
Again, not ginormous because it's less than a buy-in, but it's less than a buy-in, but in a bounty tournament, it's effectively a little bit more than a buy-in in the sense that half the prize pool is obviously scooped out already for bounties. So that's why the jumps aren't as big as perhaps you'd be used to seeing, but it's still the game we're playing. Certainly a few seconds. Allow the other table to maybe play a couple more hands. Could make all the difference.
Lots of these mid to short stacks now in a sort of race to try and make that final. As we see Rutsar looking to get something positive going. Ace-10 off under the gun. Certainly a potential raise fold candidate.
Yeah, they've done kind of another icky one.
Yeah.
He's had a few of these. Although only icky if someone wakes up with something.
This is a famously disliked hand in my peer group.
Yeah?
Ace-10 off. Nothing good has ever happened in the history of the game for you with Ace-10 off, right?
I'm just going to throw out a little brag there.
Oh, here we go.
I want to brace it with Ace-10 off.
Oh!
Just putting that out there. I mean, you know.
Thin indeed. Hey, mugging me off about no returns. I've won a bracelet, you haven't.
Well, you know,
Nah.
if you want to bring up the fact that Ace-10 off is dust, I actually had to think that there for a second. I was trying to think of any good hand I've won, and I was like, oh yeah, there was one hand I won with Ace-10 off.
And Rutsar
Wasn't easy.
does make it work.
Got it against Ace-7. Pot came 4-5-6.
Oh.
It was like the third or fourth time I had my opponent all in. I was like, really again?
You were already getting ready to have a little whinge. But it held up. It held true.
I mean, I'm having a whinge now, and I won the tournament. And it was over a decade ago. But
Poker
there we
players,
go.
man, we're never happy.
There it is. The prize table.
Love that. The kryptonite table. Ever since you referred to it as that, I've been struggling to think of anything else.
Yeah, it does look like it. Like, I can't remember which Superman it is when he ends up in the sort of Krypton cave. That's what it looks like to me. But I'm old. You're old too, actually, so that's fine.
I'm fairly old. And Stoica looking to escape the cave, get some upward trajectory in there. Awkward one again, Demps.
Yeah.
Ace Jack off, 14.5 bigs. Does come with min raise, I like it.
I wonder if Stoica ever tries to pull something here, like a little clicky 3-bet, 2.75, something like that. Just knows that his opponent is going to have some raised folds off that stack size and go after him, but he likes to fold. Did think about it though. Credit to him for that.
Yeah. Yeah, amazing how poker has developed, you know, especially over the last few years. You even see 3-bets as small as like 4 BBs, right? Because if your opponent's raise folding, we can make it absolutely tiny here.
Right.
And he's not going to continue with, you know, these kind of king jack offs, ace 10 offs that, you know, open for a raise fold. Stoica gets this one through. Nice little adjustment from Rudsar, I think, to tighten up a little here. Recognizing now sub 20. Time to be a little tighter.
Yeah, he's had a rough run. Well, that's such a good run. All right. Shift change. Line's going up. 300, 600. The commencement of this next hand. Average stack is 15 million. We see here the chip distribution at our table. We have 4 players below 10 million. Another below that average stack mark, but 3 of them are above it. Average down to just 25 blinds at the start of this level. That seems pretty reasonable. We know the average is going to hover around about 30 in this. 40-minute levels throughout this tournament. Plenty of play. Incredible to actually even attempt to whittle down the 1,200 odd players down to 2 in down to 1 in just 2 days. It's going to be a long one. Those of you who just joined us, of course, myself and Andrew, with that in mind, we came to the idea that perhaps picking this one up after the dinner break probably best. It's going to be a long one.
Yeah.
We don't want to burn everyone out on our first stream of the MPP, but some of these players will be here late. And for the players, they don't mind playing a long day. You came back early today. You might have to play 14, 15 hours, but hey, you can walk over 6 figures if you pull the right envelope and win this tournament.
This is it. If you approach that final table, the adrenaline tends to get you through.
They got adrenaline, we got caffeine. Everyone's going to be all right.
Absolutely. Yeah, we will be burning the midnight oil. Very likely to go late, but we're here for it. Day 1 of our streaming schedule. Of course, multiple huge tournaments to come later in the week. We got 10K PLO Demps. We got 25K high roller, 50K high roller, no limit. Yeah. Huge tournaments. 2K EAPT main, 5K MPP main event. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, potentially some big names popping through the door for those 25Ks and the 50Ks. Obviously, we know that a rather large event taking place in Monte Carlo right now. Some players perhaps popping on over here once that's done to play those high rollers. That's such as the way the events are scheduled that allows that to happen. Kostanka. Hit again from the button. This time ace 2 suited, and Rudzar with the monstrous looking ace 10-0. The hand that nothing good has happened with, according
I've absolutely jinxed myself, haven't I?
to Andrew Headley. And interesting in fact that Kostanka didn't elect just to open jam this, right? When the 2 players behind both have 10 million. So does that mean he kind of has to raise call these?
It's always so grim, right? Like this kind of spot. In fact, with the blinds up, it's only 15 big blinds, right? Effective for those players. Yeah, I'm with you, actually.
It's kind of, he creates a situation where they can jam. Now, of course, here we see he's been jammed on by the dominating hand, but there are a fair number of hands that Kostanka's in good shape against.
Yeah. Very tricky.
Nicely done.
Very well done.
The old, I feel like there he didn't throw sort of the good money off the bat in the sense that maybe realizing, hey, maybe I should just jam this and stop this from happening, but it doesn't mean I have to now cool off. I can just maybe make arguably a misstep. It might not be a misstep.
Sure. Yeah, perhaps figuring now, right, that with, you know, 16 left, players will re-jam a bit tighter.
Right.
Like, you're going to get opens through that perhaps you wouldn't earlier in the tournament. Kostanka, he's been pretty much not perfect so far.
And we saw from Kostanka earlier opening kind of like the Jack-6 suited to maybe recognizing that, hey, I want to open a lot more hands. So if I want to do that, I kind of just have to maybe min-open with some of these pretty good hands that do like just to jam, just to kind of keep that range a little bit less defined. There's always so many nuances in this game. Constantine looks down at one that he won't play. Gabisa, though, he's 4-0. But on a full table, +2. That short stack does just elect to burn a few seconds before folding again. On that direct pay jump, seems reasonable to let that clock tick on a second.
Yeah, I like the fold a lot. And just not strong enough from that position. Round to Rudsar. Has stabilized the ship. Back up to 12 million. 5-6-0. Let's go. Stoica just been hanging around Dems.
Hanging around.
Hanging around.
This kid has the alligator blood. He's against the big stack. Out of position.
Yeah. Inherently grim spots, but 7-8 figures it's a little too strong to fold.
Ooh. I wonder what happens here, because there's an argument and he does just put it in.
Let's just put it in.
Especially again, as I mentioned before, in a bounty, it's like, okay, well, even if you call me, I've got a chance of ripping a bounty off.
Yeah, never a fun spot in the small blind there, because you do know that the big stack is going to put it in quite often.
Right, and even in the big stack, you're not thrilled. You know you're going to get trapped a lot. Right, the small blind's going to limp in and call off a lot, but the Jack-9 suited plays pretty nicely, even when called. Although it kind of feels like a waste of a hand almost. Jack-9 suited is such a strong, almost a waste, because you dominate some of those holdings and you can flop so much good stuff. I'm just greedy.
I'm with you. You can go either way, I think. Pure theory probably checks mostly, but we don't want to think about pure theory. It's the mystery bounty 1K.
The party's going on.
Exactly.
Players have got places to be. I either want to stack or I want to be listening to the saxophone.
I can't believe we're missing the saxophone.
Watching some Greek dancing.
Oh. Should have been us. Round to Rudsar.
And just going to keep his powder dry.
I like this fold also. A short stack behind is going to rejam.
Right, and the big
Pretty
stack.
often, big stacker can reshove on us. I like it. And he has a hand that may well have done so. Ace-7 suited for Burton. Does have a very capable opponent, of course, in the big. I believe with 30 bigs or so.
Yeah, Melkosetian, certainly a danger man in this field. A guy who final table, not one but two of the main events here last year.
Is that right?
Merit, yeah. I think memory serves a 4th and a 9th. Yeah, 4th in the Western Series main event last January. Good for 124K. And then, of course, in the summer in August, in the Retro Series, coming 9th for 56.5K. So, a man who knows his way through a merit field. Here we go. Ooh.
Yeah, this could get messy. Burton with a couple of options, Demps. Obviously not going to fold this hand. Question is, do we land on call, or is he going for a limp shove? Decides on call. Don't mind it. Going to keep in some of the pure trash hands that Melkosetian isolates.
And you kind of avoid the complete disaster when you're up against. This seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I like it.
He probably still gives his opponent a fairly strong range. But like you mentioned, the A7 suited just too good to be folding even against a perceived stronger range. By the way, loving the shirt. What's going on there? They're playing bowls on there?
Petanque, potentially.
Oh.
I
think it says Club Petanque on the shirt. There you go.
Oh, I'm so proud of myself.
Wow, you're such a Mediterranean man. Recognizing the nuanced difference between petanque and bowls, or
That's how I roll.
bocce, as it would be in Italy.
Yeah, pretty tricky here for Melkosetian. Has decided to c-bet. We do have 2 overcards. Backdoor straight draws can potentially... I mean, it's tough to get a better hand to fold, Demps, right? Is one argument you can make here. You know, not going to get a pair to fold. Not going to get too many ace highs to fold. Maybe some of the junkier ones. Look at this. Burton deciding to immediately raise Demps.
Wow, fruity.
Yeah.
Curious line.
Really is. I mean, I would assume with the intention of calling all in.
Yeah, this is really funky, the click induce. I mean, quite, yeah.
I'm quite surprised.
Just an equity denial, I guess. And if we get called, hey, look, I can catch a 7, I can catch a diamond, I can catch an ace.
Yeah.
I am beat. Here's one. I'm actually a little upset that I didn't catch the petanque nature of that show. Given that I walk past a petanque court most days at home, because there is one on the beachfront right near my house.
Are you trying to say that you're a more educated and
I'm clearly less educated.
civilized man than me, James?
I was just more kind of throwing a brag out there that just off the Hove lawns there's a petanque court. I thought that was pretty cool. You know.
We don't have petanque courts in Stirling.
No, no, hasn't got there.
I don't believe it's made it that far yet. One day, a man dares to dream.
Maybe we can make it happen.
Okay, I've been holding this back, but I got to reference the very heavy coat.
Like, a little, yeah,
is
a little
cold in
shacket.
there? Is it cold in there?
Well, I mean, I saw some
We're in
of our
Cyprus, man.
I saw some of our camera crew wearing blankets over their shoulders earlier, so it may be a little chilly in there. Of course, this table is set apart from the rest. It's a very vast stage.
Okay, please, for the mystery, welcome back from your break. We hope you enjoy it. We are ready to start the game. New level, 400, 800. Your start, please.
Hang on. Is that a limping in?
Oh, this is spicy.
Hello.
Not something you see too often.
Hello. What's going on here?
Fake aces, right?
The fake ace. Redraw with Jack 10 suited, a kind of hand that would...
I mean, this is kind of grim, right? Working with just 20 bigs ourselves, don't close the action. Our opponent could have a very nutted hand.
Right, but we've got Jack 10 suited.
I know.
It's an opportunity to get in here.
Super tricky. One of these spot stamps, you just don't expect to see a limp here very often. Yeah, gonna overlimp, as you have suggested he may.
Obviously, it does open the door to kind of, well, here we go. Open the door to this man with ace-9 suited. We can be pretty sure Rudzar's not balanced here.
Yeah, yeah.
It's such a rare spot. Now let's just slide this in. Although it's still nervous. What's this man limping with?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, if we do raise, I guess the intention is to raise and call the limper. Looks like that's what he's going for. Looks like 2.6.
Yeah, and actually, yeah, quite happy to get some action here against that limper, given this is a bounty tournament.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not a fan of this limp from Langar. Just think our hand is too dusty. Not gonna get to realize often enough. Can't limp and call a raise. Rudzar, though, with this tricky decision.
Yeah, now exactly the situation you suggested may occur crops up, and he just gets away from it. That's okay. I think you can be pretty confident Burton's not in there with just airball. Look, there you go. Burton's just saying, look, I had a hand. What do you want from me? But yeah, curious that we see Langar just play his first hand at the table with a limp. Do you think maybe he was trying to use the fact he hadn't played a hand yet? Kind of looks a little bit suspicious. Hey, look, I've been patient. I folded. Now I enter a pot. I'm going to limp in off my 11 blinds. Looks a little suspicious.
Could be the case. May have just lost patience himself. It's always difficult to know in these spots. Tough to blame him. Is getting short, looking to try and make something happen. Down to 10 blinds now, with the big blind hunting him. Always frustrating, of course, when you try and execute said limp. Don't get to C3.
9 plus.
Round 2, God's Danker. Pocket 6s. +1. Very likely to be in there with this one.
Yeah, man doesn't need 2 6s to enter a pot. So earlier, Jack 6 suited from this sort of seat. Of course, it was the 2 6s that he did the damage against earlier with his ace-9 offsuit when he came out with a rather creative turn at check raise bluff. With the lone ace of spades. Stoica finds the 10s. Here we go. Gonna get to rip this one in for 11 blinds. And one assumes, given the bounty nature of this, given that Gustanka's had a little sand thrown in his face, that he may elect to just run. Burton wakes up with the hook spine. Stoica, how cold is this?
My goodness.
And now Bertin with a real decision point here, right? He gets to call here and allow Godstanker to perhaps go bananas behind. Does he call here and just fold if Godstanker goes bananas behind? Because, hey, like, I have to have a pretty strong hand here, cold calling 11 blinds.
Right.
Does he ever click it to sway Godstanker? Or is the nature of the fact that the 3-bet is to 11 blinds big enough already?
I think 50, right? We're 50 big blinds here effective. Jack's probably strong enough to just rip it in.
Wow, okay.
I think it's very close, James. I think if we have 40 here, we wouldn't call and then fold to jam. I think
Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has sort of gone for the clicky.
Pass.
6 pass.
Marcus Etienne would have had a decision.
Pass.
Instead gets saved. Gabisa!
Oh my goodness.
Wow, well, this is grim because he was loving the action until now with just that shallow stack in the big blind. And this may factor into this, right? You think, all right, because Danker's gone after this big blind. Because it's a shallow stack, we are playing a bounty.
Right.
So, Stoica probably plays his hand as the value range that it is. Because, hey, he's only got 11 blinds himself, doesn't have much fold equity. But Bertin could be that little bit lighter with that in mind.
Yeah.
The fact that Godstanker is raising here with a really high frequency.
And there's just so much money in the pot. I mean, we have 7 blinds, James. Of course, ace-queen figures to be in a lot worse shape than it is. We can see it's in fantastic shape against these 3 holdings.
Yeah, I think he's just going to look at this and...
We only have 1 time bank, by the way, James, I think. So
Wow.
He's not got long to make this critical decision.
I think...
Might time
just
out here.
kind of cry fold this one. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Obviously, we can see that in this instance, he would have wanted to be in there. Godstanker's showing, hey, look, I wasn't in with nothing. Stoica's going to get the very bad news.
It just feels like ace-queen wins this hand every time as well. There's just going to be no justice.
Yeah, well, if that's the discussion going on there, Bertin kind of looking Gabisa's direction.
What a spot for Bertin. For a bounty and to get to around 40 million.
10's alive, hence the 27% equity. We see it there. There are 2 10s left in this deck as we head to the turn. He's happy with the ace-queen so far. Wouldn't have got there.
Yeah, desperate to see another brick. Can Stoica find one of the remaining 10s?
No, he can't. Wow, what a collection of hands. Because Merck's setting an ace-jack of diamonds in there. Gabisa had ace-queen of clubs. We had 2 jacks, 2 10s, and 6s. But all it ends up being is, of course, a bust-out for Stoica. Bertin, well, the rich are getting richer.
Did you get some hand?
The Patank specialist.
Did you get some hand? Obviously,
Climbing higher and higher up the counts. 15 players remain, means we have reached that pay jump, albeit not the largest we will see here at the Mediterranean Poker Party. Brought to you, of course, by Luxon Pay. Luxon, of course, now you can get a physical card. I don't know if you've got yours yet. I did. As soon as I got the option to get a physical bank card that sits in my wallet, a snazzy little black. It looks like you're some sort of baller with a black card, as it is. It's, you know, it's a debit card, but you can use it as
head to the shops
as a normal card. Yeah,
lovely.
I can't remember if it's a MasterCard or a Visa. MasterCard. There we go. Yeah. For UK and EU users, you can get that.
It really is amazing, to be fair. I think there's multiple currencies as far as I'm aware.
Oh, yeah.
Right, you can use it everywhere.
5 pass.
Free transfers to other people.
6
Oh,
pass.
yeah.
What a world we live in now. You
So
gotta
easy.
love seeing it.
So easy. You know, for a long time, okay, getting to live poker tournaments was difficult. Buying in was always a pain in the ass. But
Yeah.
at least it was easy to transfer money between poker players in the old days of online poker. And it was just, I could just send you 50K on full tilt, no problems. That was like, there was no checks. There was like, yeah, sure, have it. Nowadays, obviously, with KYC rules and all sorts of different laws, makes it a lot harder now. But yeah, Luxon obviously being a gaming-focused payment processor makes all that kind of stuff easier. Gabisa, 10-7-0 in the small.
I mean, this is grim as well. James. 6.5 blinds.
He's against the other short stack, which is actually interesting. I didn't pay attention to what was folded on the button.
Yeah.
Because it certainly would have been a decision with 2 short stacks behind to just rip.
We're going to have a bit more fold equity against the shorter stack. He does run into a hand that is likely going to fold often.
Right.
But like, does Langer decide Demps that like he's very short and I can get a bounty?
Short for bounty, yeah.
Right, I can get a bounty. I'm likely going to bust.
Yeah, but the Jack 5-0.
I know it's grim, of course.
Yeah, but but certainly he will call some
Just counting.
some bad hands for sure.
We will
Sure.
see it. We'll
Yes,
see.
ace-7. These diamonds.
Ace-7?
Diamonds.
Oh, you have a pair.
Yes.
Oh, you win.
Yeah, but it's a weak pair. I have some extra, you know. I don't want you
You win by
any...
third.
Yeah, gets it through.
King,
He does.
queen,
Credit to
something else.
Gebissa.
As Malcosetti and Burton are discussing that Ace-7 of diamonds, King Jack hand on the 9-7-3 board.
Something like this.
Everyone's being very honest.
But he doesn't remember the hand exactly.
No, it is. It was like 9-7 of spades
Yeah,
and those of diamonds. I had ace-7 of diamonds.
Ace is good.
You had what?
Ace is good.
Like ace queen, yeah?
Ace high is good.
No, what did you have?
Ace high is good. You win with an ace.
Yeah, but you had like king queen.
Well, he's something like
But
that.
I will see it.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you will see it.
Why you don't say
King
it?
Jack.
Okay, king Jack.
Same. Where's he?
Players getting comfortable now, Andrew.
3
Couple hours into the stream.
5 pass, 6 pass.
It's the classic, right? They're like, oh, you'll see it on TV. You're like, mate, I'm going to find out in 20 minutes. Might as well tell me now. Would you tell them, James, or are you like you want to keep them guessing and like a little maybe a little frustration for them trying to figure you out? Or what do you reckon? I think it matters.
Next to him. He's lying to me. He said I have a hand, and after 30 minutes I saw him. What do you call this type of people? Tell it on the camera.
That's why he's
Say,
not here.
say.
I'm in that camp. I'd lie and say I had a different hand. Then when they find out, they're like, hang on a second.
Lying to me.
Brilliant.
We're sitting here like, you know.
Just like barefaced lie to the guy's face.
Knowing that you're going to get caught lying.
Pocket
Yeah,
10.
disgusting.
You had the old 6 do so.
Everything is disgusting.
One hour delay, of course, here, Andrew, for the MPP. So quite a lengthy delay. Players won't have seen these kind of hands just yet. They happen in the last 25 minutes or so.
I like that. Just barefaced lie, even though you know you're going to be outed.
Yeah, because then it's not really a lie, right? You're kind of like, it's a joke, because you know you're going to get caught, right?
Right, okay.
Are you really lying if you know 100% you won't get away with it? Yeah, it's a bit of banter. That's what that's what I'm telling myself.
Speaking of lying about your hand,
Oh yeah.
I was randomly scrolling through my phone this morning, as you do occasionally. I can be lazy in my bed. I'm not perfect. And it was the old famous hand where Tony G tells Helmuth he hasn't looked at his hand. When he has looked and he's got ace-king. And it's button versus big blind and he's jammed for some exorbitant amount of money. And he's like, oh, Phil, I haven't looked, Phil. I haven't looked. That's Matt Tony G.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I haven't, thank you. And he, of course, flicks in with ace-jack and is very disappointed in Tony's
Of course I've
conduct.
looked. Of course
Yeah,
I
it's
looked.
so funny, yeah.
You're a professional. How can you fall for this? Brilliant. Constantine, 2 10s.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Again, I kind of feel bad for Langer that he's not in better shape than this, obviously. Finally finds the hand. Gonna jam it in. Constantine loving life, of course, as well. 2 10s and a chance to win a bounty. Against what is a very short stack. Just 7 blinds, 8 blinds maybe. Yeah, all but some shrapnel.
Raise 9.
God, Stanker.
Again, we're down to 14, so yeah. Some value maybe in keeping a chip back and burning a few seconds. You never know. Sorry, I didn't see. Did Gozdanka have any kind of decision?
I made a bad read, you know. His face. I thought, oh, he's got something here.
He's a hard man to read.
This is interesting that he's asking for a count. Probably aware.
Just making sure at this stage.
Yeah, understandable.
Yeah, I think it's fine, fair.
Yeah.
Playing for a lot of money. You just ask you to check how much is the bet.
Here we go, Demps. Big flip. Can Langer find some momentum? 11 million in the middle. As you said, just 14 players remain.
Yeah, Constantine with a chance to... A rare bounty opportunity, given that he only has 10 million chips himself. So nice to find these spots. But he will have to find a favorable board, and that's what's happened so far on the 8-5 tray. Langer, he's fishing for some extra equity.
He
Looks
is.
like he's about to stand up. It's the best he can do right now. 7 changes nothing. Microphone off, perhaps?
That's really playing the game.
That's when you go for max. You save that stuff for final tables. Andrew, you don't want to use that one up on a last 14 situation, albeit out of 1,207 entries. But that is where Langer will find himself out in that 14th position. Good for $5,665 plus whatever he's picked up in bounties up until now. I don't know who pulled what bounties, but we were in the room when the 70k bounty went.
We did.
I know that face. If I see that face again, I'm going to be like, there's the guy who got the 70k.
That would be a cool feature to see the running count of bounties of 1.
Yeah, here we go. Burton, still the runaway leader on our table here with 45.5 million in chips. Gotsanka just been chilling where he's been since we came on air with that big stack as well. The rest, though, slipping around. Well, Constantine with average, the rest below it. A lot of pokers to be played. Gabisa, just 9 blinds, the one under the most pressure here as we continue on with, 13 players left now. So again, on a pay jump. This time, a little larger, about $1,400. So we are in the over 1 buy and pay jump area.
Yeah, we are slowly creeping towards that final table. Will come a tipping point, of course, for these short stacks. And I have to get after it. Blinds will be going up in about 13 minutes' time. If you are just joining us, welcome along. First streaming event of the Mediterranean Poker Party 2024 edition. This is the 1K Mystery Bounty. 13 players left, James, in the hunt for 85,000 first place prize. And of course, a bunch of live bounties still available.
Of course, Andrew, the poker isn't the only competition taking place here this week. There's also the Little Merit Olympics.
Oh, I know what's coming.
Taking place here. Myself, Andrew, Mr. J. Harwood when he joins us. We're competing over the next few days in a series of games and tasks and whatnot. Challenges.
I'm kind of loving it.
And we're going to compile a little leaderboard. We're going to turn our points won into chips, play a little sit and go. And, well, I don't want to give any spoilers, but...
No spoilers, James.
Today was round 1 of our challenge. We competed in a sporting activity. Let's say the standard was hardly world class. You know, maybe the person who's brought up this challenge is perhaps the one who's done the best in it. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
Andrew would have far more grace not to bring this up, but me, I've got to mention I beat him in something today. So.
The standard was genuinely horrendous, though. Like, it was really embarrassing for both of us.
I've got a feeling it might not even make the light of day, that footage, because it's so terrible. Or it'll come out in some extended cut.
It'll be funny. Like, it'll be...
Like, how can 2 grown men be that bad at a well-known sport?
Like, people at home will literally watch it and be like, oh my God.
You know what it is?
How bad?
It's like when you watch a game show. You see those little clips in the game show and the person gets the easiest question wrong. And you're like, what an idiot. How stupid is this person? It's the sporting equivalent of that is what you guys had to look forward to. That's how bad we were.
So enjoy, guys.
It was windy outside. That's all I'm going to say. Windy.
You'll laugh. You'll enjoy. Later in the week, we'll be more proficient at the tasks provided. Anyway, speaking of proficiency, Burton been crushing. Just very quietly, James almost just worked his way up to 44 million in chips. Limps in here, Jack 6 suited. Does have Melchizedek dominated, working with sub 20, 9-6 of diamonds. Likely to take a free one, I would suggest, James, with a hand as as good as this, shall we say?
Yeah.
You know, not really a hand that you would typically isolate, I don't think.
Nope.
Of 20 bigs.
A couple of suited middle cards. Seems
Yeah.
reasonable to take a little peek and flop a gut shot, perhaps. That's what he's done here on the ace 10-8, albeit 3 black cards when you're holding diamonds. Not ideal, but and with those backdoor clubs and some backdoor straight cards he can go barreling on. Looks like he is just going to almost make this a little easier for himself. He's going to fold out a lot of hands he beats, not fold out many that are ahead of him, but like I say, plenty of barrels can be fired here.
Yeah, I'm with you. I
Wraps it up.
like this. You know, we block continues, right? We block these sort of Jack-9 type holdings, hand like 6-9 of clubs, something like this that has a gut shot and a backdoor. Like you said, James, fold out some queen highs, king highs. Very nicely done. Been very impressed with him. Haven't seen any real mistakes.
I'm impressed with the cap as well. That cap looks like a sort of cap a man will wear when they're playing for tank. The kind of very light pink polo cap. He's here for the Mediterranean. He's made the effort.
Confidence, I would say.
He's made the effort.
My head shape doesn't suit a cap, you see.
Like I say, this man's not come from the Mediterranean. this man's, yeah, I don't know what's going on. He's ready to go to Sterling, as you mentioned before.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like a lumberjack look.
I like it. I like the shake.
Now, Rudsar in the cutoff. Ace, queen. Very big hand, of course. 16 big blinds effective. Likely to play this one as a raise call, James. But he does decide just to ship. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. And here we go, Dems.
Wow. Not against Melchizedek
again.
It's
a stone cooler. Melchizedek. Seen these guys tangling all night long. The final battle potentially about to get underway. Super unfortunate for Rudsar here to run into a better hand. Cutoff versus small. And if he does not improve, James, gonna be out of here in 13th place.
Yeah, this is just cruel on Rudsar that it's gonna potentially finish this way. He's been dealt a couple of rough spots. One hand maybe, we feel, was of his own making, but this is a tough one. Nothing on the board. Of course, not to overlook the fact that Melchizedek only has 1.9 million back himself. This is effectively the pair of them all in. Flipping for stacks. But the flippers have resulted in just 3 outs with 1 pull. Can Rudsar find it? He can't. Queen, not enough. Melchizedek with another big all-in pot. And picking up yet another bounty. Rudsar out in 13th place. Good for 5,665, meaning everyone will now be guaranteed $7,000.
Yeah, sometimes there really is nothing to be done, Demps. 2 very big hands in late position. Tough not to feel for Rudsar, just didn't quite go his way, was motoring and just ran into several tricky spots.
He had over 30 million.
It happens, right?
It just went quick.
Yeah.
This is a 15K.
Yeah, kind of wild.
No, sorry.
Yeah, I'll be very disappointed. But of course, I'm sure we will see him in some of the other tournaments going on this week. In Melchizedek area.
I have 4K bounty.
Back over 20 million, James.
It's okay. You
30 million.
will have ICM a lot, so don't worry. Give us chance because
Okay.
so greedy this person. I've never seen such a greedy person.
Fast friends.
To win everything. No, that's super hungry. How old are you?
27.
27? Oh, that's why you're hungry.
Yes, hungry to life.
Yes.
To life.
You're hungry. I'm hungry too.
How old are you?
Yes.
27.
27. Thank you. Tell the camera I'm 27. Let everybody know I'm 27. No, I'm not.
Yeah, but not far like away, like 34 maybe.
36.
I have to say, I'm going to give Max credit there to our director for just flashing the camera on God's Danker as that conversation was going on. He looked like the most over it man in the world. Like, come on, you people. Stop your nonsense. Here we go. 5 players sit at this table. I believe we're waiting a moment to obviously receive a new player, as we are now down to, what, the final 12. So it will be 6 and 6.
15, 10.
There's Gabisa with just 9 blinds, propping up this
I
table.
just want to take mine.
All of a sudden, though, a little bit deeper now. Constantine, the second shortest at the table as things stand at the moment before we get on new player. With it 16 million. That's a healthy stack as we continue to play 300, 600.
Yeah, I know, but time is running. Why they're not playing? Yeah, strange. No, I think 505.
They have to bring a player over. Like this, that's it.
Yeah, Gostdanka.
Just having a little wonder.
Just surveying the room, having a look at the stacks elsewhere, maybe.
Super short, huh? Very short.
Yeah, they are balancing the two tables. And what a frame, what an orbit or so, a few orbits for Burton Demps. Crushing now, 45 million in chips, good for 75 big blinds or so. Gostdanka just sort of chilling, moseying on. Melchizedek going to be a threat, of course. We've seen him play very well. I've been pretty impressed with both him and Burton and Gostdanka. That standard's been very high.
All right.
We wait for our 6th player.
Yes.
And here he is.
In the school, you used to write yes and cheat.
Swear on the camera that you did.
Кольцо зачем снимать?
Просили.
Я понимаю, что.
I say hi for my school teachers, by the way. I remind them. I remember them.
Okay, Bishop, please stand by now. The 15-minute break and chip press 1 for example your chips, please.
There we go. Fresh meat with a rather small stack, Andrew. That looks to be the shortest stack at this table.
Very short.
Shirtladze coming in with, I believe it's under 4 million chips. To me, of course, the purple chips, they're 500Ks, the reds, the 100Ks, and then 25K. Now the yellows. The two red sort of misshapen chips there, of course, are his bounties he's picked up. So he's still got a couple to pull.
Yeah, it looks to me, Demps, 3.8 million, I'm going to guess. Even less, 3.6. Not the hand we want to find working with 6 blinds. Round to Gostdanka with the Jack 9-0. Love his demeanor.
He's furious at having to fold any kind of hand, but with Burton behind, makes sense, and Burton finds one. Ace-4 suited in the cutoff. More than enough kit to be operating with.
Yeah, intrigued to see if he ever sizes up a little, Demps. He does have Gabisa in the big. You know, you do typically see it happen when players are sub-10 bigs. Give them that bad price to defend. Yeah, and does do so, James. Just a shade under 2.5x. Melchizedek with this tricky ace-9 off. Certainly a hand that you could consider aggressive action.
Yeah.
I mean, you certainly see people use this as a 3-bet fold.
Right, but yeah, with 12 left, the guy covers you.
Exactly.
Kind of almost just want to let him do his thing, get yourself to the final table, start looking at those big ladders. We've got the 2 short stacks behind.
I agree.
It's one of those, I'm there with you, but I think against, when you're looking at Burton, who's so capable, maybe just, hey, you know what, you get to just win this pot.
You can have this one, yeah.
I'm going to say, obviously, as I mentioned before, we are keeping an eye on the DTD player chat here on YouTube. And have a shout out here because
come on then, who's in the mix?
We have a very, very, very high profile
my goodness,
in the chat. And I'm honored to say that one of our viewers is none other than world famous tournament director Luca Vivaldi is in the chat.
Whoa,
giving us a little shout, tuning in.
Loving that. Hello, Luca. Good evening, sir.
He loves it, you know, too much. He's working all the time, and then when he's not working, he wants to see what's going on. Eyes on the MPP. He's a man, of course, from the Mediterranean himself, hailing from San Remo.
What a legend. That is an honor indeed. I was wondering who it was going to be. You gave it like the big
I didn't do it justice because Luca's on another level.
Yeah, he sure is.
He's always so suave, so smartly dressed.
I know.
And then when he's out of his uniform, he's dressed super cool. See, he like dresses smarter than everyone, and then also he's just trendier than everyone. Really quite painful.
Successfully traverses the gap between business-like and suave.
He really does. All right, here we go. Constantine just going to put the 2 short stacks in. This is a lovely seat to have for him when he folds around to the button. Just go bounty hunting. And he's happy with this result as well, where they just fold and he picks up the blinds.
This is just painful though, Demps, right? You know, 1.2 of your 3.6 in the middle, desperately looking for something to call off with. Queen deuce off, unlikely to be it. Tricky, of course, because Constantine can go super, super wide here. Queen deuce oh, not good enough for Shkrtladze. Gets out of the way. As we continue our approach towards the final table.
I'm worried if the camera's going to hit one of those trophies. We're getting artsy here in the late hour. Time approaching midnight here on the island. Long day ahead for the players who go deepest in this one. Such as the task at hand, getting 1,200 down to 1 in just 2 days. We're getting there.
I mean,
You don't mind if you get to this stage of the tournament, a little long day, you can take it.
yeah.
No.
It's different if it's sort of the second day of a 4-day tournament and you have to play really late. That's hard to stomach, but
You sure?
Because to card together.
Misdeal?
Potential misdeal.
Okay.
Oh no.
Yes,
Is that kings? No, king queen.
misdeal.
it's a lot of paint.
Yeah, we spoke about it earlier, didn't we, James? That the sort of adrenaline and focus should get you through when you are playing for the bones of 100,000.
How it's possible? No,
Another look at the chip
I
counts.
mean,
Yeah, a massive
third
drop off,
flush
of
here
course,
and second here.
from
Yeah.
Constantine down to Gabisa and
Then it would
Shkrtladze.
be Queen 8.
Queen
No,
8, yeah.
basically.
Those two really
Queen
just
eight,
hanging
yeah.
around. And we need to sort of have an idea. Well, we don't need to have an idea, but there's an idea that on the other table there's probably someone very short as well. So if you are one of these middling stacks with 25 blinds, now you just really have to play pretty snug, don't you? Try and get to that far table where suddenly
Misdeal.
ladders are far more meaningful. I think the sort of
I'm agree.
ICM has always been described to me as it's a sort of slow rise up towards the final table, and it becomes really big, and it pops when you get to the final table, so things flatten out again. But this is the really crucial stage. And for Gabisa, well, he can say, screw you, ICM. I've got the butchers.
A time to find them, Demps. And covering, stacking the small blind.
Because Dank calls in the big, going to be able to call this off with a pretty wide range as well. One assumes we just go for the jam, but
Yeah.
he may elect to sort of do a half stack situation, although I don't think we really ever do that in Fold, so it does make sense just to rifle it in. And unfortunately, Kostanka looks down at the barking shark, a hand that can't call.
3.3 million more to call. I mean, never say never, Demps, right? People just, maybe just thinks to himself, like, we're not privy to how, there was still a 15K, right, in play.
3.9.
Potentially a 10K bounty, I think. Of course, this hand is really, really ugly. It wouldn't shock me to see Godstanker spin the wheel, but he is going to get out of the way. Might be one of the only hands he folds, right?
Right.
I mean, it's got to be close to it.
Yeah, it's going to get called a lot. Again, like you mentioned, not entirely sure all the bounties left, and therefore haven't worked out what each bounty's worth, and then of course also that then transcribed into how many chips that's worth. But that's the sort of calculation you'd make if you're playing one of these tournaments.
Yeah.
You'd work all that stuff out.
And Gabisa going to be faintly disappointed there, Demps.
Yeah, you
Right?
find kings,
Yeah, like
it's a
cover one
bounty.
guy.
You need any player in front of you to
Right,
open.
Right.
Even when you jam, the
Feels like a bad
Godstanker's-
beat. It feels like a bad beat.
Godstanker's got nearly 10 times as many chips as you. He's going to call.
Yeah.
We're bounty hunting with a lot of hands. If that was suited, I'm sure he would have called.
Yeah. Does feel like a bit of a bad beat.
At the same time, kind of
Still
survived.
alive.
And of course, he covered a stack behind, right? So he could have even got a bounty himself. There were lots of
Yeah.
good things could have happened there. Unfortunately for him, they didn't.
Yes, yes, yes.
That's okay.
It's a break.
Yeah, may get another opportunity, James. King 10 in the cutoff, 9 bigs. I think this goes in too, James, covering a stack behind. It's certainly going to be a jam for chips. And
Yeah.
we, of course, are 6-handed.
I wonder if this is the one we sort of make it 4 blinds, and if things go crazy behind, you could potentially fold. It's something maybe you see more on a final table than you would with 12 left, but he does decide to rip it in, and you see some of the players departing from the table. I do believe this is the last hand of the level, and Showdowns again.
I mean, it's got to be close, I think, Demps, right? 3.5 blinds. We're getting to the critical.
How much
grim?
How much in these situations do you factor in here? Like, hey, look, if I call this, there's going to be so much incentive for players behind to call because there are 2 bounties now on the table that maybe Queen Jack-O kind of makes it hard to play. Let's see.
That's a very good point.
3 and just what's about to be at the moment is. What, 3.5 blinds? Will be sub 3 big blinds at the commencement of the next hand.
Yeah, let's get away from it, Demps. Oh. He wants his Queen Jack back.
Yeah, in the King 10 v King 10. No funny business, all smiles for Burton. He can smile because, hey, he's got 40-odd million. Gabisa's still always going to be a little bit nervous. We've seen stranger things happen in poker.
Yeah, we do have 4 live flush draws, which is a rarity in itself.
Gabisa needs to match the cap. Up against the Patank specialist.
There is the Queen high board.
Confirmed chop.
Yeah.
And I hear straight away Mobutu's in the background. Those players who've taken bounties up to now in the break, going to redeem them. A quick rush to get there. Open up that tombola. Find the big numbers.
Yeah, are going to chop this one up. As we see Shkurtladze looking a little disappointed there. Would have won it, Demps, if he did spin the wheel with Queen Jack.
Wow, yeah. Would have done well. That's how things stand. Although, as you just mentioned, blinds will be going up. So the 400 to 800 level soon to start. It will still be Gabisa very short, but Showdowns with just 2.5 blinds when we come back from our break. So guys, please don't go too far. Myself and Andrew will be back for more of this MPP. Welcome back, guys. We're here at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel Spa, and today, basketball court. Where, Andrew, we have the first of a series of events coming up. You, myself, and Jay are going to be competing in the Merit Poker Commentator Olympics. And well, is this our game, Andrew? Task 1?
Probably not. I found myself with a basketball in hand. Last time, I believe, was in 1992. Back in the school days is the last time I held a basketball. We're going to get after it. The guys behind the scenes have decided. Merit Poker Olympics, James. Round 1, basketball. And then there's going to be more to come.
There are many more challenges to come. And just a quick idea of how we're going to do this. Obviously, whoever wins each challenge, whoever comes second, going to get more chips for a sit and go at the end where you, myself, and Jay will battle out to see who is the ultimate commentator.
Absolutely. Right, guys. Round 1, free throws. We've all seen it on the television. Looks very easy watching Steph Curry and the boys get it executed. We're going to have 5 throws each. And whoever makes the most shots, makes the most throws, James, is going to win round 1 of the basketball challenge.
You know, I'm confident that I'm only going to need 1. I think it's going to be a 1-0 victory.
I'm an elite sportsman. Look, this doesn't just happen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get after it.
Okay, whether you go first or second?
Oh, we're doing with hands?
Yeah, but okay, I've got one hand open, one hand closed. Choose what's that? They open or closed?
Oh, I don't know. Just show that one.
Huh? I've got nothing in them.
I've
got one hand open, one hand closed.
Well, which one do I need to pick?
You choose. Tell me which one's which.
And if I get it right, I get to choose.
You get to choose. You go first.
This hand is closed.
You're going first.
Did you film the back of him? You can't trust James Dempsey, ladies and gentlemen. That's one thing I'll say.
It's all secret. All right.
I'm first.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Set him up, boys.
Oh my God. All right, come on. No, be fair. Come on now.
A lot of pressure, this.
There is. I'm feeling it.
This will live forever on the internet.
Oh, it's a mile off.
Oh no. Okay, we got a northwesterly. That is, it's a northwesterly. Got to factor that in. It's a windy day here in the Med.
Not normally windy.
Oh. Oh yes, it was absolutely garbage. Love seeing it. Right, come on, Scotland. Come on, one time. This is the one.
Oh, there's a gust of wind there.
Get in! Oh! Oh. That was actually not a bad effort. Don't worry, I've got him. I've got him where I want him.
Oh no. I was expecting a gust of wind.
Just keep filming until we make one.
Where was the
Just
wind?
keep filming.
Is that 0-0 through 3?
No, 0 through 3.
I said 1-0 might do it. I didn't say to who. Guys, we're not actually this bad. It's the wind. You can't. Not picking it up on the camera.
It might look
warm. Where are the trees? Where are the trees? There's no trees. That's why. They've all been blown over.
Right, make one. I actually support you here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Because you want it to be over?
Yeah. Make it. Oh no. We have to get after this. We got to do something about this. Our reputation's on the line. Okay?
Yeah.
Break.
Okay.
Oh, I had a chance.
Oh dear, he's got a chance to kill him off.
Oh! Well done. Nicely handled. Good stuff.
Yes! Come on, give me the chips.
Sorry, Dad. I failed you after all these years.
Sorry, Scotland.
Scotland, I'd like to apologise for absolutely nothing, as he said. No, it's Ireland. Never mind. Well done, James. Round 1. So guys, now that we just wowed you with our prowess in the free throw challenge, well done, James. I'd like to say it was deserved.
It wasn't deserved, but I mean, like I said, I called it earlier. I said I was going to win 1-0. I won 1-0.
You did.
It was a very poor quality match, but now it's time for revenge for you, Matt. Perhaps.
Time for 1-on-1.
Tete-a-tete, head-to-head.
Tete-a-tete, head-to-head. It's going to be me running at James with the ball, hoping for the best.
No elbows.
No elbows.
I don't see any elbows.
Keep it all above
the waist.
The waist.
Below
Anything
the
else
chin.
is allowed.
I'm just going to shoot from here because I'm really good. You're tall.
Oh, thank God. You can catch the ball. That's about it.
It's better if we run. Oh. Ah, come on, get that ball to me.
Okay, let's go.
You can't grab that ball. You got to grab this ball, not my balls.
You can't get past me. I'm a machine. Oh, very high risk.
Oh, he's done me! He's turned me!
Get in!
Oh! He turned me! Right.
Straight it from there.
I've seen this on the TV.
Where are you going? Oh! Oh, you're fucked now. That's travelling, isn't it?
I don't know. There's no rules in this game. We're playing merit rules, motherfucker! Oh. Oh, he's a big man. Oh, he's spun him.
Oh, the ball's still alive.
Oh, he's called it.
Love seeing it.
Oh, he's done. Oh.
That was beautiful. Where's the justice?
Andrew.
Draw?
Let's chop it up.
Tie.
Draw.
We'll take it.
A non-score draw even. A very low score draw.
It's a draw.
All right, guys, that's the end of round 1 of the Merit Commentator Olympics. And it was a resounding victory for who, Andrew?
A comprehensive victory, 1-0 from a possible 20 baskets. James Dempsey takes round 1. I will say well done, my friend, but I will come back stronger, fitter, angrier, and ready for round 2 of the Merit Olympics.
Welcome to Mediterranean Poker Party.
What a tremendous beginning of Mediterranean Poker Party. The brand new, huge poker stage was built. It's TV time. Don't forget the main thing that unites nation. A bunch of poker events running now.
And I'm from Norway.
Turkey,
Australia,
the Netherlands, Lebanon,
France, Bulgaria,
Venezuela,
Belarus,
Iran,
Ukraine,
Austria,
Serbia, Russia,
Germany,
Armenia,
Hungary, Kazakhstan,
Italy,
Greece,
Romania, Moldova, Scotland, Poland,
China,
Spain,
Sweden,
England,
Georgia, Yahanna,
Mexico,
Croatia,
USA, Lithuania. I know, guys, you play hard and work hard. The only thing you miss is the party time. And we have it for you here in Versace Garden and Merit Royal Diamond tonight.
Here in the background, Mario Milbutas calling the draws out. Sounded like he's saying one of the 40Ks has gone. Of course, we know the 70K, the big prize, has gone.
That went earlier this afternoon.
The players talking. I think that was the second 40K that's just gone. So the largest bounty left, according to these players discussing, is 15K. Will, of course, change things somewhat.
For sure.
The close spots suddenly become a little bit more foldy. But as we know, once we get deeper into these things, the bounties become less relevant, right? I think we looked, it was sort of 3.5K-ish equity per bounty, which obviously once you start the day is worth a lot, but once you get towards the final table, 3.5K isn't really going to sway your decisions too much.
Yeah, it does become somewhat irrelevant, and with those big chunky ones out of the way, and with Demps, players likely will tighten up, calling all-ins. As we see Mariam here, opens the hijack, King 4 of Hearts. Rudzari decides to take a flop, providing there's no more action behind that is, calls the button, Queen Jack of Diamonds. Stoica here with a decision, Demps. Pocket deuces, sub 20 blinds though, thinks better of it.
Again, it's one of these things, isn't it? He could jam there, but again, these are the spots that it still is a bounty.
Yeah, I think the hand a little too weak in general. Never mind with the target on your head. So we do go heads up to the 7-6-5. Mariam still best. King high with that up and down straight draw. Let's check it over though to Rudzari. It's come up empty. 2 overcards only. 7 of diamonds on board. For a little backdoor equity. Let's check behind. And there is the 10 of diamonds. Rudzari now improves to a queen high flush draw. Pretty awkward spot Demps, right, for Mariam here. Whether to start turning her hand into a bluff, right? Try and get some ace highs to fold.
Yeah,
King
potentially.
Queen, King Jack.
It's a little icky, of course, holding no diamond or spade ourselves.
Sure.
But in a perverse way, kind of gonna almost bet this one for value.
Yeah, and he's gone huge, Demps, really, over the pot. 2.9 million into 2.6. Rudzari not going to like that, of course. Would like to realize this draw. Excuse me, Demps, is the graphics correct? Bet of 2 million.
Okay.
A little more normal.
Still big.
Still big.
But with those overs and a flush draw, and of course the potential to get up to funny business on the end. Chasing a bounty as well.
Oh, and he does improve Demps. Queen of Hearts, River. Potential danger now for Mariam with just pot behind. Almost impossible to have the best hand, Demps, right? It's really difficult to think of hands we beat.
Come on.
Wow, he finds the jam.
Wow. Goes for it.
My goodness.
And Rudzari got there, but not in the way he would have wished in terms of a flush. But he has rivered that top pair, and of the way this one's played out, that queen is a pretty big card to have, isn't it? Obviously, can be behind. There are going to be some hands that want to trap us, check on the flop.
Agreed.
Send some rope, but at the end of the day, all those draws have missed. Of course, we have 2 diamonds on our hand, but the queen and diamond's not really a blocker in this sense because our opponent's never going to bet, in theory, with that card. So really, they can still have all the sort of ace-x of diamonds, king-x of diamonds, perhaps.
Absolutely, and I think he's made the call, Dance. He has. And Mariam, just like that, out the door as Rudzari finds the call of 6.6 million. What a start to the action, James. Back-to-back eliminations here very early at the feature table.
Crazy stuff.
Background to Burton.
Yeah, loving it, isn't he? Very much involved. Raising this one up with an unknown hand until now. But it is the ladies. So you had to raise fold the last hand. Here's the man who 3-bet him.
Oh, and he sent it in, Demps.
Yeah, he's got him. Whoa, I say he's got him.
Don't know what he has yet.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, the same action as the last hand. Look at this. We see the open from Burton with 2 queens. Melchizedek with a very, very reasonable 3-bet jam him. Slam dunk with ace-king. And given that he did this last hand with king-queen-o, now waiting behind, wondering.
My goodness, you would imagine this is not Hollywood. This stage of the tournament. It does get out of the way, Damps.
Is that a call? Oh, call.
Here we go. Horst snaps it off. 2 top-of-range hands, James.
Top of range.
Absolutely. Cutoff versus button. 2 monster holdings.
This is pretty sick for Melchizedek that he could be 1-2 punch out of this one, having had 16 million 2 hands ago.
Big flip developing. It is the classic.
Yeah, this is the flippier flips. King 6 straight. There it is. Finds a partner. No diamond. Backdoor joy for Burton. Just the queen will do it. With 1 pull to come. Just thinking, Andreas. We hear the music.
I know, I'm
jiving in the background. Like, if you're the one all in there with 2 outs to come, and everyone's silent, and you just got this like happy, cheery tune going, I don't know. That might
put you on tilt.
That might send me over the edge. Like, no one's ever hit a 2-outer to that music.
Journey starts now. Merit Starlit.
And a very warm welcome back to Lux on Pay Mystery Bounty final day, where we are down to just 12 from the 1,207 players who ponied up that $1,100 entry fee with a shot at glory here. First prize, 85K. Of course, bounties making up half the prize pool. The top bounty was 70K, long since gone. The 240Ks also gone. But myself and Andrew popped into the poker room on the break just to get an idea of what the bounty situation is, and there's still a 15K bounty up for grabs as we have a quick look at what's coming up. We've got the 10K PLO final, 25K, all the big stuff, the EAPT Grand Final, the MPP, of course, main event coverage. But coming back to that, we saw there's a 15K bounty still available. Obviously, there were some bounties not yet pulled, a handful, but we worked the equity out to be, I think it was like $2,700 per bounty. So it hasn't actually deviated that much from the sort of 3,500 it saw the day out, just by virtue of the fact that 15K is still in. And once that goes, it will change, obviously, considerably. But as we mentioned, you get to this stage, 12 players left. Those bounty jumps aren't really worth chasing for, really. I mean, $2,700 difference at this point isn't that significant.
Yeah, agree completely. Certainly would imagine that most of the players now will be thinking about sort of, you know, chip consolidation, James, keeping themselves in the hunt for those big sort of top 3 or 4 prizes where the big money is residing. But yeah, still a 15K in the tombola to be claimed.
And here we go. As mentioned before the break, blinds are going up. 400K, 100K is the new price of poker, and it is Tamazi Shaladze with just 2.2 million chips, propping up the table here. Joshua Gabisa not too far ahead of him, just 7 blinds, and now Konstantin has been ticking along rather nicely. His stack now reducing down to just 21 blinds is, of course, Kirill Burtin, who's been having the best of it at this table. But let's not sleep on Vadim Gozdanka, who started our coverage with a chip lead on this table, has slightly more chips than he did at that point, but has really impressed, I think, both of us. Not that he's gone crazy. Right. I line that the ace-9 offsuit was one fun hand he played where he called a 3-bet and found a check raise on a 3-spade board on the turn, holding that nut flush blocker. But ultimately, he's just kind of, he seems like the most kind of comfortable in his surroundings, the least sort of excited by the situation. In fact, he looks kind of over it, if we're going to be honest. But that just nonchalantness, it carries a lot of weight when there's 12 left, because a lot of these guys, you can see they're feeling it. They're feeling the excitement, as you would, maybe less experienced than Gozdanka, who's clearly just been and done it so many times before.
I would go with the term unfazed, James.
Nah, I prefer over it.
You know? All right, over it, yeah. It's the same. Read between the lines.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, but I'm with you though. That can really, if you're sitting deep at a major tournament and you look across and a guy is just completely comfortable in his own skin,
right?
It can add a little extra, you know, minor percentage of intimidation or respect or whatever you want to call it. We'll come back to that because it's time for Skirtladze to spin the wheel. Don't know what he's got. All in, 2.2 million. Round about 3 big blinds. And once again, it looks like we are going to have same hand versus same hand violence. Burton deciding just to go ahead and jam.
Yes, showdown.
Big blind gets out of the way. They've got exactly the same hand, same suits.
So much like the last hand before the break, we've seen this. Same hand be same hand.
My favorite.
He lost 3 diamonds. Let's see how he is good.
Try and get there again.
That's okay.
Yeah, Skirtladze won't be too disheartened if this ends in a chop. Gonna add 1 million chip stamps, basically, to his stack.
It's true.
50% chip
So
up.
actually, your hand was not that bad.
Yeah.
It's a weird situation, actually, I was going to say in this tournament, because normally with 12 left,
yeah,
is any other stack other than the bigger stacks, you're kind of hoping the short stack busts. But when the short stack is this short and it's a bounty tournament, you're just still hoping they kind of hang around because you want a chance to take out that like 3 big blind stack in the coming hands.
I was thinking about something.
As it is, we do chop it up.
Happy landing.
Sure, that's it. So 3 million in chips. Yeah, just coming back to Godzanka. Yeah. Let me look through his results. The last time we had the Mediterranean Poker Party, he won the MPP Open, the 1K kickoff event of the series, which is effectively
similar
what this
tournament,
is.
Right? Yeah.
Then it was just a straight up 1K. Now it's a 1K mystery bounty. So, if you could stretch it to it, he's the defending champion of this event,
and he has pedigree, right, on location.
And not just in that, because his biggest cash, of course, came in an 11th place finish in the Coin River Invitational here during the Triton Series back in 2022 that backed onto the MPP, so they were consecutive events. So it was a good trip for him because he picked up 485k for that cash to go with the 150 he won in the Open. So like I say, the man who kind of looks a little nonchalant because
that's why
he's been and done it before.
Well, Skirtladze, time to go once more. Finds a7. He's going to be more than happy with that holding with under 4 big blinds. He's going to get it through to the big blind, James. Constantine with a pretty ugly holding, probably priced in Demps. I mean, 2.2 million, 5 million up for grabs, better than 2 to 1.
Right, it's only a 4 blind jam, isn't it? I mean,
yeah,
not even.
I think we got to call this one.
Just for chips, even like
absolutely.
2.2.
3.
Yeah, we can see getting the right price anyway. We can see from the percentages, only a small underdog if he does make this call. But we did discuss it earlier, James. We do get to this point now where chip consolidation also feels important. And yeah, Constantine deciding the same. Let's go. Skirtladze going to be pretty happy with that. All of a sudden, he's doubled up here without... Well, he did show down the King-Queen, but you understand where I'm coming from.
I'm surprised with that.
Yeah, it's a little too tight, I think. Although, you know, 2.2 million of your 16 million, it doesn't feel great putting it at risk with Queen 4.
But there's no bounty anyway.
Yeah. Is it 15,000?
One 15,000.
And 1/5. So he 5,000.
No.
No 5,000?
No, 3,000.
Oh.
Yeah. 3,000, 2,000.
No, but 15,000 is still good. I mean, it's
Of
no
course
pay
it's
jump for like 9 planes.
Of course. Of course.
It's like...
Yeah. Players, perhaps, if I was going to be argumentative, showing a little experience in kind of navigating this bounty situation. They're looking, well, there's only 1 15k, so don't worry about it. But there aren't that many bounties left. The other bounties still add up. They're like, oh, the 3Ks, but
yeah,
it still adds up.
3K and 2K adds
it still
up,
adds
man.
up to,
absolutely,
like you say, like a $2,700 equity.
Yeah.
So maybe they're undervaluing the bounties at this stage.
Yeah.
Although I have to confess, I haven't done the calculation to see how much. You've then got to convert it into like the chips in play, and then you've got the obviously non-standard linear distribution of chips, such as ICM, which is such ICM, and all those things to factor in. But I think it still means that when someone jams for sub 4 big blinds,
that's it.
That you've just got a call, basically.
I'm in agreement. And it can never be too bad to bounty hunt, right? Regardless of how small they are or whatever.
It's just fun as well.
Right.
You get to rip an envelope.
Exactly. Live a little. We see Godsdanker back at it, Ace-Jack, and Gabisa just hanging on them. Just can't find any traction. Another ugly holding in terms of BB defend. Of course, another hand that we would defend for chips. Yeah, don't hate this Demps at all. You know, try and flop some equity, try and get something going. Otherwise, we really are in danger of just blinding out of this tournament. Does defend. Fortunately for him, comes up empty. King 8 deuce.
One of those super broken boards.
Yeah. We'll see lots of one big blind c-betting here.
Have that.
Instead, Godsdanker deciding his hand has enough equity to just run it. Makes some sense. Got 2 overcards to an 8, for example, if that's in there. Backdoor straight and flush draws. Gonna have the best hand a lot.
Ты прав. Я что-то не учел, что сейчас
Godsdanker
2 и
continues to accumulate chips.
Для тебя.
Был бы мне как всегда стак.
Да, понятно. Мне просто как раз было 6-2. Я бы сам...
Даже не смотрел.
Нет, я вру. Плохая у меня была. Наверное.
Блин, типа еще может быть 2,7 ему может такой быть. Ну, там, то есть 3 блайнда с половиной.
Godsdanker with number 1, the boots.
Can I see enough tip? Okay. What a time to find it, Demps. 12 left in this opening event.
This is the man who wants to find a real hand behind
right.
Because they could go to war for a big one, as it is.
You know, a not insignificant consideration, James.
Hang on.
In the big blind is a very short stack.
Right. That will.
So it could look like we're attacking it pretty wide.
Yeah, good point. And Burton was thinking that he was sort of like looking off from a distance. I'm not sure quite what was going on there.
How much?
Ooh, this is trouble.
Right, this feels like a mandatory defend, doesn't it, against what should be a really wide range.
Definite defend. Of course, King 10 more than enough. Wow, I'm pretty surprised at that, Demps. That's far too tight in my opinion.
But in the situation at hand, it's a masterful fold.
It really is.
Godsdanker will be like flabbergasted.
Wow.
To know that you didn't get action from a King 10 in this situation.
Wow. You better hope he doesn't find out, because I'd be absolutely fuming.
Right.
Guy has 4.5 bigs. King 10 against the big stack, who could be in there with all sorts. Wow. Ladza dodges the first of 2 bullets. Yeah, what timing, Demps.
Welcome one and all to those of you watching us, especially on the DTD Player YouTube account. That's where we are keeping an eye on the chat if you like to get involved in some sort of way, shape or form. As the weeks go on here, myself, Andrew and Jay will be keeping an eye, engaging with you guys there. Obviously it's stream 1.
Hold him.
And here comes Gabisa. I like this, Demps.
Yeah.
Recognizes, you know, sub 4 bigs. And gotta run it.
I tell you who else likes this. It's Burton.
Yeah?
He's like, all right, this is why I've raised, so that you can do this. And I just get to have a shot, 40%.
I love women.
Pretty fair fight. Gabisa has hung in there.
It's a dangerous woman.
You love a woman with a heart.
I love me back.
Oh, there it is. The Queen 6 deuce. Oh, Volts Burton into the lead. Gabisa needing help down the streets. The 8 brings no additional equity. Just the old-fashioned way. King on the end, not to be. Gabisa with a tap at the table.
Nice.
Couldn't really get it going. Came here with a very short stack, but hey, a 12th place finish, not to be sniffed at. Good for $7,000 and change. But unfortunately for him, will be no further. But he can jump in, like you, to the EAPT Grand Final main event tomorrow.
To each other, you know?
2K.
Sure.
Cheating.
Yeah, very nice start to the festival for Gabisa.
There was more Russians, guys.
Good run.
On your left, on your right. Look at
No,
your
not
head.
here, not here.
You
There.
got 40k.
Oh, the 40k guy left. Yes, okay,
But
okay.
still 2 guys from Russia.
Yes,
there.
yes.
3
Six,
guys.
one, two,
Enough for him.
1 and 2
Enough
and
Russians.
4. 1, 2 and 4.
Why you want Russians? Explain. We don't want them.
I'm like Tony G. I love Russians.
It's a simulation dams. We mentioned them earlier.
Yeah.
It's almost like a home game, these 3. They're like best of mates.
I like more Russians. Meanwhile, is Konstantin just sitting here right next to me? Well, you want Russians, do you? Be careful what you wish. What you ask for.
No.
Interesting there, they're saying obviously one of the players who picked up one of the 40k bounties has since departed. I think they were sort of referencing. These guys will have an idea of who's pulled big bounties. It's a topic of conversation at the table, of course.
Yeah.
Far more informed than you and I back here.
See Godstanker giving Burton a walk. Not going to be thrilled with his seat as he damps now that Burton has a big stack to wield. But they are approaching that final table. 11 players left.
Come on, Godstanker doesn't worry about stuff
You reckon?
like that.
You reckon?
He's like, what, he really doesn't even know. He's like, whatever you got, kid.
He's like, give me those.
Yeah, we'll play for it if you want.
Give me them chips. You can see we are 5-handed here on the main feature table. 6-handed on the outer table, just out of shot from this magnificent stage here at the MPP.
Yeah, some construction.
I love it, I really do. Beautifully designed and put together by our boys. Ladsa still alive. Jack 9 off, James, in the cutoff. Working with under 4 big blinds.
Yeah, just
pretty grim.
Such minimal fold equity. Obviously, we saw earlier he did get a fold from Queen 4 in this situation, but electing to let the Jack 9 go, which I think makes sense. Burton there with over 20% of the chips in play now. There's what, 11 players left.
Yeah, it does have a very ugly holding. Gonna elect to walk this one.
No, it's not the present. It's not
You
the
can
present.
see relatively well timed.
This question. Because I have another option with this.
If you open shove, no, I don't fold. I fold. I can fold. Like.
But it was like the worst. It was exact 3-7-0. And because his bounty is ICM is not that big.
Raise fold, bro. Raise fold.
No.
Raise fold.
No. 3-7 all in or
Yes.
fold?
No, why all in? Raise fold. Bluff. I teach
These two are like a buddy act.
Yeah.
For free.
For free, yes.
Yes, raise fold because you like, okay, free chips, thank you.
Yes, I'm free chips. I fold. Ace 4 off. Mark.
Round to Godstanker. Queen 4 of clubs in the cutoff. Does, of course, have the big stack on his direct left, but is undeterred, reaching for chips. Makes it 1.7.
Now, how hard is Burton going to go after his man? Seems like the first opportunity, really. And he's going to take it.
Yeah, I like the stamps.
One looks like very small. Is that? Oh, okay, there's more chips. He declared a bet. He only put like 3.2 in, but there was another milli to come.
It's still on the relatively small side. Shade over 5 blinds.
Right, but is this a spot where that's kind of enough. We're playing
good,
fully
yeah.
effective.
Yeah.
What's Godstanker going to do? Like,
we never quite know with this
well,
man.
That is true. It's impressed us thus far, but Queen 4 suited has to hit the mark.
Yeah, both of these two really have played well. A little glimpse into the mind of Burton there, Demps. I feel you were posing the question, will our man begin to lean? Lean he did. Applying max pressure. Nicely picked up.
Okay. I believe you.
Melchizedek, 2 6s on the button. He now covers those behind. Particularly the short stack in the big.
Where is my bounty? All in.
He was looking for his bounty chip to bench that into the middle as his all-in token. Well, that's certainly one you don't want to lose.
It's here.
It's worth, as we just sang.
Wow.
You know, just under 3K. Constantine with a decision. Ace 8 certainly rates to be ahead.
Yeah.
Against a lot of our hands that were jam on the button and even could be dominating some. But there are 11 left in a massive field 1K.
Yeah, I think we just snap this off for chips, of course, if it's at a different stage of the tournament. You can't imagine that your opponent is open shoving many better hands. Sixes is, of course, one of them. But, of course, with just the short stack behind, he gets the jam very wide. Makes the correct laydown with Ace 8, and Shkrtladze has called it off.
Well, that's even, I'm curious actually, because he calls that knowing, he calls that Ace 8, you kind of know Shkrtladze's not going to fold, right? Even more incentive.
I think it's close. I think it's very close.
Gets to have a shot at a bounty. As it is, he does make way. Would have been flipping.
Like
Shkrtladze
6, 7, 8 for sweat or 7, 8.
with the overcards. No help on Jack 4 deuce, but there are some faint backdoor opportunities here. Enough to see him rise to his feet. A 9 on the turn. Vaults him into the lead. Melchizedek going for the prepay.
Yeah, but I won this.
He's going to be left with just 7 million in chips if he doesn't find a 6. That is the case. And look at this, an ace on the river. Not wanting to be results orientated, Andrew, but a cool all in from the ace 8. Would surely have still seen a cool overcall from Shkrtladze. Would have seen an elimination, a bounty awarded, and a full double up.
Yeah, that ace 8 feels incredibly close.
Yeah.
It's essentially a blind on blind jam, right? Because the big blind is basically insignificant.
Ace 8.
You lost, yes?
No, ace
now you
8.
could win.
Ace 1 river.
Shkrtladze is like, you folded ace 8? Like, you folded a hand that strong?
Yeah.
But Melchizedek didn't turn up with 2 6s. Maybe he is tighter in that spot than we're perhaps evaluating. I mean, he had a hand this time. But I'm with you.
Really close. Like, I think ace 7 off, probably you can... Like, it feels like the line.
Right, okay.
To me, intrinsically. Burton really getting after it now, Demps. Under the gun open, 6-7 off. Going to apply that final table bubble pressure. Shkrtladze with another decision.
Yeah, just gets the potential to go for it again. I mean, this is under the gun, little different. We can see the hand chosen is 6-7 off. And also, not only is it a little different, but the ultra short stack is now like 9 blinds. It's not like when it's 3 blinds where we're incentivized to try and be in as many hands as possible.
Yeah.
As it is. That hand does fold, and it comes around to Godstanker in the big blind. We know he's not folding.
Very defendable queen 10 off.
And we've got another super guest in the chat, but we'll get to that in a moment as we see a 6-5-3 board roll off. Burton finding top pair, having opened The old 7-6-0 from under the gun.
Yeah, very interesting. This board often, of course, favouring the big blind, but Burton, you know, he's expanding that range extremely wide now. You know, he's going to be in there opening up some hands that connect with this board. Of course, we can see he has the 6-7. Debating his options. Looks like c-bet incoming. Looks like around about half pot, James. Certainly is, exactly half. Godstanker basically comes up empty damps. Can't really continue with this one.
Hard to really get out of line with that one. No future playability. Let's just let it go. But obviously a little frustrated, thinking, hey, I'm supposed to have some of this board.
Sure.
Maybe thinking he could win that if it went check on the flop. And make some latter bluffs. Yes, Andrew. Obviously referencing that previous
super guest.
Previous hand. And Mr. Brandon Shields is in the chat saying ace-8, no gamble, no future. Better than blind versus blind as we get it in ahead for the bounty too, which is obviously the... I think that's the kind of the point we were making. But yeah, it highlights like how good a spot that is. And of course, this is coming from a man who finished around 30th, I think it was, in this event.
He did indeed.
We saw him with some bounties. I wonder, Brandon, if you want to let us know how you got on pulling bounties. I assume... I think we saw him with a couple of bounty chips in front of him. Of course, one's your own. I'm assuming there was some...
I believe he mostly kind of min bounties. Like one sort of 3,500 maybe, if there was one of them in there, a couple of small ones.
Okay.
But Brandon, going to be a threat this week. By the way, if you win something, I'm going to take credit because I convinced him to come over.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, back to the action because here we go.
And action it is because Sholadze has slid in most of his chips. Godstanker with a very, very strong hand in 2-8s in the small blind. And of course, it does have the big stack behind.
Yeah, interesting kind of spot damps.
He just says all in.
Yeah, 35 blinds. It can't be bad.
Makes it easy.
Flip indeed.
Flip again.
We see Skrdladze call off the remainder of his 5.2 mil. Did see the big blind fold a king, James, there, before he threw his cards into the muck. Okay, Skrdladze here damps 12 million in this pot, right? He was down to around about 2.8 at one point. 2.2, yeah, 2.2.
Coming back from the break. And look at this, king in the window. Finds himself ahead once more. Poker face on the cap. Poker face on the head. Just needs to find it. Fade an 8. As you mentioned, suddenly he'd be up to 12 million chips. Right back in this one with the blinds at 400, 800. And that is the case.
2 flip in a row.
Yeah, Skrdladze spin up in progress.
And it's the first time we've seen Godstanker kind of looking in any way nonplussed, other than at the table chat of his mates here. It's the only thing that's phased him thus far is the chat. And now setting that hand kind of a little salty.
I love how he always just looks kind of mildly irritated.
Brandon letting us know that he pulled 2 bounties.
Right.
Both 1K.
Ugh, you hate seeing it.
Dust. The min.
We wish Brandon the very best of luck. Of course, incredibly accomplished UK young boss on the tours. Always good to see him do well. Truly is a lovely lad.
A man who won his way here, right, with pulling a bounty.
That's right. He did pull a mystery bounty MPP package.
All right.
In fact, he pulled 2, right? Because he pulled one for his table mate, Yanis.
Yeah. And then he went up there and pulled one for himself. So here, by virtue of being a bounty player, there you go.
He used his bounty run good, though, at the wrong tournament.
You could argue that. But maybe he's just warming up. You've got to, put the reps in.
It's true. But we wish him well, and he'll be in everything this week, I'd imagine. And he'll be a threat, for sure. Now, Skrdladze.
Just take a breather.
Yeah. Seems somewhat reasonable. 15 blinds, ace-6 off. Pretty tricky to play. I'm sure there are a bunch of short stacks on that outer table. Round to Burton. We've seen him flexing his muscles, James, this last sort of 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'm assuming his gaze that's always
away
from this table. Right? It must be towards a tournament clock or something. I don't know whether there's any kind of balancing act going on with the clock or something. He's just trying to do the same thing every time. And well, these two are playing the same hand this time. 10-9 v 10-9. Let's go.
I do that, Demps, like look up to the left when I'm thinking, like of sizes and stuff.
Right.
He might literally just be like, like, you know.
You pick a point, maybe he's looking at the clock. Just always, if I always look at the clock, then people can't try and get any kind of read on me. If I do want to balance, the clock's kind of a useful tool to use. Maybe I'm, you know, odd minutes I'll do this, even minutes I'll do that. These seconds, those seconds.
Sure. Disciplined fold from Melchizedek. I'm actually a big fan. It's one of these, you know, he's got 21.5 blinds. You know, 2.5 big blinds is not insignificant. One of these things we don't really want to play an inflated pot with 10 high, even with position against the chip leader. I think he just wants to sort of navigate his way to that final table and then pick good spots, you know, to reshove, to open, find the double. I've been very impressed with how he's played. I can't think of really any missteps, James, really. It seems very accomplished.
Yeah, that ICM curve is approaching.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Kind of apex.
Right. Yeah,
with
you
11 left,
earlier.
9 paid. He kind of really do need to get to that final table.
Cool. Yeah, this again, another one of these type of hands that you like to play.
Now,
5-handed tricky.
This is interesting because, I mean, Shkodladze's been pretty snug, and I wouldn't want to be trying anything here if I was Godstanka when I find this ace-3 suited.
I agree.
Because it just strikes me that he just has it a lot, and there we go.
I like this laydown also.
Oh, well, Constantine finding it. Any reason, Andrew, to do anything but just
he's all
rip it in?
He's all in for sure. Pocket Jack's just one of these hands in general, especially the more shallow we get, that just loves to fast play and just get the chips in. Shkodladze, of course, with this tight rep, but Jack's far too strong a hand to do anything else. Just going to ship it in there, I'm sure. In goes the Crash Bandicoot. And this is always mildly frustrating, right? You haven't really got out of line. You haven't opened a pot. You know, you get it to the big blind. You're thinking, okay, might see a flop, might get this one through. Let's get piled on.
Right, most of the time the big blind's thinking about whether to call or fold.
Sure.
Suddenly they come out with the words all in. You're like, really? Yeah. My one light foray.
Yeah, little bit of, it's not Hollywood, but of course people just taking their time now, want busts on that outer table.
Yeah. Unfortunate
for Shkodladze, but very well-timed pickup for Constantine. Every pot now, of course, so critical. All three of those gentlemen now working with sub-20 blinds with the buzzsaw on their direct right. It's going to be interesting. Very awkward for Godstanker, I think, Demps in particular here. We've already seen, you know, the chip leader lean on him. Can't really get out of line. Burton going to punish him a lot. As he goes for the patented look into the distance. He really is ramping it up now, Demps. As he arguably should, right?
Yeah.
On this FT bubble.
Monstrous deck. Yeah, he's enjoying this. The longer this goes on, the better for him.
Yeah. Basically facing three opponents who are going to play mostly jam or fold for the most part. Of course, when they're in the big blind, that's going to change a little. Maybe some more defending going on. Melchizedek here, 20 blinds, Queen 8 suited. I'm sure he would like to play it. Just so tough. Two from that final table. Constantine with the same hand.
Yeah, just a little, not time wasting, because they're doing this for a very specific reason. But obviously, you know, it can appear that way. But
everyone's so well educated now
that's the
in tournament strategy. They all know. Take 30 seconds, take the max time. Let somebody punt it on the outer table. Yeah, Burton really in the catbird seat, so to speak here. You can imagine he's going to try and run this over. Round two, Shkodladze. Oh, and he's found the jam, Demps.
There we go.
You know this one is going to get a snap fold.
Yeah, he's asking for the count. We'll find it's 9.
Oh, he did. Sorry, I thought he just snap folded.
Yeah, I think Just double checking. Always worth double checking. These guys have been playing since midday. It's currently 1 a.m. here, so you can make easy mistakes at this point, just kind of misremembering the value of chips perhaps. Although I have to say, Burton looks like he's not been playing for 13 hours. He looks like he's fresh off the petanque court.
He does look fresh.
And he's got ace-8. There we go. We finally get to see the hand. Nice perception and pick up there, that recognizing that Burton's opening super wide. Taking ace-8 offsuit.
Yeah, nice.
Straight to the house.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy to run this table over. Everyone playing pretty solid.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Okay. Cup? In cup?
Playing cup?
Cup, 2200 cup. EPT. Tomorrow. We finish tonight. But I'm not sure actually. Are we? Huh?
I'm sure.
Huh?
We will finish today.
You sure?
Yeah.
Because I'm not.
I'm ready to play for 6 a.m.
He's prepared.
Yesterday we finished at 4.
When?
1E. I played 1E.
Oh, 1E. No. You finished at 4 and you came back and you played at 12? Wow.
And I played I slept not for long.
Wow. That was me saying he looked fresh from the petanque court, turns out.
But it was a long one. But it's okay. I finished with 7 million, so it was good for me.
Oh, good lads. Finds a real one. Interesting Demps. Certainly could have been some latitude to play this differently than open jam, especially against this man. Yeah.
No,
ITM. ITM, 15%.
Yeah, does decide just to pile it in.
But
15.
better, you know? Better in this way, I think. At least you know that the next day you cash out, not like you come next day, you play 4th day, 5th day, and you buzz. Like
it's a good idea to...
Yeah, I think it's better.
Play till ITM first day, and then you can make like levels, not 40 minutes, but hours.
Yeah.
If you want to like more.
Certainly, as we referenced, a very long day for those involved, but yeah. Burton, one of those who got
Especially
through
with
1E, the
1E,
turbo
the
flight,
turbo.
the last chance saloon.
Yeah.
Woo.
Pretty fast. Yeah, it's nice.
Late night finish. Last night at 4 a.m. Come back today at midday.
I don't understand what they're doing that table.
No, they're just cheap giving.
Round to Constantine.
Cheap dumping.
Another one of these mediocre hand stamps, but is openable. We have seen these sort of 20 big blind stacks shy away from these sort of weak mid-range ace-X. Problematic that you are raising into the chip leader's
here.
big blind, right? Something to consider.
They put 2 here actually.
Yeah, let's get out of the way.
First and second. Oh, one.
We were 3 tables back then.
Another big hand in the small blind.
Yeah.
Now, can God's Danker find the trickiness? I would like to see limp here a lot, Demps. I think the big blind, we've seen he's going to attack very aggressively. Whether God's Danker agrees with my appraisal.
He does.
It would appear that he does. Oh, wow. My goodness.
Wow, 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 wow. They needed far less hand than this to get these in. But as it is, surely we're going to see a big showdown here as Burton going to raise up over this limp, and God's Danker with the true value in pocket jacks as a limp raise hand, one suspects. Guys, is there any way he does anything like clicky?
I like click. I like click for sure. This is one of these, you know, where Burton is going to isolate lots of trash Demps, right, and lots of hands, you know, that are strong and that could... Oh, he's gone very big.
He's gone big, yeah.
5.5x. Wow. Okay, probably no clicking now. Don't think we're going to click over this size too often.
Oh, and a snap, and we have the biggest pot we've seen thus far. 44 million chips in the middle. In the most classic of scenarios, Ace-King versus the 2 jacks. Obviously, we're cheating a little bit today, Andrew. We see the percentages down to just 41 for Burton by virtue of some of the folded cards. So God's Danker in great shape here to double up and basically switch stacks. Here we go.
Does not want to make a set, Demps. Blank, 3 of clubs turn. Does cancel those jacks as outs for Burton. Looking for an ace or a king.
Not to be. The 10 pairing the river. We'll see Godsdanker retake the chip lead here at our feature table with a whopping 44 million chip pot. Believe it or not, though, Burton, having lost that pot, still sitting pretty with 35 million in chips. If he had won that pot,
oh, game over.
Like, we're talking over a third of the chips in play.
Would have been wild.
In the hands of someone who is clearly capable with that sort of stack.
Sure.
Okay.
Does shrug it off. Just says, okay, off we go.
Wow.
Will it be a momentum shift is the big question, Demps. As you just said, 80 million or so if he wins that flip. As it stands, Godsdanker right back to the top of the chip counts.
Yeah, but Burton's still got the best seat here. He's
three big hands.
Yeah.
I played. I mean, in the late situation, 3 lost against you. Ace king queens. 30 blinds.
Yeah, the
ace king aces.
Ace king aces.
All the big hands. I can make big stack. And it's okay.
Wow. There you go.
I still have some moves, you know.
I love how Godsdanker just doesn't say anything ever.
Whatever, mate.
Now Constantine. 19 blinds or so, Demps. This hand's going to be too strong to fold, that's for sure. I've seen him make some tight folds. You come in for a raise with ace-jack of hearts.
Yeah, on a change dynamic as well.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, suddenly everything feels a little different. The landscape has changed.
Round to the big blind.
Ah, okay.
Setian, very pretty, defendable 10-8 of hearts. Won't be folding this one, I hesitate to gesture. Demps.
Yeah, especially when you see these two chip stacks are very close to each other. Don't have an exact count, I mean.
Yeah.
It looks like they've got, they've got about the same amount of chips. Not that it matters too much at the start of this hand, but there's potential for bounty equity here you want to be covering, of course, when you play these hands.
Yeah, absolutely. Off we go to the ace king 10 flop. A piece for both, of course. Constantine way the better of it. Melchizedek here, very unappetizing continue. Bottom pair, no backdoors. Pretty clear flop value bet, Demps, for Constantine.
Just a range bet really here, isn't it? This ace king 10 is the opener here.
For sure. Yeah, round about half pot, makes a lot of sense. Very wet, coordinated texture. Charge some of those draws.
Right, and just hands like this, the 10x just can't continue to these sizes.
Get to put a lot of pressure on king x, 10x type holdings. Get the max from an ace. Nice size and choice.
I have a 10. You beat a 10. You should.
I'm betting on my range.
Oh, he's in the mixer.
Я еще какой-то сайзинг случайно увеличил. Я такой думаю, 3... sorry.
No, it's okay. We are all rushing here. It's fine. Speak. It's okay. No problem. Really, no problem.
Say something, Demps. What a recovery from Shkurt Plaza. He looked dead in the water.
Oh. No, I'm not kidding. I know
Russian. Okay. But we can't speak Russian now, sorry.
Speak. I know Russian. It's okay.
Not gonna lie, Godsdanker just smiled twice.
Yeah, he's chatting, he's smiling, he's scanning around the room now, looking down at ace king again, another monster hand.
What time to be alive. Constantine here, king 3 off. From what we've seen from him so far, Demp, should expect him just to get out of the way here, I think.
Yeah.
20 blinds. in this very awkward, dicey stack depth.
No, I've been impressed with his approach. He's clearly very aware of how important it is to preserve chips in these spots. I think they're both perhaps weren't huge fans of his fold with Queen 4, but other than that, I think it's a approach
very solid,
strategy.
Very solid.
They do sitting out, you know?
Only other debatable one's the ace-8, and you know, I think you can go either way.
But he's set at his stall. He's playing a style that's going to see him maybe think that a lot of these guys play too many hands, more willing to bust, and you can maybe get some unexpected ladders as this tournament progresses. Speaking of progressing, don't look at that. It's not 3-6, I promise you. We're going up to 500K, 1 million. Woo! Price of poker keeps on rising. So, in fact, we have 3 stacks on 16, 13, and 13 blinds apiece. Kirill Burtin, his 34.5 million is now worth 34.5 blinds. Stanko, of course, table chip leader with 46 bigs. This is a nice blind level, I always think. Andrew, the old 1 milli.
Oh, it's just beautiful.
Just playing the 500 1 milli. No big deal.
It's the old reminder of Jerry Yang, if you remember.
Oh yeah,
you know, remember the old World Series
winner, the main event,
1 million and all that, and then he just got very excited. It was 4 million, 6 million. He did win the main. That feels like a lifetime ago, I must say. Yeah. We were talking about your record in main events, weren't we, Demps?
I'm in a very select group.
Oh yeah. And what group is that, James?
People who are down over 100K in the main event.
100K? Hey? A man of your caliber?
Yep.
Down
over 100K.
Oof. It's going to change this year. You'll be there, right? You'll be there?
I'll be there.
Shooting your shot?
I'll be there.
I reckon we both make a run this year.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah,
I say
I hope so.
Me too, buddy.
All in.
Oh, Konstantin has been patient.
Yeah, see, I like this. This is the adjustment. Like when he's on the front foot, he's willing to be a bit more gambly. Obviously, ripping the 12 blinds against the other short stack. Or against a short stack, I should say.
Yeah, very nice.
Nicely done.
Certainly at that time of the tournament also where people will slightly overfold, I think it's fair to say. You know, hands that would snap off for chips, going to be more reluctant to put their whole stack at risk. Nice pickup. Yeah, I made it to the end of day 4 last year, Demps.
All right.
I've got to get that in there.
Sick brags.
Thank you. I'm not going to lie, it's the one tournament.
I hope you enjoy the money.
It's the one tournament where you're truly gutted when you bust.
Oh, yeah, you're gutted if you bust at the end of day 3, I tell you.
Oof. This is your year, honestly, I believe.
2024.
I'm a believer.
Problem is, if I win the main event, you'll never see me again.
Is that right?
Oh, I'm gone.
Oh.
Into the distance.
That's fine. I'll move up the commentator rankings. Round 2.
You know, credit to those who win the main and then take it upon themselves to become like the big grinder.
Yeah,
you know, you see like case in point, obviously like Espen, perhaps the best example of that. Someone who won the main event and but it gave her the impetus to sort of strive to become an elite, or not become an elite. Argue with plenty of people say he was already there, but just to prove himself as an elite player, to prove that he wasn't just the one-hit wonder, as it were. And compete with the best. You gotta love that, but yeah, that's not me. Anyway. Bounce chip in the middle.
Yeah, very easy jam. Ace-8 off. Shade under, 12 bigs. Super simple one. Forskert Ladsa takes it down pre. I know what you mean though, James. Yeah, like credit to him for jumping into, you know, all these Triton events against the best of the best, you know, like the real goated type players, or as we call them nowadays. Yeah, I might do the same as you and just go and like sit on a beach. Play the occasional live 1K.
I mean, basically what you're doing here. Sitting on a beach and playing the occasional 2K.
Exactly.
Right?
My life wouldn't change, you see. Okay. You see, I'm an unflappable character. You can't change me with money.
Somebody busted.
I'm not going to try.
Good. Finally.
Oh,
but not
there we
final.
go. Oh.
Finally, but not final.
But now we're playing 5 and 5.
Okay, we have an elimination on the outer table.
Sounds that way, doesn't it? They're all very excited about that fact.
So we are down to 10.
One away from our final table. As Melchizedek points out, finally we lose someone, but not finally enough to get to the final.
Action back on Constantine. Again, it's this time of the tournament where players take pretty much the max time they can pre. Can't really blame them, Demps, until the system is solved, you know?
Well, I was going to say that. There is a somewhat way of dealing with this. But we mentioned him earlier. He's in the chat, Mr. Luca Vivaldi.
Right.
Obviously, tournament director to the Stars.
Yes.
The Triton Tour you just mentioned. The savviest of savvy players play the Tritons, and they're all aware of this strategy. So Luca devised a system called the fast action system. Oh, because everything needs a cool name.
Okay.
Where in unopened pots, in certain stages of the tournament, the shot clock is just 10 seconds.
I like it.
And you have special time banks that come in at these stages of the tournament. So they come in, so you don't have to use a regular time bank. If you don't have to use your 37 time bank if you need more than 10 seconds on an open pot. You get like these special time extensions that are like 20 seconds.
Okay.
They're only used in these very specific circumstances. It just means that because everyone playing would rather they didn't have to do the full 30 seconds, but they know they have to do it because everyone else is doing it.
They have to do it.
But if suddenly it got reduced to 10 seconds, then
a level playing field for everyone.
Right, and everyone's rather play that. And it's on open pots. Most of the time, we know what we're doing on open pots. There's some occasional times you need to use these special time banks, but for the most part, you don't. And of course, if someone opens or limps or whatever, then it just goes back to the usual 30 seconds.
Sure.
So it helps alleviate the situation.
Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't solve it, but it makes things better.
Yeah.
Like 50, then 80.
Constantine, King Queen.
120.
Another one of those openable candidates, James, especially five-handed, even off 18 bigs.
Oh yeah.
In we come. 2 million to go.
Sure, I'd say earlier on we've been looking to 3-bet jam over opens, but not ones from this seat so much as those from Burton when he had the whopping lead. Yeah, background, I hear something going on there. It's the end of day 1A of the EAPT Grand Final. Of course, 1B kicking off tomorrow midday, where one Mr. Andrew Headley will be taking his seat.
I'll be in there.
In the mix.
Melchizedek here with another one of these somewhat mandatory defends. Does whiff again. Ace 10-8. Favoring Constantine. Does have the best of it here with just king high. Another one of those sort of textures, Demps, that you're going to expect to see a lot of c-betting here from Constantine. Should hit this board a lot better than Melchizedek, cover it better. And once again, size on 30%. And sort of frustrating spell, James, for Melchizedek. Just sort of chipped down here through no real fault of his own, right? Just sort of blinded down. And
yep.
We are at that stage of the tournament, short-handed. You are going to get whacked.
Yeah, especially now. 2.5 million in orbit. It's up there with Central London rents.
I said it is like 12 bigs. Is the lowest. It's like
12 bigs?
It's 2 or 3 small stacks.
Okay.
Around 12, 15 bigs.
There we go.
Okay, as you can see,
he got up from the table, had a little scan.
Imagine sharing this information with the guy you're competing against.
I don't trust me.
Oh yeah, get a little lie in there.
Yeah. Oh, they've all got exactly equal. Oh, there's 2 guys with 2
two
blinds.
guys with 2 bigs. Yeah.
You just fold next time I raise.
My God's Danker. King 10 of Hearts.
Well, this is getting raised twice on Sundays, which it now is actually Sunday.
2 million to go. Oh, an interesting decision point here for Burton.
Right. This is one that fits in the book.
And he is going to go for aggressive action again, Demps.
Going big, it looks like as well.
Yeah.
Nearly the full 3x, which is, I say big, but we're only playing like 32 blinds effective, so these sizes don't have to be that big, especially when we're dealing with with Gosdanka's supposedly having a pretty wide range here. And with all that in mind, Melchizedek having a little thing, but surely not. This is just, I guess, saving time, but he knows he can be up against some hands he dominates here.
Yeah, very frustrating spot. Just have this type of holding that is just not going to be strong enough facing open and 3-bet on the FT bubble. Interesting here when we come back to Gosdanka. One of these spot stems, right, where Burton isn't really incentivized in general to go for it that often here, you would
5-7.
hesitate. Like, you would, you know, like sometimes you just let the chip leader get on with it,
Right.
get rid of these.
It's not the worst thing for you if he keeps doing this.
Yeah.
But
of course, you're
we've
still
also
going to
seen-
get in the mix sometimes.
Well, we've just seen Burton is so capable.
Yeah.
So comfortable in the situation. Already mentioned he's the one probably with the least amount of sleep, but he's bashing away here. And that larger 3-bet sizing, the 5.7, again, it's not huge, but it's just slightly bigger than maybe he needs to do a 32 bigs. Does elicit a call, of course, from this hand, the suited Broadway combo.
Yeah.
I wonder if Burton's kind of attuned enough to realize that he has narrowed his opponent down to a little bit tighter than perhaps would be normal, as we see a 9-8-3 board where he finds the best of it, pairing that bottom card. And again, the 8-9 doesn't rate to fit Gosdenka too often, but swiftly checks it back.
Yeah, it doesn't want to face a check raise with a hand as good as ace-3 on the 9-8-3 board. And we're very happy, James, to see that 8 on the
Look
turn.
at this. It's a tiny bet here as it checks him the second time. This feels grim when you're Gosdenka holding this particular hand, right? The king high. It's like, really? You really have to push me off this hand with king high? I mean, can he ever stick around? You just up against a lot of ace-x, some better king high. Are you just hoping it's what queen jack making this bet, the check back flop? I don't know. It seems unlikely.
Very unlikely.
Burton resetting parity somewhat. These two now with 40 million apiece. I don't want to say it seems fair, but given the huge flip they played, that maybe he wins the next skirmish and they level up in chips.
I will see it on translation.
Yeah, both working with 40 bigs or so. Like how Burton's approached this feature.
Yeah, I like his demeanor at the table.
Yeah. The chips.
Seems
It
very
looks like-
comfortable.
Yeah, you see?
We do
It's
continue
like a double
10-handed. One player away from the final table.
But they have less chips, like than we do. It's like we have 140 and they have like 100.
Yeah.
So in total,
Make
they
a
are
glimpse here into
smaller.
Gosdanker's mindset. Could potentially open that one on the bubble.
Well, this man will be opening.
Yeah.
Ooh. Melchizedek, 10 blinds. King 9 suited against a range that isn't going to be any 2, but probably isn't far off it.
Yeah, here we go.
He does elect to slide across all the high value chips, leaves one back. Again, just to burn some time, perhaps. And Andrew, one assumes for 10 blinds he's going to have to win an all-in here, right?
Yes.
There we go.
Yeah, he's probably just going to feel compelled to flick it in for 10.
We bet the river.
Does make the call, James.
Maybe someone busted.
100k chip.
You will get a page.
Yes. Maybe I win the hand.
Maybe.
Full deuce. It's Burton.
I don't think somebody.
They're just, it's been ultra friendly.
These two are like best mates, yeah.
He's like trying to help him maybe get the ladder up. But, I mean, at some point you want to bet that 100k. You need to get the bounty.
That's going to do it.
He's saying to him, take your time.
Oh, he only flicked in one, James. He's got two. Oh no, one's the bounty chip.
One is the bounty chip. Makes the call, shows the king 9, realizes how close it was, pipped to the 10 despite the paired board. And just like that, Ara Melkosetian, the man who was doing a lot of the early lifting here on our table, was swinging around the place, is the man who is going to finish in 10th place. He is the FT Bubble Boy, picking up $7,050. Meaning now, Andrew, everyone guaranteed $8,800 as we chase down the first prize
It's like nine.
of 85K.
Are they 5? Yes, they are 5, I think.
Burton's so unaware of what's going on. Doesn't even realize he's made the final table.
9-player final.
And he's but he's back up to over 50 million now. So he had 55, I think he peaked at. Obviously lost that huge flip. Now is right back atop the counts. At least at this table. We don't know the situation from the other table. We've had no word from what's been going on there. But that's how things stand here with these final 4 making their way over to that final table. Of course, Andrew will be going on a break whilst we set this final table up, bring the players over, go through all the particulars. Unfortunately, it appears it's going to take a little longer than perhaps we might wish. So please do stay with us. I know you want me to stay throughout the entire break, but we gather it's about a 35-minute break. So if you are watching, perhaps set an alarm, go off, do what you need to do, get a snack, get a drink, but do come back in 35 minutes for the final table of this, the Luxon Mystery Bounty final table.
Action back round to Burton.
Yeah, loving it, isn't he? Very much involved. Raising this one up with an unknown hand until now. But it is the ladies. Obviously, he had to raise fold the last hand. Here's the man who 3-bet him.
Oh, and he sent it in, Demps.
Yeah, he's got him. Whoa, I say he's got him.
Don't know what he has yet.
Oh
my goodness.
The same action as the last hand. Look at this. We see the open from Burton with 2 queens. Melkosetian with a very, very reasonable 3-bet jam him. Slam dunk with ace-king. And given that he did this last hand with king-queen-o, now waiting behind, wondering.
My goodness, you would imagine this is not Hollywood. This stage of the tournament. Let's get out of the way, Demps.
Is that a call? Oh, call.
Here we go. Horse snaps it off. 2 top-of-range hands, James.
Top of range.
Absolutely. Cutoff versus button. 2 monster holdings.
This is pretty sick for Melkosetian that he could be 1-2 punch out of this one, having had 16 million 2 hands ago.
Big flip developing. It is the classic.
Yeah, this is the flippier flips. King 6 straight. There it is. Finds a partner. No diamond. Backdoor joy for Burton. Just the queen will do it. With 1 pull to come. Just thinking, Andrew, we hear the music.
I know, I'm
jiving in the background. Like, if you're the one all in there with 2 outs to come, and everyone's silent, and you just got this like happy, cheery tune going, I don't know, that might
put you on tilt.
That might send me over the edge. Like, no one's ever hit a 2-outer to that music.
Poker Party.
Whoop whoop, what a tremendous beginning of Mediterranean Poker Party. The brand new, huge poker stage was built. It's TV time. Don't forget the main thing that unites nation. A bunch of poker events running now.
And I'm from Norway.
Turkey,
Australia,
The Netherlands.
Lebanon,
France,
Bulgaria,
Venezuela.
Belarus,
Iran,
Ukraine.
Austria,
Serbia,
Russia,
Germany,
Armenia,
Hungary, Kazakhstan,
Italy,
Greece,
Romania,
Moldova,
Scotland, Poland,
China,
Spain,
Sweden, England,
Georgia,
Mexico,
Croatia,
USA.
Lithuania. I know, guys, you play hard and work hard. The only thing you miss, it's the party time. And we have it for you here in Versace Garden and Merit Royal Diamond tonight.
Based in Grenoble, I believe. You know, the foot of the French Alps.
You know, I'm just having a bit of fun with it.
I know you are.
Mont Blanc.
I'm just getting
Mont Blanc, that's one.
Mont Blanc is a mountain. Yeah.
There you go.
There's a lot of mountains in France that begin Mont, as it happens.
Yeah.
Coincidentally, of course.
Hence why I made the joke. I'm one step ahead of you, Dams. Speaking of being one step ahead, Melchizedek has been one step ahead of the competition so far. Getting after it, ace-9 under the gun. Fairly reasonable, you know, to open here. Lots of sort of medium to short stacks that will only have one move. So using that ace blocker, gonna come in for an open. In a fold round to the big blind. Burton. Lots of shallow stacks now, in fact, Demps, with that blind jump. You know, 5 or 6 players at the table working with 24 bigs or below. Burton, we get to sweat with Melchizedek, and Burton with an unknown hand. 9-7-6, very much a texture that connects with the big. And you will see some donking. Does look at his chips, James. Yeah, and here it comes. Certainly a trend in modern poker. You will see a lot of leading here on these 3-card straight completing boards. Melchizedek might rip it here, Demps. I could see it. Backdoor nut flush draw, top pair, top kicker, very vulnerable holding.
Right, it's a situation where he just doesn't know what the bad cards are on the turn, does he? Yeah, there are a lot of them. Hand rates to be the best right now, but I think it does make the committing raise.
Really impressed with him so far. Just seems super attuned to what's going on. Has decided to go for the raise call, James, instead of shove.
It's effectively the same thing, right? When we're talking about this stack depth, isn't it? Making it 5 million. I mean,
oh wow!
Here we go.
Here we go.
Burton tables what looks to be
8-9.
Is that 8-9?
I think he might.
Oh, it's top pair with an open ender.
Yeah, it is.
So Melchizedek has got his man to stick it in here with effectively just the straight draw on the live card, looking to pair up for the 2-pair. So again, in the best spot, in a monster pot. There's 26 million chips in this one.
Huge.
As we see the 8 roll off. Now, of course, there are chop outs. And, of course, the ace would still do it for Melchizedek. But all of a sudden, he is bang up against it. And that's where he remains. Everything was going so right for this man. But now, all these chips moving to Burton. here in the background, Varia Milbutas calling the draws out. Sounded like he's saying one of the 40Ks has gone. Of course, we know the 70K, the big prize, has gone.
No. There's only 15K left.
Yeah, went earlier this afternoon.
Okay, the players talking. I think that was the second 40K that's just gone. So the largest bounty left, according to these players discussing, is 15K. Will, of course, change things somewhat.
For sure.
So the close spots suddenly become a little bit more foldy. But as we know, once we get deeper into these things, the bounties become less relevant, right? I think we looked, it was sort of 3.5K-ish equity per bounty, which obviously once you start the day is worth a lot, but once you get towards the final table, 3.5K isn't really going to sway your decisions too much.
Yeah, it does become somewhat irrelevant, and with those big chunky ones out of the way, and with Udemps, players likely will tighten up, calling all-ins. As we see, Mariam here opens the hijack, King 4 of Hearts. Rudzari decides to take a flop, providing there's no more action behind, that is. Calls the button, Queen Jack of Diamonds. Stoika here with the decision Demps. Pocket deuces, sub 20 blinds though, thinks better of it.
Again, it's one of these things, isn't it? He could jam there, but again, these are the spots that it still is a bounty.
Yeah, I think the hand a little too weak in general. Never mind with the target on your head. So we do go heads up to the 7-6-5. Mariam still best. King high with that up and down straight draw. Let's check it over though to Rudzari. It's come up empty. 2 overcards only. 7 of diamonds on board. For a little backdoor equity. Does check behind. And there is the 10 of diamonds. Rudzari now improves to a queen high flush draw. Pretty awkward spot Demps, right, for Mariam here. Whether to start turning her hand into a bluff, right? Try and get some ace highs to fold.
Yeah,
King
potentially.
Queen, King Jack.
It's a little icky, of course, holding no diamond or spade ourselves.
Sure.
But in a perverse way, kind of gonna almost bet this one for value.
Yeah, and he's gone huge, Demps, really, over the pot. 2.9 million into 2.6. Rudzari not going to like that, of course. Would like to realize this draw. Excuse me, Demps, is the graphics correct? Bet of 2 million.
Okay.
A little more normal.
Still big.
Still big.
But with those overs and a flush draw, and of course the potential to get up to funny business on the end. Chasing a bounty as well.
Well, he does improve Demps. Queen of Hearts, River. Potential danger now for Mariam with just pot behind. Almost impossible to have the best hand, Demps, right? It's really difficult to think of hands we beat.
Last 10 seconds.
Come on.
Wow, he finds the jam.
Wow. Goes for it.
My goodness.
And Rudzari got there, but not in the way he would have wished in terms of a flush. But he has rivered that top pair, and the way this one's played out, that queen is a pretty big card to have, isn't it? Obviously, can be behind. There are going to be some hands that want to trap us, check on the flop.
Agreed.
Send some rope, but at the end of the day, all those draws have missed. Of course, we have 2 diamonds on our hand, but the queen of diamonds not really a blocker in this sense because our opponent's never going to bet, in theory, with that card. So really, they can still have all the sort of ace-x of diamonds, king-x of diamonds, perhaps.
Absolutely, and I think he's made the call, Demps. He has. And Mariam, just like that, out the door as Rudzari finds the call of 6.6 million. What a start to the action, James. Back-to-back eliminations here very early at the feature table.
Crazy stuff.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlit.
Action back round to Burton.
Yeah, loving it, isn't he? Very much involved. Raising this one up with an unknown hand until now. But it is the ladies. We'll see how to raise fold the last hand. Here's the man who 3-bet him.
Oh, and he's sent it in, Demps.
Yeah, he's got him. Whoa, I say he's got him.
Don't know what he has yet.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, the same action as the last hand. Look at this. We see the open from Burton with 2 queens. Melchizedek with a very, very reasonable 3-bet jam him. Slam dunk with ace-king. And given that he did this last hand with king-queen-o, now waiting behind, wondering.
My goodness, you would imagine this is not Hollywood. This stage of the tournament. It does get out of the way, Demps.
Is that a call? No, call.
Here we go. Of course, snaps it off. 2 top-of-range hands, James.
Top of range.
Absolutely. Cutoff versus button. 2 monster holdings.
This is pretty sick for Melchizedek that he could be 1-2 punch out of this one, having had 16 million 2 hands ago.
Big flip developing. It is the classic.
Yeah, this is the flippier flips. King 6 straight. There it is. Finds a partner. No diamond. Backdoor joy for Burton. Just the queen will do it. With 1 pull to come. Just thinking, Andreas. We hear the music.
I know, I'm
jiving in the background. Like, if you're the one all in there with 2 outs to come, and everyone's silent, and you just got this like happy, cheery tune going, I don't know. That might
put you on tilt.
That might send me over the edge. Like, no one's ever hit a 2 outer to that music.
Welcome to Mediterranean Poker Party.
Whoop whoop, what a tremendous beginning of Mediterranean Poker Party. The brand new, huge poker stage was built. It's TV time. don't forget the main thing that unites nation. A bunch of poker events running now.
And I'm from Norway.
Turkey, Australia,
The Netherlands, Lebanon,
France, Bulgaria,
Venezuela.
Belarus, Iran,
Ukraine,
Austria, Serbia,
Russia,
Germany, Armenia,
Hungary,
Kazakhstan,
Italy,
Greece, Romania,
Moldova,
Scotland, Poland,
China,
Spain,
Sweden,
England,
Georgia, Yahanna.
Mexico, Croatia, USA.
Lithuania. I know, guys, you play hard and work hard. The only thing you miss, it's the party time. And we have it for you here in Versace Garden and Merit Royal Diamond tonight.
Company based in Grenoble, I believe. You know, the foot of the French Alps.
You know, I'm just having a bit of fun with it.
I know you are.
Mont Blanc.
I'm just getting
Mont Blanc, that's one.
Mont Blanc is a,
There you go.
is a mountain, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
There's a lot of mountains in France that begin Mont, as it happens.
Yeah.
Coincidentally, of course.
Hence why I made the joke. I'm one step ahead of you, Demps. Speaking of being one step ahead, Melchizedek has been one step ahead of the competition so far. Getting after it, ace-9 under the gun. Fairly reasonable, you know, to open here. Lots of sort of medium to short stacks that will only have one move. So using that ace blocker, going to come in for an open. In a fold round to the big blind. Burton. Lots of shallow stacks now, in fact, Demps, with that blind jump. You know, 5 or 6 players at the table working with 24 bigs or below. Burton, we get to sweat with Melchizedek and Burton with an unknown hand. 9-7-6, very much a texture that connects with the big. And you will see some donking. Does look at his chips, James. Yeah, and here it comes. Certainly a trend in modern poker. You will see a lot of leading here on these 3-card straight completing boards. Melchizedek might rip it here, Demps. I could see it. Backdoor nut flush draw, top pair, top kicker, very vulnerable holding.
Right, it's a situation where he just doesn't know what the bad cards are on the turn, does he? There are a lot of them. Hand rates to be the best right now, but
5.4.
I think it does make the committing raise.
Really impressed with him so far. Just seems super attuned to what's going on. Has decided to go for the raise call, James, instead of shove.
It's effectively the same thing, right? When we're talking about this stack depth, isn't it? Making
Yeah.
it 5 million. I mean,
oh wow.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Burton tables what looks to be
He might have
8-9.
flopped it.
Is that 8-9?
I think he might
Oh,
have
it's
flopped.
top pair with an open ender.
Yeah, it is.
So Melchizedek has got his man to stick it in here with effectively just the straight draw on the live card, looking to pair up for the 2-pair. So again, in the best spot, in a monster pot. There's 26 million chips in this one.
Huge.
As we see the 8 roll off. Now, of course, there are chop outs. And, of course, the ace would still do it for Melchizedek. But all of a sudden, he is bang up against it, and that's where he remains. Everything was going so right for this man.
But then I feel like it's
But now, all these chips moving to Burton.
here in the background, Varia Milbutas calling the draws out. Sounded like he's saying one of the 40Ks has gone. Of course, we know the 70K, the big prize, has gone.
No. There's only 15K left.
Yeah, it went earlier this afternoon.
Okay, the players talking. I think that was the second 40K that's just gone. So the largest bounty left, according to these players discussing, is 15K. Will, of course, change things somewhat.
For sure.
So the close spots suddenly become a little bit more foldy. But as we know, once we get deeper into these things, the bounties become less relevant, right? I think we looked, it was sort of 3.5K-ish equity per bounty, which obviously once you start the day is worth a lot, but once you get towards the final table, 3.5K isn't really going to sway your decisions too much.
Yeah, it does become somewhat irrelevant, and with those big chunky ones out of the way, and with UDEMPs, players likely will tighten up, calling all-ins. As we see, Mariam here opens the hijack, King 4 of Hearts. Rudzari decides to take a flop, providing there's no more action behind that is, calls the button, Queen Jack of Diamonds. Stoika here with the decision demps, pocket deuces, sub 20 blinds though, thinks better of it.
Again, it's one of these things, isn't it? He could jam there, but again, these are the spots that it still is a bounty.
Yeah, I think the hand a little too weak in general. Never mind with the target on your head. So we do go heads up to the 7-6-5. Mariam still best. King high with that up and down straight draw. Let's check it over though to Rudzari. It's come up empty. 2 overcards only. 7 of diamonds on board. For a little backdoor equity. Let's check behind. And there is the 10 of diamonds. Rudzari now improves to a queen high flush draw. Pretty awkward spot demps, right, for Mariam here. Whether to start turning her hand into a bluff, right? Try and get some ace highs to fold.
Yeah,
King
potentially.
Queen, King Jack.
It's a little icky, of course, holding no diamond or spade ourselves.
Sure.
But in a perverse way, kind of gonna almost bet this one for value.
Yeah, and he's gone huge demps, really, over the pot. 2.9 million into 2.6. Rudzari not going to like that, of course. Would like to realize this draw. Excuse me, demps, is the graphics correct? Bet of 2 million.
Okay.
A little more normal.
Still big.
Still big.
But with those overs and a flush draw, and of course the potential to get up to funny business on the end. Chasing a bounty as well.
Oh, and he does improve demps. Queen of Hearts, River. Potential danger now for Mariam with just pot behind. Almost impossible to have the best hand demps, right? It's really difficult to think of hands we beat.
Last 10 seconds.
Come on.
Wow, he finds the jam.
Wow. Goes for it.
My goodness.
And Rudzari got there, but not in the way he would have wished in terms of a flush. But he has rivered that top pair, and the way this one's played out, that queen is a pretty big card to have, isn't it? Obviously, can be behind. There are going to be some hands that want to trap us, check on the flop.
Agreed.
Send some rope, but at the end of the day, all those draws have missed. Of course, we have 2 diamonds on our hand, but the queen of diamonds is not really a blocker in this sense because our opponent's never going to bet, in theory, with that card. So really, they can still have all the sort of ace-x of diamonds, king-x of diamonds, perhaps.
Absolutely, and I think he's made the call, Demps. He has. And Mariam, just like that, out the door as Rudzari finds the call of 6.6 million. What a start to the action, James. Back-to-back eliminations here very early at the feature table.
Crazy stuff.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlit.
Action back round to Burton.
Yeah, loving it, isn't he? Very much involved. Raising this one up with an unknown hand until now. But it is the ladies. We'll see how to raise fold the last hand. Here's the man who 3-bet him.
Oh, and he's sent it in, Demps.
Yeah, he's got him. Whoa, I say he's got him.
Don't know what he has yet.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, the same action as the last hand. Look at this. We see the open from Burton with 2 queens. Melchizedek with a very, very reasonable 3-bet jam him. Slam dunk with ace-king. And given that he did this last hand with king-queen-o, now waiting behind, wondering.
My goodness, you would imagine this is not Hollywood. This stage of the tournament. It does get out of the way, Demps.
Is that a call? No call.
Here we go. Horse snaps it off. 2 top-of-range hands, James.
Top of range.
Absolutely. Cutoff versus button. 2 monster holdings.
This is pretty sick for Melchizedek that he could be 1-2 punch out of this one, having had 16 million 2 hands ago.
Big flip developing. It is the classic.
Yeah, this is the flippier flips. King 6 straight. There it is. Finds a partner. No diamond. Backdoor joy for Burton. Just the queen will do it. With 1 pull to come. Just thinking, Andreas. We hear the music.
I know, I'm
jiving in the background. Like, if you're the one all in there with 2 outs to come, and everyone's silent, and you just got this like happy, cheery tune going, I don't know, that might
put you on tilt.
That might send me over the edge. Like, no one's ever hit a 2-outer to that music.
Welcome to Mediterranean Poker Party.
Whoop whoop, what a tremendous beginning of Mediterranean Poker Party. The brand new, huge poker stage was built. It's TV time. Don't don't forget the main thing that unites nation. A bunch of poker events running now.
And I'm from Norway.
Turkey. Australia.
The Netherlands. Lebanon.
France. Bulgaria.
Venezuela.
Belarus. Iran.
Ukraine.
Austria. Serbia.
Russia.
Germany.
Armenia. Hungary. Kazakhstan.
Italy.
Greece. Romania.
Moldova.
Scotland. Poland.
China.
Spain.
Sweden.
England.
Georgia.
Mexico.
Croatia. USA.
Lithuania. I know, guys, you play hard and work hard. The only thing you miss, it's the party time. And we have it for you here in Versace Garden and Merit Royal Diamond tonight.
Based in Grenoble, I believe. You know, the foot of the French Alps.
You know, I'm just having a bit of fun with it.
I know you are.
Mont Blanc.
I'm just getting
Mont Blanc, that's one.
Mont Blanc is a mountain. Yeah.
There you go.
There's a lot of mountains in France that begin Mont, as it happens.
Yeah.
Coincidentally, of course.
Hence why I made the joke. I'm one step ahead of you, Dams. Speaking of being one step ahead, Melchizedek has been one step ahead of the competition so far. Getting after it, ace-9 under the gun. Fairly reasonable, you know, to open here. Lots of sort of medium to short stacks that will only have one move. So using that ace blocker, gonna come in for an open. In a fold round to the big blind. Burton. Lots of shallow stacks now, in fact, Demps, with that blind jump. You know, 5 or 6 players at the table working with 24 bigs or below. Burton, we get to sweat with Melchizedek, and Burton with an unknown hand. 9-7-6, very much a texture that connects with the big. And you will see some donking. Does look at his chips, James. Yeah, and here it comes. Certainly a trend in modern poker. You will see a lot of leading here on these 3-card straight completing boards. Melchizedek might rip it here, Demps. I could see it. Backdoor nut flush draw, top pair, top kicker, very vulnerable holding.
Right, it's a situation where he just doesn't know what the bad cards are on the turn, does he? Yeah, there are a lot of them. Hand rates to be the best right now.
5.4.
I think that does make the committing raise.
Really impressed with him so far. Just seems super attuned to what's going on. Has decided to go for the raise call, James, instead of shove.
It's effectively the same thing, right? When we're talking about this stack depth, isn't it? Making it 5 million. I mean,
oh wow.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Burton tables what looks to be
8-9.
Is that 8-9? I
think he might.
No, it's top pair with an open ender.
Yeah, it is.
So Melchizedek has got his man to stick it in here with effectively just the straight draw on the live card, looking to pair up for the 2-pair. So again, in the best spot, in a monster pot. There's 26 million chips in this one.
Huge.
As we see the 8 roll off. Now, of course, there are chop outs. And, of course, the ace would still do it for Melchizedek. But all of a sudden, he is bang up against it. And that's where he remains. Everything was going so right for this man. But now, all these chips moving to Burton.
journey starts now. Merit Starlit.
And a very warm welcome back to the Lux on Pay Mystery Bounty here at the wonderful Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa, where we see, well, some lads getting in a taxi, Andrew, some familiar faces in the world of poker. We spy Ludo, Mitch Johnson,
amazing,
Dean Hutchinson, all with beers in hand, jumping into a cab. It is a party after all, my friend. It's not all about the poker, but for now, it is, and this is how our final table lines up. It is a case of short stacks, at least for the bottom four. All four of those players at the bottom of the counts, looking for ladders, as they have between 11.5 and 10.5 big blinds between them. But of course, it is Kirill Burton and Alexei Savenkov up top, 47 and 53 million for those two. Vadim Godzdanka, the man who was battling Kirill a little bit earlier, he's in here still with 40 million. And Ebi in the middle of the pack here as well with that 38 big blind. So a big drop off. And then Konstantin, the one sort of sandwich in the middle, who's, I guess when you look at ICM, probably the one kind of most handcuffed, right?
I would agree completely. Although we did see pre-final table, he seemed very adept at, making those sort of shrewd, clever laydowns, I like to call them, where you have a hand that if you're autopiloting, you might just open it. Whereas, when you're going to get played back at and you're at that sort of precarious midland stack. So it seems like he has the skill set to navigate it well. I just got to quickly flick back to, that sight warmed the heart. The lads at the Mediterranean party, off into the night. Beautiful stuff.
They're up to no good, I'm sure. A few drinks.
They're all business on this trip, I was told.
Dean,
all business.
Dean was one of those who, of course, went relatively deep in this tournament. Cash had a bounty. He was sort of inquiring with us what bounties are left because he was trying to time the optimal bounty pool. Of course, we all know in reality it makes no difference, but it doesn't stop us being superstitious.
I feel like it does make a difference somehow.
Yeah.
Feel like it doesn't matter. Wait till the end.
It's the one bit of control you have, isn't it?
I'm like a total fish. I just run over all excited and that, and then pull the minimum.
Konstantin in seat 1. Gabdulin in seat 2. He's our man that's impressed us the most thus far. Kirill Burton, who, well, if the cards have fallen slightly differently, could have over 100 million already.
Right.
Lost some massive pots. Rokov, first time.
First look
at this feature was on the outer table, as was this man, Savenkov. I like the cap.
Very much all business.
Outdoor lovers, après ski fans. There we go. I'm those two myself. Hey. Back at the moment at hand. Here's a man who's been ducking and diving.
Right.
Shkoladze in here in the mix. Your man's back.
Oi, go on, Brad Garrett. Let's go.
He is.
Everybody loves Raymond.
He has that little look about him.
He does, man. I'm telling you, it might be him.
Yeah.
And there he is, the most nonplussed, non-fussed, unfazed man in poker. Vadim Godzdanka. Look at him even now. He's like, get that camera away from me. I'm trying to do business, trying to do work. Rounding out the final table, first look Demps, Ibrahim Ngagi. Always reminds me of Filippo Inzaghi. Pippo.
To his friends.
Legendary AC Milan striker. Never scored a goal more than 3 yards out. Legend has it.
He's played for a lot of teams, didn't he?
Played for
Juve.
Both Milans, I want to say.
And Juve.
Did he play for Juve?
Yeah.
Did he?
Pretty sure.
I feel like
Did he play for? No, his brother. His brother was
Simone.
Simone. Sorry.
Simone Inzaghi. That's right.
He played for. I thought he played for. All right.
Go on. Trivia.
just done my knee, but in the meantime...
I'll take this hand. You get into the Google streets.
It's important we get our Italian football knowledge right.
That time of the night. 2 a.m. here, local time.
It is 2 a.m. We are burning the...
Oh, and here we go.
Mid-morning oil.
First decision point. Boyatsian decides that decision is to send all the chips into battle. Very interesting, actually, Demps. You know, 10 blinds, we often are just going to look at a hand like Ace-Jack and just rip it in. But there's like 4 guys with 10 blinds. So actually, I think he could consider min-raise folding here. But does just decide to send it in. Of course, never going to be bad. To just grip it and rip it. And it's going to get through. Round 2, Burton. Going to let this one go.
So, neither brother played for Inter.
Right.
But of course, Pippo, 15 games at Parma, 33 at Atalanta. Then went to Juve, played 120 games, and then went on to Milan to play 200+ games there.
Some memory. I didn't remember him playing for...
His brother Simone basically played his career at Lazio.
Okay.
So there we go.
That was in the glory days of Italian football.
Oh, when it was the best league.
Go
the 90s.
Lazio.
The 90s.
That was for
Italian football was at the peak.
Yeah, that was for the football connoisseur.
Oh, yeah.
They all sat around the table with the newspapers, remember? On the
Gazzetta dello Sport.
There we go.
John Richardson?
James
Richardson.
James something, yeah.
Sitting in the piazza with his espresso. Like, I have my espresso here, a double. I went to get a coffee, and our barista said, single or double? I said, my friend, I'm about to start a final table. I need a double.
Absolutely, you do. I've got my trusty cup of tea in front of me, guys. Thank you for sticking with us into the wee small hours. Final table, event 1. Lux and Pay mystery bounty. 1,100 buy-in, 1 million guaranteed. We smashed through that. And these players are looking to smash their way to $85,000 first prize. So we see God's Danker there. Could have considered opening. The King 9 decides to let it go. Now, first look at Ingagi. 38 big blinds, Demps, suited ace, more than good enough, in for 2 million. Typically, we should see a lot of jockeying for position, right, from these big to medium stack, well, medium to big stacks, should I say. There's 3 of them around about the 40 big blind to 50 big blind mark.
Right.
Everyone else short, so we're going to see a lot of opens, you would imagine, from the bigger stacks. And all these short is sort of just looking for good rejam. Good open jam spots. And Gagi's going for quite the look. He has a sweatband on the right wrist, a sweatband, and what can only be described as 14-year-old child's glasses.
Oh, I was saying I'm loving those glasses. I'm in for them.
Are you loving them?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I think, like, no offense in Gaggy. I'm not saying you can't pull it off, but, you know, when you get past a certain age, I don't know about that. Is that harsh?
He looks like the sort of man that could take us down at basketball.
Anybody can take me down at basketball. I'm still
That's all
embarrassed.
I'm going to say.
I'm still fuming.
He's got the sweatband ready.
That's true. Round 2, Brad Garrett. Only joking, right? But it's time to be respectful now. He's on the FT. Boyatsian gets out of the way. God's Danker, +2. Ace 9 of hearts. Working with 41 million in chips. We're going to come into the pot. 2 million to go. 2 of the bigger stacks sat side by side. Round 2, Gabdulin in the cutoff. Ace 7 of clubs, James. You know, he knows God's Danker is going to be wide, but this feels too wide to get it in behind. Still got 3 people to act.
Yeah.
Good fold.
I like where you're at with that.
Interesting spot here for Burton. Pretty nice spot to set mine. You know, against one of the only other players with a big stack. Could potentially ping a 4 here and win a big one. Round 2, Savenkov. 3 of the big stacks here, James, involved. Holding one of the 4s that Burton is hunting. Also with dominated hearts. His hand in pretty bad shape.
Yeah, but I guess it's one of those hands that you kind of play fit or fold in a big way, and exactly the opposite of what I'm saying, because he catches a little piece of it here. Question is, will he do any damage here? Burton, what a run he's having, albeit losing those big pots. He's won some pretty good ones as well, and finding, as you mentioned, that case for on this board, on a board where you can expect to perhaps win some chips. Although Godsdanka is checking. It feels to me like Godsdanka's just gonna be the kind of guy who's gonna bet more with it and maybe have fewer checks with the strongest hands, like the King X that a lot of other players may incorporate checks with. He kind of plays his hand a little faster.
Yeah, a little unfortunate for Burton here. Neither opponent with a strong enough piece to continue.
Yes, these numbers.
Did wonder if you can ever find a check demps, but this bottom set especially, right, unblocking the top end of the board, just one of those hands that just wants to get money in immediately. Unfortunate for him that neither opponent had a substantial piece. Even still, nice pot goes his way.
Алексей 5. Саша 2 пары, Алексей 5. Он разрядил чуть абсолютно. Тоже сделает 8.
8 pass.
Maybe
9 pass.
now the 9 full suited.
1 pass.
Not looking for any further success just yet. This one making it all the way round to Burton, who looks down at an ace with the chip lead in the cutoff. No need to peek at the second card just yet. Brufko, he's out. Sevenkov.
You say free, and I start thinking that you're saying like I'm putting free. And,
oh, Shkodladze with the hooks. The man just seems to find enough hand when the time comes around to keep surviving. Was down to just 2.2 million chips with, what, 14 players left. Isn't that far removed from that point, but obviously going from 14 to 9, number of ladders involved in terms of payouts, and of course he'll still here with a chance to not just climb more ladders, but potentially still win this tournament. You can never count anyone out.
Yeah, they absolutely cannot get rid of him, James. As you referenced, he just keeps on keeping on. Can't see Burton calling this. You know, we're at that stage now. Bounty's basically negligible.
Right.
Our opponent going to rejam pretty tight here with all the other short stacks involved.
Yeah, and obviously before the farm table started, or as the farm table started, whilst we were on our break, you and I went through and looked and saw that 15K is still up there. It was the biggest bounty that was still remaining.
Yep.
So the bounties do have some relevance, but yeah, of course, not enough for us to really factor in now. It would make like the tightest of folds calls, and that's about it. But it'd be interesting to see how that goes on. Maybe, you know, we see the difference between, well, first and second, for example, is less than 30K. The jump between second and third is 15K. So maybe we're down there with 3 less, and the 15K is still in there.
Yeah, that would be interesting for
suddenly
sure.
Things are different.
Yeah. See, that's why I like the idea. We've talked about this earlier, but keeping back one big bounty.
Right, doesn't have to be the biggest, but
sure,
just one of the 40Ks was in there.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be sick, right? Then all of a sudden you're three-handed, there's 2 big stacks and 1 short stack.
Or even here, like maybe the bounties are suddenly worth like 6K here if the 40K was still in there.
Right.
And suddenly it becomes a big factor. Because we're looking at the pay jumps, we're looking at what, 2.5K. Now the next one off that would be 3K, then not even 3K, then 4K. They're small jumps, but if there was a big bounty in their midst there, that would get people a little excited. By people, I mean you and I. Oh, we're excited anyway.
Exactly. But it would be cool to sweat it like three-handed, 100K or whatever still in there. Be awesome. Burton going to want to get after it, but not with this holding. Round to one of our short stacks. Grovko. I believe it's Grovko. Memory serves. Grovko. Jack 10 suited, and here we go, Demps. First clash incoming.
Yeah, Shkaladze just seems to have survived and found the hands when needed, and here with a great chance to not just advance his chip stack, but actually knock somebody out, pick up a bounty, and climb us up the pay ladder. And he's in a nice spot to do, although, of course, we'll see Grovko with the 2 live cards, far from dead.
Going to be very happy to see how live he is. See here, just a 60-40 underdog. Here we go. First all in and call at this final table. Grovko at risk. Oh, ooh, what a flop that is, Demps.
Wow, wow, wow. Call it a flip. Here we go. Ace-high board. You'd think that would be it for the ace-queen, but that 9-7, 2 diamonds on board, giving so many outs to Grovko, but turn does not produce. Can the river? No, it doesn't. A red card, but the wrong suit. Despite that juicy flop.
You should open the river like a GG.
Oh, man is out. We lost Grovko, first out of this final table in 9th place, picking up $8,800 for his efforts. And well, no doubt we'll see him back at the felt tomorrow in the EAPT Grand Final.
Yeah, good game, sir. Great run. Nothing to be done, Demps. 8 big blinds, late position. Hand is strong enough. We can still have some fold equity against short stacks in the big and small. Unfortunately for him, couldn't run down the ace-queen of Shkaladze. The classic. The old too many outs. Like, how do you brick? You go home and tell your mates, how did I brick there? I run the worst. Yada, yada. Etc., etc. Good run. GG. We're down to 8.
GG, sir, indeed. Wow, what a spin up it is for Shkaladze, though. Just furthering his cause once again, and it was 2 of the short stacks doing it, so it does change the complexion of the final somewhat.
Telling you, Shkaladze's getting heads up in this tournament. I have a feeling.
Got faith in your man.
I mean, they just can't get rid of him, right?
Right.
Now he's up to like 23 mil, something like that.
Do you think he's going to be like 4 of 4?
Yeah.
3 of 3?
Yeah, he is.
Next thing you know, he's going to have the chip lead heads up.
Yeah. It's written in the stars.
Well,
there we go.
Go against Burton. Interesting. 24 million in chips. You can see a full break down the chip stacks, but yeah, I was going to say, is this the case where he doesn't even want to do, just rips it?
I think we need to raise a 3-bet call this hand, personally.
Right.
I think that Burton is just, we know he's out of line, right? You've already had your mates tell you now he's opening 6-7 off. He's going to be opening every ace, I think. Personally, this is a little bit of a mistake.
Right.
Just in terms of, if you're doing just a 4-bet jam, all right, fine, you can be at risk, but it's going to be for the chip lead.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, you're in position to win this tournament, right?
Yeah. I
think Queens is a little too strong. Like, maybe just jam jacks even.
Yeah.
Queens for me, 3-bet call.
I like where you're at.
Yeah.
I think I agree.
It may make no difference, right? Because our opponent's probably going to just raise fold heaps. Even still, for me, little too strong. But hey, you do also just take down the pot, Demps, right? You're not at risk. Move yourself up to like 4th in chips now, probably.
Just seeing a multitude of 10 big blind stacks. And
exactly. I can see a reason for jam too, but
I think it's just a good enough hand to risk dying on.
Absolutely. Even just allow him to peel with like a, Jack 10 suited hands that you have absolutely wrecked.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was intrigued to see how he would approach that spot, having finally got to the sort of 25 big blind mark. As it stands, gets the jam through.
Savenkov. 2 5s in the hijack.
Unconsciously, I want
Yeah,
to
type of holding you're never really thrilled with in terms of we don't block any of these rejam sort of cards. There are a bunch of short stacks behind that we probably don't want to raise call.
We're seeing one of those.
And we do have 2 big stacks in the small and big, but does come with open. Obviously going to be fine, depending what we run into behind.
Yeah, obviously himself having over 40 blinds.
Exactly, yeah.
He's okay playing pots with these big stacks in position.
Sure. Abby gonna defend. Pretty wide defend this, especially at NFT. Seems okay. Both players whiffing the board, 10-9-3. Interesting decision point now for Savenkov. Doesn't feel great putting chips in post-flop on such a board. Yeah, is going to try and start working this one to showdown. Turn is the Jack of Hearts. Ebby improves to a gut shot straight draw to go along with that overcard.
He's a cool customer.
Yeah, going to check once more. You'd imagine if Savenkov is checking flop, James, very likely to do the same again. Does check twice. And he lets his opponent realize.
Now, I wonder if Ebby ever just checks again, because it's so unlikely my opponent has something when they've checked twice. But this is the kind of card that surely you'd expect his opponent to bluff.
He is going to seek value himself, James. One of these spots where if you do check, you might get a hand like a suited wheel ace or something to announce itself with a river bluff.
Yeah.
But other than that...
Even hands like this, you know, you can try and make a 10 or a 9
Sure,
fold.
exactly.
Jack even.
Yeah. Savenkov now. If he ever considers a suicidal raise. I say suicidal. You know, it could work, but not in this instance, you wouldn't think. Although we do have all the ace-king demps, and likely the big blind has none. This would be ambitious. Like,
we like ambition.
Yeah, we do. I mean, the big blind's basically... He's not going to lead an 8, right? I don't think. Not for this sizing.
Yeah, it seems like... Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like an 8. Like you say, yeah, that's the kind of
just going to go into check call
the
mode,
nicest hand to obviously check call with.
Yeah.
12 millions.
Oh.
Слабак. Прям банк отдал. Не переживай. Леха слабак.
Nice pickup for Ebby. Interesting one, you know, I always like a bit of carnage. I'd love to have seen like one big blind. Right? The old one big blind, which is basically a check.
Yeah.
And then like sometimes you can
Come at me.
You can get your opponent to kind of go a little crazy.
Go on, I dare you.
Yeah.
What do you think of this?
As we continue on, 8-handed. Gabdulin, staple of our Merit poker streams. Seen him deep in a lot of tournaments, very experienced regular. 10 blinds demps, queen jack off from under the gun. Little too weak to get involved. Burton though, king 7 suited. Been really impressed with him. Just seems to recognize, you know, what type of hand textures to get after it with this big stack in there with the suited king.
6+. 7+.
Round to Ebby in the small.
9+.
Likely hand over.
Wheel 3.
Certainly is.
In 3.
Do you make him the favourite Demps at the moment?
I think you'd have to, wouldn't you?
I think you would.
Okay.
He only has a small chip lead, but just been very, very impressive, very proficient.
It's just the flow.
Yeah.
He seems like he's the most sort of
technically correct, would you say?
Yeah, I don't know if it's that. Just seems to have the best demeanor. Like we saw him lose a big pot before with the ace king into queens.
Yeah, he just shrugged it.
The jacks, pardon me, and just okay, whatever. Like I should have more chins, but like yeah, he just seems to be the most at ease, in flow. Sometimes you get there, you're just in the groove and nothing really affects you. Yeah. And when we're playing this late, it's worth noting these guys start at midday.
Yeah.
It's 2:30. It's the tetchiness will be natural, the frustration, the tiredness, but he seems to be handling it the best. Not that we've seen anyone really not handling it, but the fact that he's handling it so well tells me that he's probably got one of the best demeanors and one of the best stacks.
Yeah. Yeah, hard to argue with any of that. As we proceed towards the button.
By Jack 4-0 on the button, not going to be one that gets played. Cards not giving us the biggest action here.
Yeah, General Love here has one of these hands that is certainly going to shove for chip stamps into sort of 9 bigs effective behind.
Right.
Probably just have to jam here regardless of FT or not. Just going to take our king high, put it in. Hope to get a fold. Does get one.
$1,207 players entered this one. 1,199 of them have gone. We are down to our final 8.
Yeah.
Just one can be the MPP Luxon Mystery Bounty Champion. Big bounties have all gone. But there is still a 50k bounty in the mix, and there's still 85k up top here, plus whatever bounties the players have accrued along the way. There's still a chance that someone's going to leave here with a 6-figure payday.
Yeah, as we see Savenkov here. Under the gun, pocket 6s, one of the big stacks. Does have the chip leader in the big blind, but still likely to open here. Does make it 2 million.
6 plus.
And here we go.
Boyassian, Ace King, dreamy scenario. Although up against under the gun, obviously never as nice as if this was a late position open and he found the Ace King, but we know Ace King just plays great against every range. Generalov, I think in different scenario maybe in here, but obviously with the under the gun open and a 3-bit jam from 10 bigs from +2, 7s shrink up massively.
Yeah, definitely laying that one down.
And this is pretty grim now for
it is
Savenkov. Obviously, again, if he'd raised some late, much clearer. But he has raised from under the gun on an 8-handed table. His range is pretty tight and been jammed on for 10 bigs. But at the same time, the same token, you're getting 2 to 1. You've got a pocket pair, and there still is a bounty. This is what I said, where like maybe the close fold spots now become close calls because the bounties are still a factor. And this to me seems like one of those spots.
I agree. I feel like people mostly just shrug here and go, you know, right, 10 blinds, bounty on the line.
Yeah.
Gonna have to flick it in. Might even fold for 12 blinds, but 10, not quite enough fold equity.
Doesn't love it.
The call.
Makes the call. Sees the hand. It'll take that. A flip is a good spot. And again, by virtue of the folded cards we've seen, he's actually a 60% favorite to eliminate Boyassian here with those 2 6s.
No 7 on the top.
Queen 4-3. Safe for the pair. Everyone looking for a ladder. Just Boyassian rooting for the ace or king at this point. And it will have to be the river if he's to continue his quest here. Six unnecessary, but it is the nail in the coffin. Boyassian out in 8th place. Good for $11,300. Plus, of course, whatever bounties he has picked up along the way.
Yeah, very nice run, Demps. For Daniel Boyassian. 8th place, nice way to kick off the Mediterranean Poker Party.
Right,
right,
you're ready,
run.
you're firing.
Finaled already.
You're firing the little EAPT tomorrow. Get things going.
Thank you, Dealer 1.
Thank you, Dealer 1. Dealer 2, welcome.
There we go. Confirmation of the chip counts. It's all changed. We mentioned how we had 4 sort of 10 big blind stacks. Now we have a 6 big, a 16 big, and then the rest fairly comfortable, you would say, as the blinds are going up to 600K, 1.2 million. Really does move fast. Look at that, Savenkov now with the lead. A slender one at that over Kirill Burton. Ebby, he is in 3rd with 35. And Godstanka, the unflappable Godstanka, just chilling with 36. He's going to be here for a little while, I'd say.
Yeah, inclined to agree. James, one of these spots at the moment, nobody has separated themselves from the pack yet. We're still in this sort of holding pattern, so to speak, right? Like 4 or 5 chip stacks, all with around about the same. You know, everybody recognizing that one all-in is going to be a huge hit to my stack, or we're just waiting for someone to push ahead of the rest.
Yeah. These guys have showed a willingness to gamble. This could go a lot quicker than maybe some people watching might imagine with the amount of chips in play.
As Shkrtladze,
yeah, he knows.
Lays down 5s, I like it.
He knows where the money's made at this spot.
Yeah. These low to mid pocket pairs really perform badly.
Impressed with it. We saw him sort of when he first came to table and had a few chips. He tried to sort of get away with limping in with like 8-9 suited or something. It was that kind of looked a little clumsy to me. But since then, I think has played very, very nicely. Just that evidence by the just recognizing that the 2 5s there under the gun. There's no business playing these. You make your money here by folding, by letting the short stack gamble.
Yeah, your hand's really just dust. And he has played a very impressive, patient, tight, solid game. So we see Ebby here, using the Queen Jack for an open from the hijack. Savenkov, looks like a pretty easy set mine spot to me, James, out of the big. Go ahead and try and flop a crab. Does indeed make the call. King 5-4. Pocket 3 is still best.
Yeah, not the worst looking flop for them as well. Up against a hijack open, you can almost discount the 5x and the 4x. Ace 5 and ace 4 suited combos, I suppose, will be in there, but not much else from the hijack. So a very nice looking board for those 2 3s, of course. Can be beat by plenty of King X and some bigger pairs. But the balanced probabilities, 2 3s would be best here.
And Ebby reaching for c-bet and chips. Looks like around about half pot. A little larger than normal for this type of texture. Around about 40%.
Yeah, that is a chunky c-bet.
Don't mind it. You know, you can immediately put a hand like just a single 4 right in a tough spot.
Yeah, there we go.
Hands like this, deuces and 3s. Get some ace highs out of there.
Yeah, it just gets the 2 3s into the muck.
Yeah.
Case in point.
Nice hand.
Sometimes having these different sizes.
Oh, B4 is back in fashion, baby.
Oh, yeah?
That. Oh, yeah.
It's all the rage?
Yeah, it's back.
What I do is I never change my style, and then eventually, like, the kids swing back, and I'm back in vogue again. Every like 3 years, I seem to play the sizes everyone likes.
It's like now, when you're not entirely sure if you should bet small or medium, B40, baby.
B40, just...
Honestly, you just go right in the middle. You go all right. And it gets the job done, you see. Gets pocket 3s out the door.
I'm here for it.
Yeah. Godsdanker, King 6-0. I'm gonna get rid. Another one of these tricky spots for Generalov. If we are going to go for a lighter open depth, you do typically see these ace-X hands go for it. Don't hate the fold at all. Got a short stack behind you.
Yeah.
You can essentially, the old collision equity, as I like to call it. Just lay it down, let Gabdul in, put the chips in, run into someone and bust.
Which is what surely he's going to do here. At least part one of that.
Part one looks like it should be underway.
I wonder if he goes for like a half stack sizing here.
4 million.
4,500,000.
There we go.
Obviously, so much of his equity here could be protected by multiple all-ins behind, just folding and laddering up, potentially sort of adding 50% to his payout. So there are opportunities to raise fold off that stack size.
An absolutely massive pickup for Gabdulian. You know, picking up 3 million non-showdown here when you're working with 7.5. Staying alive. Pretty interesting though, Demp. So with the way the chips are distributed, 2 double ups for Gabdulian, and you're not far off the chip lead. You know, he's not out of this by any stretch.
We're shallow. What are we saying? The chip lead is on, was it like 50 mil?
Yeah.
So 40 bigs?
Yep. 2 doubles, bang.
It wouldn't surprise me to see this kind of quite quickly get down to sort of 4-handed, then we have a longer battle of attrition going on. But right now, effective stacks are somewhat shallow. That's in. With 2 5s in the cutoff. You know you're on it when you make it 2.4 million instead of 2.5. It's so easy to make it 2.5, but it's just 5 with the purples. But he's like, no, I'm going to go the extra effort to get 4 of those red chips out. I want to make it min.
We have seen Godsdanker and Burton clash a few times. Godsdanker, he's willing to get in there, mix it up.
Well, he got those chips in that huge flip. Blind on blind, jacks, the ace-king. That doesn't tell the whole story, though. They've had a couple of skirmishes along the way.
Yeah, King, Jack 3. Both players miss. Burton here likely goes for a little equity denier. James, I would imagine, with 5s. You know, just try and fold out 2 random cards like this.
Yeah, this is a great scenario if you deny 28% equity.
Sure. Yeah.
Go from, 72% to win that pot to 100%. It's a big pickup. And keeps the momentum, keeps the flow going in your direction. Look at this, up to 56 million in chips. A tank specialist.
Yeah, he really has been close to faultless. I can't think of any spot where he hasn't landed on the right decision thus far. See if he can keep it going.
All he's done wrong is not win the flips.
That is a key skill eventually.
And he's been in 2 very big ones. And despite that, still holds the chip lead.
Yeah. Certainly doing a lot of things right. If you're losing your flips and still chip leading the FT. Action heading round back to Gabdulian. This is a close one, Demps. Or are we 7-handed? 7-handed, pocket 5s. Doesn't feel great. 5 guys behind.
Does this come down to a little bit like your perception of, are some of my opponents going to play a little bit too willingly to bust? Therefore, I could fold this. But if maybe everyone's going to play kind of good, then maybe I have to just kind of run it.
This is, I think that's a very good point. You know, if you think that your opponents are not going to make too many mistakes, and you're not going to get too many opportunities to get the chips in first, we are short. Doesn't feel great with a hand as weak as 5s.
Right.
Like, literally could see 4s and below being definite folds here. That is going to take it on. I mean, it is pretty huge. If you can take this down and get another 3 million in chips, does get it done. It's one of those, isn't it, right? Sort of close your eyes and go, oh, this is kind of grim, but let's just fire it in
Yeah,
there.
like I say, if it's a sort of table where people are going to unnecessarily bust out, then maybe you just let that go.
Right.
But it seems to me now that the players left here are kind of, they know the deal.
Yeah, there's no major soft spots or
right.
Like
no one's just going to
aggressive spots. They're going to dust
we're not getting sevens and ace jack in here with two of these guys with medium stacks. So
yeah. And we may even get sixes and sevens of, you know, guy to our immediate left to lay it down here.
Right.
Right. You're going to get you're going to get some slightly better hands to fold.
Certainly.
Quite reasonably so.
Of course, the counter argument is, what difference does a couple of blinds make to us at this stage? And the answer is not a whole lot, but you have got to pay the rent.
Yeah.
This man, he's all right. 2 6s, they're definitely getting raised.
What happened, Dems? He's got sloppy. 2.5.
Ah.
You gave him too much credit, mate.
There we go.
See, I'm still sharp.
Yeah.
We're still sharp in the booth at 248.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting spot here for Ebby. You know, we don't particularly want to take on the fellow chip leader, but we do have a type of hand that we could use if we decide to do so.
Right. It's one we can't surely though 3-bet all like king queen off combos because that's kind of too many. We don't have that many hands that actually want to 3-bet call it off, do we? If this was with like 50 players left in the tournament, a lot easier. With just 7 players, much harder. So I like this, just calling. And you keep it a lot. We know Berkeley's going to have a wide opening range. This is nice. You know, we're not 3-bet calling off. Like, we don't want to 3-bet call off jacks here, do we? We don't want to 3-bet call off ace queen.
Yeah, absolutely.
We don't really even want to 3-bet call off ace king.
It's almost no hand.
Right.
Yeah.
Ace 3-4. Bad flop for both, but Bertin with the betting lead. Has the best chance of winning this one on the flop.
Yeah, we'll probably see c-bet here, Demps. You know, immediately deny equity to Broadway type holdings.
Yeah.
May even get a hand like pocket eights to just make a tight flop fold.
Right, and it's one of these spots where he knows quite often he's just betting here into an ace and he's just burning the money. But the flip of that is also, there's a decent amount of hands like this, the Broadway combos, especially the suited ones that just have to pitch it. And as we keep mentioning, if you turn 72% into 100% over and over again, you're going to do okay.
And with every one of these successful c-bet and takes, start to stretch a lead against the field. Burton perhaps here at the beginning of that, trying to distance himself from the field.
And kind of a like a feeling of invincibility is both going through his mind, but also for the rest. That everyone's just seeing him win every pot. Like c-bet every hand, win. C-bet, win. Raise, win. He's faced no resistance thus far. Again, we can just see the cards are the cards at the end of the day, poker, but
he's getting some favorable boards.
It still sits there in your mind if you're one of the players here. This is what's going on.
Yeah, all the momentum with him currently. And here's some more.
Wow. As if he needed it. Asa Kappa.
Also in that spot now, Demps, where people will perceive him here to be getting way out of line or starting to get a little bit too out of line. Has the goods here. With the AK, Godstanker makes a prudent laydown with the inferior ace. Round 2, Gabdulin. 10-8 off. Very tricky. Is the shortest stack at the table. Of course, much less ICM pressure on him than anybody else.
Yeah.
But does decide not to defend. Don't hate it either. The stacks are getting kind of bunched. We can look to just decide to be all in or fold for the most part.
The old risk premium.
Yes, sir. He is on the move.
Ждем девятки или что?
Минимум.
То есть ходит только десяток.
Да, главное, чтобы уже не раздали. Там как-нибудь правильно.
А что, с тузами плохо есть?
Не знаю, еще не было сегодня.
В этом турнире ездил против тузов с тузами?
Не раздавали тузы.
Топ-5. Я один раз блайнда собрал. Это все.
Savenkov throws in 5 pinks. I say pink. Purple.
Purple? I haven't heard you mention color theory once. I'm very disappointed.
I'm saving it.
I don't think anyone's matching it. I'm gonna say that.
That's kind of the problem. They don't listen to me. If these people were regular viewers of the Merit events, they would know how things work in this room. You dress like the chips you want. That's the theory.
I'm going to do it tomorrow. I need to know in advance.
You're going to go downstairs, have a look at the chip set, and then go back upstairs to dress appropriately, or you're going to bring a whole option. Then ooh, sorry, you were pointing at the screen to interject, and here we go. We got the big deviation, the first of the final, you would say.
Kind of loving it, Ebby, getting spicy.
Attacking under the gun.
Very spicy.
Wow, all right, here we go. Love this.
Ebby's decided, you know what? I'm getting after it.
I wonder if that was in any way a factor of the fact he played the hand with King-Queen from the small, where he suddenly realized, okay, this is kind of grim. Don't really get to 3-bet many hands. So I don't know whether it like hit a switch in his head that goes, hang on a second, I can do this to people with similar stacks to me. Almost like, obviously, he's made the final table in this 1200 runner field. He knows how the game's played, but like we keep mentioning, they're like 15 hours into the day. You sometimes just need a little jolt to be like, oh, hang on, I can still do stuff. And I just felt some kind of pressure. Maybe I can put it on other people, recognizing that. I don't know. But it certainly feels like it, because it wasn't based on the hand, 6-7.
It definitely works both ways. I mean, you know, you could imagine that if Savenkov there has a hand as strong as ace-queen off, you kind of hate in life there when you get 3-bet by one of the only guys that can bust you from this tournament. Yeah. So, yeah, putting the hammer down this time instead of flatting.
And now the jack two. Hijack. Not interested. Just made my move. Picked up some chips. I'll carry on.
He's playing on vibes. I love it.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
Yeah. Rantic Abdulin. Negative vibes only. 3-5 off. Burton now. Another good hand. King-9 of clubs. Going to switch it up here. Very quick limp. Interesting. Savenkov with one of those very dusty combos. Don't think we're really that incentivized, James, to ISO here against the chip leader.
That's the thing, isn't it? If you flip the stacks around here, then I think you can make an argument for some raises, and maybe even with a hand just slightly worse, like the 8-4 still does flop straight draws and
anyway. He's going for it anyway.
Yeah, and Burton, that's a lot of kits still. The King-9 suited in these spots.
Seems like a pretty trivial limp call. Oh, he didn't. No, okay. My goodness. 34 million flashed up on the screen.
It was a raise to 4, not 34. We're getting a bit carried away. Now, is this ever a spot where we could see like a limp raise with this hand? Or does this hand just sit so nicely as a call?
Always call, yeah, always call. Cool. I think, you know, it's just one of those hands. We don't want to click it here, turn a hand as good as this into a bluff.
Right. But if we had, say, a 9-7 suited, 9-6 suited, is that kind of the thing that might fit in, or you just still play a lot of these as calls from this?
I think it's going to be more a high card, low card heavy, as like, you know, like a king 4 off, king 5 off, ace 5, ace 6 off type hands. And here we go. Both catch a piece, James. Top pair for Burton versus middle pair for Savenkov. First big decision post-flop.
Yeah, Savenkov catching a bit of it, a bit more than perhaps expected. Deciding to check back. Normally we say these kind of boards, you know, don't favor a raise a bit. In these kind of weird blind v blind, big blind situations that do, because we see a lot of these kind of hands, the 9-3s, the 8 deuces are the likely bluffs. So actually the kind of, it almost flips back a little bit. Of course, the queen on the turn is a very bad card for him to see, because Burton is going to be in there with a lot of the big card combos. And now a 6 on the end, making a 4-liner. I think both will just be desperate to get to this showdown. And And Savenkov's going to feel pretty sick to see that his 8 wasn't good the way this played out. He had plenty of reason to believe he had the best of it. Certainly on the flop.
Yeah.
But lost the minimum in a sense. Like
a little bit of a double-edged sword, yeah. A little unhappy to lose the pot, but also happy. You know, that queen on the turn turned out to be a pretty good card for him. If that comes like a deuce on the turn, James, we might get a bit of spice added to proceedings.
the trophy table.
Yeah, I wondered if we would see any blocking from the 9 on the river. Could have been a thing. Seek a tiny bit of value, but then you do open yourself up to potentially getting raised. Bluffed out the pot. God's Anchor. Been the quietest we've seen him in some time. Does have this middling stack. It's tricky to proceed. Just kind of staying out of the way for the time being.
Yeah, this is like just it's started to burst into life somewhat, and I often advocate for they just stay out of the way on farm tables, but this one certainly heading that way. There's some action now.
Yeah, Burton really starting to get after it now. 7-4 of spades. Going to open the button. And here we go. Another glimpse potentially, Demps, into how Skirkladze wants to approach this final. Have a hand that is going to jam for chips, for sure.
Right.
Even at a final, kind of like jam here against someone opening as wide as Burton, but it's just going to call with the pocket threes. Still best on the Jack-5 deuce. We have seen Burton exercise, you know, pretty much 100% small c-bet, which is certainly going to work a lot. Now, for the first time, will Skirkladze put up a little bit of resistance versus the chip leader here? We do have a hand that figures to still be best a good amount. 3 to a straight with a little backdoor flush draw capability, as weak as that 3 of diamonds is.
Hey, any backdoors? Good with me. Anywhere I can get there.
My goodness.
Make a little flush, make a little straight. I'm in. Don't threaten me with a good time.
Yeah, this is tricky. Very tricky. You know, you know you're likely being lent on here, right? And you know your hand's going to be good a lot, but you may face barrels down the streets, excuse me. You have this precarious 22 million chip stack. Wow.
Ooh, all right.
Very nice.
This is kind of fun, right? Because of all those backdoors, we get to follow up on some cards, and a swift fold from Burton is exactly what Skirkladze was looking for. That's what he gets. Up over to 31 million. The man that, well, for so much of this looked like he was out of it.
Yeah.
Had 2.2 million as we started the 400-800 level. Got it in, I remember, with, what was it, King 10 v King 10. And, like, added 50% to his stack just by virtue of the dead money.
Yeah.
Now here he is, up to 31 million. There we go. Total earnings before the day, 72K. So he can more than double his career earnings in this one event. Well, there we go.
And, you know, not to be underestimated, Demps, it takes heart to pull the trigger on that there. You know, with the pressure.
Yeah.
With the pressure, you know that you could just be running into it here. You could be dusting off a third of your chips.
Right.
But find the heart to follow through on the conviction. Nice
or worse, because you make that check raise, you get called, and then you kind of get the good card you're supposed to follow up on.
4 of diamonds.
Next thing you know, you're out the door scratching your head going, why did I go berserk with 2 threes?
Absolutely.
But he did the right thing against this player. Burton is the most active.
Yeah, and here he comes again. King 10 off. And Savenkov, Queen Jack O. Another one of these hands that at a different stage of the tournament. I think we are definitely going to VPIP from the button. Becoming trickier now. But here we go, Demps, showing the willingness. Like it. You know, these guys beginning to stand up to Burton. God's Anchor now. Little pair of 5s in the big. I mean, if he called for rifles this Demps, we really have got a final. Can't imagine he will. It does get out of the way.
Yeah, Burton. He's getting some sand in his face now. Had it too easy. Up until now, perhaps, these guys fighting back. I'm saying all this before he's folded, but...
Yeah, you wouldn't typically expect a continue here. There are going to be some spots where we look to 4-bet fold. I think typically this hand's a little too weak. Looks like he has come to the same conclusion. Looked like he felt it, but you know, it's tough. Tough to click it to 13.5 mil there with just King 10-0. But the lad's on his left. Standing up to him, Demps. Nice hand, Savenkov. Fair play.
No comments, Vadim. Thank you. This is big penalty now. А? Фу таким быть или фу?
Надо было вам втыкать.
Я тебе завтра вечером напишу.
Через полчаса посмотрим.
Не, он не будет, он не знает, что. Окей, сразу.
A lot of Russian being discussed here. Between hands, more than reasonable. A lot of Russian speakers, not just in this tournament, but in this room in general. It is a hub for those from, well, not just Russia, but a lot of the Central Asian nations who speak Russian as a second or even third language. And so you'll commonly hear it spoken here. But the dealer quite correctly sort of saying, come on, guys, cards are out now. Back to English we go. Whilst the hand's in progress. And I think everyone's aware of that.
I'm not sure if I told you, James. I was at the Win.
You speak Russian? Oh, no.
I actually did Russian and philosophy. One module in 6th year at school. There you go. Don't remember any, but still. Anyway, back to my amusing anecdote.
I see you as a philosopher, actually.
Oh, thank you.
You know.
No,
thinker.
you don't. No, you don't.
I could see you there. Just
you could?
You're the man who's sitting there with your... well, I was about to say at 3 in the morning. It is 3 in the morning.
It is 3 in the morning.
But you're sitting there in a lounge chair somewhere with a little whiskey and a tumbler and a cigar, and you're just pondering life's greatest questions, deep in thought.
Actually, might be the greatest compliment you've ever given me. Thank you, James.
I could see it.
Okay.
Could I see you speaking Russian? No.
It's difficult.
Yeah.
It's very difficult.
It's really difficult if you don't know any words.
Yeah, that's true. I was at the Win. What story was I telling? There we go. Talking about the English only at the table.
There we
now,
go.
us Scottish boys,
oh dear,
we are unfairly often tarred with the brush. I mean, myself, I'm a pretty well-spoken young man. I think. But I was chatting away to a table mate at the Win around about December time. And genuinely, the floor lady was seething with me. She was very upset. She was like, English only at the table. If I catch you doing that again, it's a 1-round penalty. And my table mate, who was just having a laugh, he was like...
Stirring?
Heavily stirring. He was
Love
like...
it.
He called her over. He was like, he's doing it again. He's speaking in... Can't remember what he said. Like Swedish or something or whatever. And she literally was on the verge of banishing me from the tournament area. And I was like, you do realize that I'm speaking English? This is what I've been speaking like the whole time. And she was about to ban me, well, for an orbit. And then he burst into hysterics and was like, he's been speaking English the whole time, love.
There we go. I mean, I've been called on it before at the World Series, English on the table.
how
I'm like, I wish
You're
I
like,
could.
I am English, love.
I wish I could speak another language. And also, I mean, I do speak very English.
You really do. How do?
I'm not, you know. I'm not rocking in here in a thick accent.
Right. Don't worry, everybody who's still with us in the wee hours. We are keeping our eyes on the action, just telling you the amusing anecdotes. Well, there's not a lot going on. A couple of raising takes. Burton continues to get after it. We got any action in the chat, Demps, of this wee small hours of the morning?
It's quiet in there, understandably so. Those of you who are with us, thank you for joining us. We know it's very late, wherever you are. I say that. I mean, if you're joining us from LA, good afternoon. But you're probably not joining us from LA, so maybe they are.
I would.
Those in Vegas?
Mediterranean poker party, mate.
Get in the mix.
There we are, still 7-handed here. Opening event of the 2024 MPP. 1K Luxon Pay Mystery Bounty final table. And here we go. First look at a real hand in a while. Pocket queens for Savenkov. UTG1.
2.5.
They come in for the raise to 2.5. And here we go. Another potential spot. That was very fast, Demps. Skutladze makes the call with ace-jack off, and here we go. Ebby on the button, pocket tens. Potential disaster, Demps, depending on how quickly he plays this hand. 35 bigs.
Yeah, it feels... I could see him going two ways.
Yeah, and here we go. I was going to say, it feels like a spot that we could even potentially jam, not so much at finals.
Yeah.
You know, in normal tournament poker.
We have to be concerned still. I'm surprised it's gone quite this size. I might have gone smaller because we kind of like...
Yeah, this is
you want to hear.
big.
You can ask a question of Savenkov for far fewer chips than this.
Agreed.
And then maybe you still, like, maybe get Skutladze to do something crazy with 8s or 9s. I don't know. I think I'd rather just see this be like a 7.5, 8. But we're nitpicking here.
Yeah. Does land on a shade over 8 blinds.
Yeah, once Skutladze's peeled, it feels like a mandatory 3-bet, right? I think before that, you could even argue, just because of the chip situation the way it is, that maybe you just flat call 10s on the button against a +1 open.
Yeah.
Bear in mind, though, of course, it was Savenkov who opened, was it not, before, when Ebby found the 3-bet with 6-7 suited. So it's kind of like he has 3-bet him already once in this spot. A little different this time around, of course. And now the interesting spot, I guess, for Savenkov, does he just, I guess with queens, have to run it right?
I
but
think
he can't be loving
in,
it.
Demps. I think we're just all in.
I mean, so often here you're all in against ace-king or something and playing a monstrous flip with 7 left, which is not what you want to do, but in the day...
Does it burn through another time bank? Yeah, when you get called here, typically you're either dead or flipping.
I love this cap.
This is going to be grim for Ebby if Savenkov does put it in. And there he goes, sends the chips in.
Yeah, I mean, Ebby just hating
so
life.
gross,
You
so
kind of
gross.
made a value/protect 3-bet with these 2 10s. You weren't bluffing, but you kind of have to fold, and that always feels a little bit grim. And you know, with that previous action, an orbit or so before where you 3-bet him, kind of feels like, well, I've actually got it this time, but I guess I still have to actually fold.
Yeah, optimistic here, I think. To think that Savenkov will shove with a worse hand that isn't ace-king. Right? Like ace-queen, is it really ripping it in? Sometimes you have to tap the table and say nice hand if they do find that jam.
If somehow this is like, if it is like the once every so often ace-5 suited, there we go, the solver bait as they like to call it, then so be it. You've got me. You've outplayed me. It happens.
A faintly grim spot indeed for Ebby. Yeah, it does make the right decision. Well played hand by all.
What a huge pickup for Savenkov.
Yeah.
Picking up 15.5 million chips in this pot without showdown, without being at risk, and now has the lead.
Yeah, one of those spots where even Savenkov not thrilled to have to jam, because often you get snapped off and you're out the door.
Right.
Yeah, one of these.
That's the thing. That's the thing. He's there jamming, and he's jamming with queens. But he's
not
hoping for a
loving
fold.
it. Yeah, you're not loving it. Absolutely.
Like, that's the weird thing. You're almost bluffing.
You're
with
almost
queens.
bluffing. Yeah.
But so there's 15.5 million in there, so you kind of have to do it.
Sure.
What you really want is the very long tank call, and then you just beat jacks.
Yeah. Interesting there how Skutladze sort of muddies the waters in that spot, right? Because he flats, which you shouldn't see too often. At an FT, he flatted off 25,
which
sort of forces Ebby to squeeze and then forces Savenkov to jam.
It wasn't him, it was Dominguez.
Yeah, very nice pickup for Savenkov. And here he comes now, announcing himself as a contender, raising 6-7 of diamonds here from under the gun.
Good to pass player. It wasn't him, it was Juan Dominguez, I remember. No Nacho, but
Generalov has chipped down
Maybe there was a situation
from 19 million to 13.
Hearing this.
Through no fault of his own, really dealt out thus far. Round 2 Burton now, our 2 chip leaders neck and neck. Savenkov takes the outright chip lead, small margin.
Yeah, nice seat to be in, having the 60 mil. Danger player Burton on your right whilst you're holding that chip lead.
Yeah, Savenkov has shown, you know, isolating the 8-4 off, 3-betting the Queen-Jack off. He's not here, you know, just to ladder up. He's going to play to win. Interesting to see how the dynamic develops between these two. Round to Abdullin, very frustrating for him. Kind of getting dealt out, James.
Yeah, can happen. And he's seen quite a lot of action going off without any real action going on, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
There's been chances for bust outs, potentially. Looks like there's been chances for all-ins, I should say. Still the big squeeze in the 4-bet jam. We've seen some other 3-betting going on. He might be thinking, hey, look, I've still got a chance of some ladders here. Currently guaranteed 14,300. 6th gets you 17.1, 5th 21.2. So we are getting to the sort of meteor jumps. Remember, this is a 1K buy-in. Although effectively kind of 500 buy-in, given that half the prize pool went towards the bounty. So it's looking a little juicy right now. Generalov being quiet, as you mentioned, has been Gabdulin, down to just 8 million with the blinds soon to rise. Burton, fair to say, being the front runner in today's coverage. The man who bagged up chips in day 1E at 3 or 4 o'clock this morning, he said, was back at midday for day 2. And now here he is at 3 o'clock in the morning again. Oh, Andrew, the joys of youth. He looks the freshest.
He does look fresh. What's his secret? I must know.
Youth. That's it.
Oh, you think that's it?
That's it.
Literally.
Just
Oh. That's disappointing. I was going to...
You're going to go buy a potion,
I was going to, yeah.
I can sell you a potion. What would you like?
Oh, my goodness.
Okay.
Depends what we're dealing with.
Careful now. Now, as mentioned, blinds were about to go up. They are going up. Here we go. 1.5 million big blind. Sees the chip lead slip below the 45 big blind mark. It is Savenkov narrowly ahead of Burton. And now bunching up in the middle. Those 3 perhaps the ones feeling the biggest pinch. 23, 21, and 16 bigs. You really are now in a holding pattern, waiting to see if Konstantin or Gabdulin either bust or double. But right now, you really have to wait for Gabdulin to move some chips. Unless you're one of those 2 big stacks, then you're a little freer to play. But even then, Burton kind of handcuffed a little bit with Savenkov to his left.
When we make small blind, big blind, it was...
Yeah, we often talk about this. There will be a tipping point.
Yeah.
Where eventually stacks have to go in. A little discussion going on at the table here. I believe I think what they're saying is, I think what they were saying is that it should still be one hand of 6-12, but actually it's the next level. But slight confusion because
The structure says 750, 1.5 million, but the 25k chips have been colored up, so that's not possible. As you can see here.
7 or 6 stay. No, 750, 1.5.
We don't have chips for this.
So a very small oversight.
6 stay.
Let's make it 7.
Or 7 or 6 stay.
It's 7.
7.
It has to be 7, 15, or 8.15.
Сейчас скажут там.
Those are the options.
Сейчас, если что, возврат, каретки. Чуть-чуть рано чипрей сделал. Нормально. Еще 25 принес.
A little collection of trophies here, the EA Poker Tour Grand Final trophy. That's the one on the left there. Clearly marked, of course. Mediterranean Poker Party, the monster, the kryptonite trophy.
Look at that bad boy.
And then, well...
The mini kryptonite.
The mini kryptonite. Which one can only assume Andrew goes to the winner of this tournament.
I think so. You know, every time I see that EAPT one, I just hear the EA Sports. It's in the game.
I was going to say, you're going to say all you can picture is your hands around it in a few days' time.
Yeah, obviously.
When you're hoisting it
obviously.
high above your head.
Of course.
We are just waiting for a floor person, I believe, just to figure out whether we're going to play 7 1.5 or 8 1.5. Because those are the two options.
Okay. Have they gone to bed? Floor?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh no,
did the dealer remember to call the
we have waving.
Like, seems like something that
Savenkov's gone for a tactical for sure.
Yeah, you know, take the breaks when you get them.
Yeah.
Here we go. We have a floor person in the mix. It is, as I previously mentioned, Konstantin and Gabdulin with work to do, propping up our little table here. Of course, if you are just joining us, where have you been for the last however many hours we've been here? But we are down to 7.
It's the first time on 11, right?
Yes.
Okay. I suggest playing gentlemen to play 700 1.5. Otherwise, they have to introduce again the...
No, it's okay, but he says that remove the clock like on 40 because we're sitting here for 4 minutes waiting for you.
Next.
Okay, just add
Yes.
There we go, James. Problem solved.
We need to wait, Mr. 7.
Going to play 700k, 1.5 million.
Worth noting there, of course, the players say, like, hey, look, it's taken us like 3-4 minutes to actually resolve the situation. Let's have the time back on the clock. It's 10% of a level. That's reasonable on the floor. Saying, yeah, sure. That's a fair request.
Looks like a misdeal.
Oh, it's all going off.
It is. It's late. It's late.
It is late. That's the answer.
Ну, просто человек отошел, мы ничего не сказали. Это некрасиво.
Seven Andrew beaming this to you from the Merrick complex. It's such a complex. There are so many tunnels and corridors and whatnot that me and Andrew are actually in a separate building, although the same building, given we traverse underground between them. But we are in the Royal.
I still have no idea.
This is in the Royal Diamond. The tournament's in the Royal Diamond. We're in the Royal,
right?
Which is the original offensive. In the soon-to-be-opened Onyx setup. I mean, this commentary booth is, well, unused until today. We have broken her in.
Yeah.
And it's nice in here. As we said, we've got some fantastic setup in here. Nice little info screen. We've got our own little tournament clock in here.
It kind of reminds me of a panic room, James. I'm going to lie. That doesn't reflect on my personal circumstance, just to be clear.
I mean, the air conditioning.
It's like a padded room. If they lock this door from the outside, we may never get out.
I think we can climb out through the air conditioning ducts. Looking up.
I can't get up there.
Well, that's true.
You may be able to. I'm under it. Forget. Did you not see my vertical leap at the basketball today?
I'll come back for you.
Okay, I'm sure you would. Ebby. I'm kind of loving how Ebby is just sort of saying, you know what, I'm going for this.
Yeah.
You know, like pocket fives here, middling stack under the gun. I think normal theory, we probably let this one go with 2 big stacks behind us. Not a bit of it. As does God's Danker. Defends the 7-4 suited. And here we go. 8-7-7. God's Danker flops, trips.
He's back. God's Danker finds it.
This could be trouble, James, right, for Ebby.
It could be.
I mean, there's a lot of draws.
Right, and I mean, it's a good-looking flop. Oh, but he likes to check it back, recognizing that this isn't really his texture. Even though he has a kind of hand that wants to bet some of protection. Godstanka improving as if he needed it to a boat, whilst Evie picks up that inside straight draw. Now, does Godstanka find the bet? He does. With so many draws on board, I like this. Fast play. Ebby going to have either a hand that just folds, or a lot of hands are going to want to call at least one, and potentially two on brick rivers. Here we go. The call is made. 2.5 more finds the middle. We've got 13 million chip pot heading to a brick river. That is about as good as it gets for Godstanka. He's thinking, hey, I'm up against a lot of ace highs here, and maybe some of these pocket pairs, even some over pairs that want to check back on this flop for deception.
Absolutely. How big will he go, James? Pretty
Like
big.
Yeah, about half pot.
Yeah, quite like this. You know, we can get some hero calls. Hasn't gone too greedy. Very easy here to really bloat this river.
It's kind of fun because he does get to have a lot of those bluffs. Like a lot of gut shots, open-ended, missed heart draws.
I mean, I think as played, Demps, we have a pretty clean bluff catch. Don't hold a 9 or a 10 or a jack. Don't hold a heart.
Right.
We have gotten to this river, you know, with a pretty, like, we're relatively high up our check back range, right? Check back, call turn, get to the river with a pair. It's going to be very difficult to fold here for the price. Doesn't feel great.
Yeah,
but there are so many misdraws that we do unblock all of them.
Very tough spot for him. I'm with you. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see a call, and I wouldn't fault it either.
I think you'll call here.
I think we can fold now, obviously, the missed hearts we might have had, and like the ace highs can fold. But yeah, especially if we're like c-betting like the 9s plus at a really high frequency, then suddenly what are the weak hands we have? Like maybe we have some 8x that checks back. Yeah, he has made the call, and like I say, I don't hate it at all. Get shown the boat. A little overkill. Cards find the muck. Here we go. Godstanka joins the big boys with 45 million in chips.
Yeah, big swing. Ebby has gone from having one of the bigger stacks himself. A couple of big body blows. Yeah, I think as played, as you just referenced, pretty tough to fold river. One of these, it's like, okay, should we just c-bet flop, and if we get raised, just bet fold? Might have saved a little damage, but you can't be too critical, of course. We got a favorable run out. Sometimes you just got to look up your man, James, and sometimes they've got it.
You got to look at cards. You say, I've seen enough from you today. I want to see those cards. And then you go, I don't want to see those cards. I regret exactly what I just did.
Yeah.
But that's poker.
Pretty nice sizing, I think, on the river from Godstanka, recognizing his opponents.
Perfect.
His opponent's going to have a lot of like really weak hands that we want to hero,
like you say, I think the 5s are kind of, he took some time, as you should.
Yeah.
The 5s are kind of one he probably does have to call. But
I think so.
It's been interesting to see what the ace-king no-heart combos would have done to that size. Gabdulin, he's been patient. He's seen action around him, but is now the time for him to slide those chips in the middle.
Yeah.
It looks like he's got a lot of hand there with a 1.5 million big blind.
5 bigs, more than happy to send it. Let's get 2 ace highs to fold. Excuse me, one of them is still in the tank. Pretty tough to call here with just ace 4 off. 2 to act behind. Yeah, don't fault fold. It's going to get through to Ebby, who would presume Godstanka.
I think, was he just waiting for a count? I'm not sure what's going on here. He's just taking a moment for
Can't imagine he ever calls this one.
No.
Gabdulin hanging around. Picks up another 3.7 million. credit to these guys. They have been battling for best part of 13 hours or so now, James.
They started midday. They're 15 and a half hours into the battle. Or I suppose we're beyond kind. There was an hour delay, so yeah, they've only been playing for 14 and a half hours.
Oh, nothing.
They've missed the party, as have we.
I heard it was cold.
Well,
Very
actually,
cold.
That's a good point, actually. On our break that we had before the final table there, I said to you I was going to go, I'm just going to go relax for a minute on my hotel room balcony.
Did you go to the party?
And take something. And I went outside on the balcony. I was like, oh, it's a bit chilly and it's raining outside.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't know how well the party went down on the only day it's going to rain.
I thought you went without me. I was about to...
I think you and I both saw the party leave in a taxi on one of our exterior shots. Don't worry about that. Tamir Gabdulin, man with $500,000 to his name, and ace-7 suited now, under the gun.
Yeah.
But is this... Again, I have to remind myself of stacks. He is adrift, isn't he? There was another 8 big blind stack. But does he decide...
I think he will. I think he will send it. One of those.
Yeah, I was about to say I like this. It's one of these half a stack, just in case it all kicks off behind.
Yeah, it's somewhat similar to the pocket fives hand that he felt he had to put in.
Yeah, this one feels quite a bit nicer, doesn't it? Whenever you're blocking the ace, it just
for sure
you reduce so many calling combos.
I just meant in terms of you're not thrilled with it, but it's time to go.
Well, here we go.
All right.
Surely. He's going to get some action.
Yeah, this is going in, I would imagine.
How much blind?
8 big blinds total, a shade less, in fact. I don't think Ebby will lay this one down, Demps. A little bit too much hand.
Yeah, I hope not. He's seen, Gabdulin play pretty snug, but it's a sub-10 big blind stack effectively.
5 more.
Yeah, again, it feels close to the line. I think ace-10 would be pretty unhappy. Ace-jack suited, time to go. I'd be surprised to see anything other than all-in.
Oh, he
did
folds.
Fold. Wow!
And especially when it's Generalov, the other short stack behind. It wasn't like he had anything to risk other than the 12 million. That's
wow.
Kind of snug. A little too snug, perhaps.
Maybe a bit shell-shocked from...
Maybe.
That can happen, right?
Yeah.
But that is a big moment in this tournament.
Win or to pass.
Gabdulin, little does he know.
Yeah,
what he
like
avoided.
ace-jack off, maybe, but
yeah.
ace-jack suited.
Yeah, I don't think we can fold. And Gabdulin has been snug, but he's also a very clever, aware player.
Right.
Like, he's not going to look down at king-jack suited here.
Right.
And not put it in.
Exactly.
King-queen off, he's going to put it in.
Whole bunch of pocket pairs we flip with, yeah.
Some inferior ace-x.
Yeah. Basically all the ace-x suited, I guess.
I think so. Little
bit. There we go.
Burton here, we have seen him use.
And what a great pickup that. Not just for him in the sense that he gets ace-7 through ace-jack, but he takes chips away from the other short stack in the big blind. It's such a big thing to separate yourself. Now he's almost switched that position around where he was the shortest. Now he's almost got the shortest stack out chip 2-1.
He's almost level also now with Ebby.
Right.
Right, it's a huge swing.
Yeah, again, I don't want to overdo the bounty prospect because the bounties now are worth not very much.
Yeah. Compared
to the tournament EV, but it was a small consideration. Here we go, Ebby, surely this time. they give you ace-jack, you fold. They give you ace-queen the next time. They're saying, come on in. Different scenario, of course. Burton going to be opening super wide, as we see here with queen 8.
Fist pump time.
Yeah, this one's a nice one.
Gabdulin. Suited ace, not going to be good enough.
Nope.
As we continue on 7-handed. Burton. You're not calling this one, buddy. Into the muck.
But she's like, how much is it? Just trying to get an idea, right, what you're shoving 19 million, what kind of range will that be, blah, 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 blah. It's not always going to be easy, pal. I'm not always in here with queen 8. That's the game is to be played.
Maybe I don't do that enough. I just launch turbo them into the muck.
I don't like time wasting, but I think like the turbo muck is always a bad idea. Like, just because you get like the instant reward of like, oh, that went well. Like you want them to have just a couple of seconds of fear.
You're a sadist.
But I'm the if I three bet someone light or jam someone light and they just turbo fall, I'm like, oh, that was easy. And like I'm not subconsciously, I'm just like, oh, that's easy. Maybe I do that again. Like it's just easier. Whereas if I just get a few seconds of fear, I'm like, oh no, what have I done? What have I done? And then next time that situation comes around, maybe I'm like, ooh, I don't know, maybe. It's stupid, but it's I always think if I think that,
I'm kind of loving it.
If I think that, and I've been knocking around the live felt for 20 years, playing some like pretty decent tournaments, then like the far less experienced players are certainly going to be feeling that kind of way. So I never give people the snap. Not never, but I try not to.
All right, you've got me convinced.
Just a few seconds of sweat.
Next time I'm on the feature, I'll be in the tank.
Oh, on the feature, mate, you've got to take all the time you can for the TV.
I'll be in the tank, mate.
And also there is a element, especially on a feature, of maybe taking even longer, looking at your opponent, trying to pick up on something you might see, because you're going to find out what they had in the future. So maybe you get a baseline on them and you can be like, okay, they did this, maybe it happens 3 times, twice they looked this way, once they looked this way. Then you find out later that, hey, twice they had it, once they didn't, and it tallies, then maybe that's a little clue for you.
Okay.
More important, of course, if you're playing against players regularly and you might be on a stream table with them. Unlikely in a 1200 runner field, but it's not impossible.
I hate to say it, James, but occasionally you make some very salient points.
There we go. Once in a while. Like, I come up with great ideas, like, let's go to the buffet. And should we go to the beach?
Let's not play basketball again.
Breakfast opens in 3.5 hours.
I know, we might be going.
A little halloumi.
Could see it.
Maybe some eggs.
God's Danker. I'm going to get to sweat this one. An unknown hand. Comes in for a raise to 3 million. Generalov now and Gabdulin both on the ventilator of sorts. Round to Savenkov. Chip leader. Or joint so with a resident Petonk boss. His name escaped me for a moment.
That's all right, we'll go with that.
You'd imagine just defend here, Demps. Could be an occasional 3-bet.
Yeah, I feel like the offsuit combos probably more favor themselves, don't they? And against +1 as well, it's a little bit scary.
100%. I'd imagine we'll see flat. That's a call.
For now, we play along with Savenkov.
Yeah.
Got Stanker's hand concealed.
I kind of want ace high so we can just sweat this down the streets if he's barreling off.
Yeah, that's not one that we really ever get to continue on with ace deuce of hearts, but let's see, maybe we get a free card. Obviously, these situations, whenever it's the +1 v the big blind is going to have more flushes. They get to peel with all sorts of suited card combos.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Gozdanka just gets to have a whole bunch more of the big queens, the big pairs, the ace of club type hands.
Yeah, very likely hand over. Of course it is. And Gozdanka just quietly gone about his business last couple of hours. Right in the hunt here. James, of course, referenced he won a huge 1K here last year.
This effective this event.
Yeah.
2 years ago, yeah, the MPP
2 years ago.
MPP Open, which was again a 1K that had about 300 million runners, like this one did. This is effectively the same tournament, the first event of the series of 1K. This time with the mystery bounty format. If ever, I mean, it's a stretch, but if ever this event has a defending champion, this is the man. Here he is again. Of course, he followed it up just a couple of weeks after that open result, because the last time round we had the MPP followed swiftly by the Triton event, and he got 11th in the 200k Coin River Invitational, picking up 485k. He had a great little trip then Here we go. Gabdulan, 7 bigs. Konstantin, 6 bigs. They are adrift. Ebi and Skrdladze in that holding pattern, still waiting for those two to either double or bust before they really get to step out, you would think. And that's kind of why maybe Ebi decided to fold that ace check. He's seeing these ladders. Maybe he can add up to 4th. Right now we're guaranteed 14,300. If you get to 4th, you double that payout. That's what he's looking at. At the top, it's getting bunchy and shallower. Well, of course, now playing the 1.5 million big blind level. And we're about halfway through that level. Not far away from moving things on to incredibly the 1 million, 2 million level with 7 players left. That doesn't seem possible. But
yeah, things.
Expect we're going to lose.
Are going to get
we're going to lose someone surely before the end of this level.
You
just
think so.
The blinds are that way inclined.
Things likely to get dicey the shallower we get. Gabdulan, did you find a hand, my friend? Looks interested, James. And that's why. There you go, live reads. I can do it.
All in.
Ace Queen, off we go. Gabdulan sends the chips into battle. All in for 8 big blinds.
Easy game.
Easy game indeed.
Gabdulan just continuing to get these jams through. The longer he does it, James, more of a threat he'll become.
The longer he does it, the more Ebi thinks, oh, maybe I should have played the ace-jack suited.
Yeah, I may look back on that one. We will see how things progress.
Hey, look, it's easy to say in here. We're sitting in here, we're looking at e7 suited.
Of course.
I can understand why he thought maybe Gabdulan's playing tighter than he actually was.
Yeah. Ah, you're not like massively thrilled, right? Doesn't feel great putting your whole stack at risk with just ace-jack at a big final.
We broke, yeah, we made it.
Shout out to the production team here.
I was about to say, they're all still grinding out with us.
It's hard. We think it's hard in here, but they're up there maneuvering those cameras around, keeping the focus on.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Obviously, we haven't had the longest day here, but as those of you who've been with us from the start will know, we did start pretty late today. We picked this coverage up at the backside of the dinner break, just because we knew this one would go a long way with so many entries. Very impressive at field size. So it is late here.
Two times, yeah. You what?
So we see Burton here, Jack-9 of spades in the cutoff. Skrdladze with another type of hand that could 3-bet jam for chips, but with the precarious short stack situation, pretty much an easy fold.
This is one of those ones where I think he would for sure be loving to jam the 2 fours and would have done so earlier. But like you say, with those 2 really short stacks, he just doesn't get to.
No.
Stanko on the flip side, of course, having over 30 blinds, far less likely for him to go bust in his hand and can play some small to medium-sized pots, defending this Queen-8 against that wide range. And actually, we can see Burton here with a pretty reasonable one in Jack-9 suited, but even with that hand, it is behind Stanko's Queen-8, but can he get past an Ace-King-5 rainbow flop? That's the question. Seems unlikely, but it's one of these spots where Burton, if you ever are going to sort of like check back a no hand, this might be it and then come up with a delayed bet because you just have the best hand a lot. But of course the convention is to just bet, and that's what he's going to do. Gets the swift fold.
Yeah, it's been nice and clean for Burton.
Really has.
And like lots of these spots, his opponents really have flopped nothing.
Right.
So it's been very helpful, of course, like these small stabs just working out fine.
With 2 tables left, he lost a couple of really big flips that are unkind, but he's won all these small and medium pots without having to do anything. His opponents just miss every single time.
Yeah.
And this is the sort of thing that people are like, oh yeah, he's played great. And he has played great, but
like
also he's just...
hit and run good, right?
Right,
so
exactly. That's it.
Sure.
You just win all these medium, small to medium... Well, all the small pots are now medium-sized pots just by virtue of the fact that blinds are up to 700K at 1.5 million.
On we go. Abdullah here, offsuit ace-6. Going to fall into the category of not strong enough. Generalov now really in some trouble, James. Big blind hunting him. In fact, is he in the big now? No. I think he might be. Or is that the ante? Could just be the ante.
I'm trying to count players and I'm running out of fingers because I'm only using one hand.
Well, here we go. Savenkov really widening the opening range. Yeah, Ebby's in the big.
Of course, I was somehow forgetting Gozanka's sitting in that seat. Don't know how I could forget. Oh man, well here's the hand. Ace 10 off.
Yeah, so tricky this. Savenkov, quite nice recognition here, I think, that Ebby has to defend very tight, excuse me, with the two very short stacks behind him.
Right.
So it does open as wide as 7-8. Don't mind it at all. We can see a hand as strong as ace-10. Just going to call.
Yeah, I like that just call as well. You kind of want to, obviously you don't want to 3-bet jam and run into it here and bust up for those two.
Yeah.
The jamming and picking up, of course, is valuable, but it's not that valuable. And we get to protect our kind of range a little bit.
Yeah.
When we peel with ace-10 and it comes at ace-high boards, we get to win pretty decent pots.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is where it gets difficult, though, of course, when we miss. But a queen-5 deuce board with ace-10 high still feels like too much hand surely to fold for one.
I'm not sure, James.
The bet's coming in at 3.2.
Yeah.
It's not small.
Quite chunky. B40. It is. B40 is back, baby.
You're convincing me.
Really does apply that additional pressure, and our hand just doesn't have really anywhere to go. Yeah, Ebby, let's it go.
Ask for like 5 minutes break after the
Telling you, B40, it just encourages a little bit more fold equity. You're going to be doing it now all the time.
Yeah.
And then cursing me when you get check raised.
I'm going to bet my B40 my second pairs for the rest of my life and wonder why I've gone broke.
They are discussing a short break, I believe.
Just angling for, yeah, maybe then a level, 5 minutes. We'll see. I say let them bleed.
There must be a scheduled break soon anyway, right? No.
They are asking for a short break after this level.
Yeah, for like 5 minutes.
5 minutes only.
The official one is supposed to be after the next one. If you want
5 minutes
No,
only.
5 minutes break.
No break, 5 minutes.
No break after.
Ah, they're asking for no break, James.
No,
as in a smaller one.
it's not easy because they have like a schedule with the streaming. But I can do my best. Okay, I'll let you know.
But even can we have like 5 minutes break after this level, even though? No, I mean we can pause it.
I think what they're saying is, of course, there's a break scheduled at the end of the next level.
Okay.
They obviously, you know, it's late. Probably kind of consuming a lot of water this late.
Yeah.
Kind of need to go to the bathroom a little bit more often than every 2 hours, maybe. Kind of high pressure situations going on. Just fatigue in general.
Yeah, don't blame them, James. Been at it a long time. So we see God Stanker here. Let's get out of the way. Makes a lot of sense. Savenkov, one of the players that can really harm him. Everybody playing pretty tight at the moment, which makes lots of sense, of course. Generalov now really, really short. Folding his big blind and ante down to 4 big blinds or so once he posts the small. Generalov really hasn't done anything wrong either. Just completely dealt out this final. Started it with 19 million or so. I can't think of an overfold even. Just been pretty miserable distribution.
You know what that means? He's timing the rush perfectly.
For his sake, I hope so.
When he gets it. It's going to be really matters. A little 1-0, 2-0 level.
From what we know of Burton, I'm expecting him to open this one.
Well, he's been dealt 2 cards, so yeah, you're right.
I like it though. All of these, you know, King X, Ace X type holdings, modern final tables, chip leaders.
Now, does Savenkov go after him?
He loves it, doesn't he? Look at him.
These two really are moving away with it. They've got over half the chips in play between them.
I think Savenkov just wants to go to war dems.
Well, he can really put the pressure on Burton. We got those.
Oh, mixing in a flat.
Yeah, he is mixing a flat. I'd just much rather a 3-bet here. With those two really short stacks around, even Burton has to show a lot of restraint when he gets involved. And
yeah.
I would love to have seen a 3-bet here. Look at this, Generalov with just 6 million. The other short stack is in the pot as well. It is Gabdulin with 12 million. What is Burton going to do facing a 3-bet with so many hands? Have to just fold. As it is now, you're going to let him realize perhaps some equity.
I think on the flip side, it's kind of interesting is that you don't see too much flattening from these positions anyway.
Right.
But, you know, having Burton covered, you do get him to sort of like freeze on a lot of flops.
Right.
And we do have position.
Including this one.
Including this one.
You're thinking, okay.
I hear you, though, that in the long term, I think 3-bet makes more sense.
But it does mean it kind of looks like Savenkov maybe has more of a hand like 9s or 10s, or maybe like an ace-jack suited or an ace-queen offsuit. Those kind of hands that don't want to 3-bet.
Yeah.
Look at this. He shows no signs.
Wow, this is big.
I'm actually surprised to see him bet this board, because that board's...
I'm very surprised.
That board's scary against the range of hands that do want a flat pre-flop.
Yeah, this is the first decision point from Burton that I haven't quite followed along with. Not to say that it's bad, but just kind of surprising.
Creative.
You know, monotone, 3 cards to the straight on the board. Our opponent's got a lot of ace-x himself. As you said, Demp's going to have some very strong pocket pairs in there with a diamond in them. Like even a hand like pocket jacks, right? I don't think Savenkov would 3-bet. Did he raise?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think so.
Here we go.
He uttered something. He has. He's raised it up. Wow.
That is a sick play.
Wow, 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 wow. Savenkov, take a bow, my man.
That takes a lot of courage. Wow, just firing it into this board texture.
That's incredible.
My goodness.
Everything we said that Burton doesn't really get to c-bet this too highly, then does c-bet it, and Savenkov just punishes him. Had a grand plan with this hand.
All right, we are in the streets now.
And look at this gap he's opened up now.
That's big.
Like 24 million chips more than the man in second. That is a monstrous pot. He has a third of the chips in play now.
What a spicy hand.
That is cool. I was perhaps not kind enough pre-flop when he just flat the Jack-9 suited, because if he's going to find a way to win on Ace-King-10 all diamonds, and fair play. Like, what is Burton going to do there with, like, Ace-Jack-No diamond? When if he c-bets and get raised there, like, what are you going to do?
Yeah, fold.
Like,
fold range.
Right.
I mean, it's tough to continue without a very big hand.
Right.
Yeah.
Like,
even like Ace-10 is hating life. Yeah, it's grim. Fair play at Savenkov, and he's really going for it now.
like, Savenkov could have been trapping there even pre with, like, aces or kings potentially, like, with the short stacks behind.
100%.
Does get to have some really strong hand, can have all the queen jacks, all the queen jack suited at least, I should say. Wow.
Yeah, I really did not expect that. Very nicely done.
Man overboard.
We've lost a chip.
It's down into the med.
We did say, James, we're looking for one player to separate themselves from the pack. Savenkov starting to go pretty ballist. Finds a way to win with Jack-9 suited, and then follows it up with the Queen-5 offsuit under the gun. That tipping point surely about to arrive. Blinds about to go to 2 million. 2 million. It's going to put an obscene amount of pressure on these shorties.
Yeah.
even going to put Ebby and Shoklatsa under the 10 big blind mark.
Yeah, it's incredible. I said, like, surely there's no way we get to the end of this level with still 7 players remaining, but we are just, what, less than 10 minutes away from that moment. Let's see. Kotstanka. Mostly work done here thus far. Got 44 million. Bit of fold. Ebby with 20. Like you say, we're down to 10 blinds. Generalov, Queen 7 suited, has 4 blinds in the cutoff. Is the shortest. Surely have to get something going.
Yeah, I think we probably just have to shrug and put this one in damps.
That's what he's done.
It's pretty grim, but what can you do?
Yeah.
He's got it through to the big.
Oh, perfect timing.
My goodness.
And again, normally in a bounty tournament we'd say, you know, the big blind incentivize the call, but the bounty's now pretty small.
Good luck.
Oh.
Yeah, he's in there.
He's going for it. I was going to say maybe there's an argument for Savenkov folding this because you want to keep the situation the way it is.
I think so too.
But I suppose even if you double him, you still only got 12 million. It doesn't change anything too much because then now you've got 2 players with 12 million. And
yeah,
not the end of the world.
Savenkov deciding.
And it's fun to pull envelopes.
Sure. Tries to take us down to 6. So Generalov is at risk. 14 million in the middle. Look to try and hold off the buzzsaw of Savenkov. Pretty cool shot there, reflection in the glasses.
Непонятно.
Oh, Queen 4 deuce. Queen in the window, 4 behind it, keeps Savenkov alive.
И непонятно. Топор и непонятно. 2 лопаточки.
Там даму с ножом.
А, нож. Неплохой.
Там колдует стер. Сейчас боевой какой-нибудь. Оп.
6 changes. Nothing.
Брат.
Боевой это какой? Никакой.
Generalov 1 card away from that double up.
8, нормально. Там уже дальше вверх боевой.
And that's what it will be, Picasso. He has been so patient, forced in effectively with 4 blinds holding Queen 7. Not how you draw it up when you make a final table, but now he kind of brings himself into the pack a little bit with that 12 million stack. 14 million, in fact, pardon me, of course, because of the dead money.
Yeah, patience rewarded, so to speak. Really has been slim pickings, but does take the first step on the road to redemption, rebuilding that stack. Finds the hold.
Yeah, average stack right now, 34.5 million.
Yeah, the next blind level gonna put
it's the killer, the buzzsaw.
Insane pressure.
Yeah, our average stack will be down to what, 17 blinds as things stand. But that average stack, of course, so distorted by the fact we have, well, now 1 stretching away leader, but certainly a couple of big stacks in the field, taking out over half the chips in play between them. So the other 5 will be averaging sub 10 bigs.
Yeah, pretty insane to still be 7-handed in the wee small hours. Anyone still with us? Welcome along as we close in on the 4 a.m. mark here in Cyprus. Stamps.
I'm just counting it now. It's T-minus 2 hours to breakfast.
It is.
No, 3 hours. Damn it, they don't start breakfast till 7.
Oh, when will it end? Oh, Ebby, glasses on. Might be a towel.
He's going for the non-all in. I understand this for sort of like generating some action, but
yeah, this is dicey.
Maybe best serve with just a jam at this point. With
I think if you just run into it here, it might be time to just shrug your shoulders and say, yeah, I'm unfortunate. Don't really want the big stacks to have the chance to jam on you here,
right,
or to realize behind.
Even you just want to jam and survive. Maybe pick up one of these two with a decent hand.
It's going to get through to the big. And that is the chip leader. Oh, excuse me, it's not.
Oh,
my word. We have been waiting for a cooler Demps.
Yeah.
Wow, can we read anything into how quickly he just jammed? That was very fast.
I mean,
we're not going to fold, I don't think, but you know what?
I hear you.
He's not going to jam, you know, pocket eights here, right, at this speed. But yeah, looks like a cooler.
But also, is he going to snap jam any bigger pairs, or does he like Hollywood?
Well,
right?
Yeah, Jack's maybe the only one, I suppose.
Right.
Yeah.
But you're with me on it. You got aces, kings, going to posture.
I am.
The snap jam tends to always be like the old ace, king, ace, queen, doesn't it?
Queen.
If we're going to read into timing tells. But let's see. I mean, Ebby obviously had to 3-bet fold 10s earlier, and in a pretty nice spot to 3-bet fold with. Has gone wrong for him since then, but.
Yeah, completely different
surely
situation here.
19-5.
Let's get a count.
It's basically all his chips. You can see 16.5 to call with 17 million behind. These two.
I don't think we can fold this one,
No.
Demps. Pretty gross. You're not loving it. But there does come a tipping point. He's going to get the bad news if he flicks in calling chips. This would be an insane laydown. I mean, he does know, Demps, right? That your lads have been very tight. It's kind of grim.
It's very tight, but there's also...
Sure.
Playing 13 blinds.
I'm with you, absolutely. Like, it feels insane to consider folding.
That's what he's doing. Credit to him.
I mean, yeah.
And maybe it is something that in that timing. There's the confidence in which he moved in.
He did. Honestly, it was so fast.
Yeah, you pick these things up when you're at the table, certainly.
Wow, Ebby. Can you make the second great laydown with 10s of the night?
Yeah, this would be special.
Yeah, this one would be next level.
He's looking at those other two short stacks, thinking, hang on a second, why would this guy just jam from the big blind when we've got other two short stacks and I've opened from +1? I'm kind of getting more on board with the idea of folding
I think he's going to fold.
Like, sure, it's terrible when we end up raise folding and do so to ace king or ace queen or something like that. But I think this it circles back to he's probably thinking, I want to just jam this in the first place to stop this happening to me.
Yeah. Wow.
But yeah, the more I think about it, the more I can see him folding this.
Yeah, I mean, with the sheer speed of the jam, I just don't think worse pairs are in there very often at all.
He's burning what looked to be his last time bank chip.
My goodness, he's going to get away, Demps. Oh. Is he talking himself out of the read? Five seconds to go.
Oh, timed out by the iPad. You hear the ding. He's going to show. Show has been offered.
Wow.
Wow, that's so nice to make the big fold, to make the huge laydown and get the instant gratification, getting showed the better hand. Ebby survives here with 8 blinds when we come back at the next level of 1 million, 2 million. Just ahead of Konstantin with 7 bigs and Gabdulan with 5. Shadladze with that hand up to a whopping 12 bigs is then, of course, the 3 biggest stacks who are chilling for the most part, but it's getting uncomfortable wherever you're sitting. Guys, we are going on a very short break. Please don't go too far. We'll be back in around 7 minutes for more of this MPP Luxon Mystery Bounty Final Table.
starts now. Merit Starlet.
Action back round to Burton.
Yeah, loving it, isn't he? Very much involved. Raising this one up with an unknown hand until now. But it is the ladies. We'll see how to raise fold the last hand. Here's the man who 3-bet him.
Oh, and he sent it in, Demps.
Yeah, he's got him. Whoa, I say he's got him.
Don't know what he has yet.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, the same action as the last hand. Look at this. We see the open from Burton with 2 queens. Melchizedek with a very, very reasonable 3-bet jam him. Slam dunk with ace-king. And given that he did this last hand with king-queen-o, now waiting behind, wondering.
My goodness, you would imagine this is not Hollywood. This stage of the tournament. It does get out of the way, Demps.
Is that a call? Oh, call.
Here we go. Of course, snaps it off. 2 top-of-range hands, James.
Top of range.
Absolutely. Cutoff versus button. 2 monster holdings.
This is pretty sick for Melchizedek that he could be 1-2 punch out of this one, having had 16 million 2 hands ago.
Big flip developing. It is the classic.
Yeah, this is the flippier flips. King 6 straight. There it is. Finds a partner. No diamond. Backdoor joy for Burton. Just the queen will do it. With 1 pull to come. Just thinking, Andreas. We hear the music.
I know, I'm
jiving in the background. Like, if you're the one all in there with 2 outs to come, and everyone's silent, and you just got this like happy, cheery tune going, I don't know, that might
put you on tilt.
That might send me over the edge. Like, no one's ever hit a 2-outer to that music.
Welcome to Mediterranean Poker Party.
Whoop whoop, what a tremendous beginning of Mediterranean Poker Party. The brand new, huge poker stage was built. It's TV time. Don't forget the main thing that unites nation. A bunch of poker events running now.
And I'm from Norway.
Turkey,
Australia,
The Netherlands. Lebanon.
France,
Bulgaria,
Venezuela,
Belarus,
Iran,
Ukraine.
Austria,
Serbia,
Russia.
Germany. Armenia.
Hungary,
Kazakhstan.
Italy,
Greece,
Romania, Moldova,
Scotland, Poland,
China.
Spain,
Sweden, England,
Georgia, Yahanina.
Mexico,
Croatia,
USA.
Lithuania. I know, guys, you play hard and work hard. The only thing you miss, it's the party time. And we have it for you here in Versace Garden and Merit Royal Diamond tonight.
based in Grenoble, I believe. You know, the foot of the French Alps.
You know, I'm just having a bit of fun with it.
I know you are.
Mont Blanc.
I'm just getting
Mont Blanc, that's one.
Mont Blanc is a mountain, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
There's a lot of mountains in France that begin Mont, as it happens.
Yeah.
Coincidentally, of course.
Hence why I made the joke. I'm one step ahead of you, Demps. Speaking of being one step ahead, Melchizedek has been one step ahead of the competition so far. Getting after it, ace-9 under the gun. Fairly reasonable, you know, to open here. Lots of sort of medium to short stacks that will only have one move. So using that ace blocker, gonna come in for an open. In a fold round to the big blind. Burton. Lots of shallow stacks now, in fact, Demps, with that blind jump. You know, 5 or 6 players at the table working with 24 bigs or below. Burton, we get to sweat with Melchizedek, and Burton with an unknown hand. 9-7-6, very much a texture that connects with the big. And you will see some donking. Does look at his chips, James. Yeah, and here it comes. Certainly a trend in modern poker. You will see a lot of leading here on these 3-card straight completing boards. Melchizedek might rip it here, Demps. I could see it. Backdoor nut flush draw, top pair, top kicker, very vulnerable holding.
Right, it's a situation where he just doesn't know what the bad cards are on the turn, does he? Yeah, there are a lot of them. Hand rates to be the best right now, but I think that does make the committing raise.
Really impressed with him so far. Just seems super attuned to what's going on. Has decided to go for the raise call, James, instead of shove.
It's effectively the same thing, right? When we're talking about this stack depth, isn't it? Making it 5 million. I mean,
oh wow.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Burton tables what looks to be
8-9.
Is that 8-9?
I think he might.
Oh, it's top pair with an open ender.
Yeah, it is.
So Melchizedek has got his man to stick it in here with effectively just the straight draw on the live card, looking to pair up for the 2-pair. So again, in the best spot, in a monster pot. There's 26 million chips in this one.
Huge.
As we see the 8 roll off. Now, of course, there are chop outs. And, of course, the ace would still do it for Melchizedek. But all of a sudden, he is bang up against it. And that's where he remains. Everything was going so right for this man. But now, all these chips moving to Burton. Here in the background, Varia Milbutas calling the draws out. Sounded like he's saying one of the 40Ks has gone. Of course, we know the 70K, the big prize, has gone.
No. There's only 15K left.
Yeah, went earlier this afternoon.
Okay, the players talking. I think that was the second 40K that's just gone. So the largest bounty left, according to these players discussing, is 15K. Will, of course, change things somewhat.
For sure.
So the close spots suddenly become a little bit more foldy. But as we know, once we get deeper into these things, the bounties become less relevant, right? I think we looked, it was sort of 3.5K-ish equity per bounty, which obviously once you start the day is worth a lot, but once you get towards the final table, 3.5K isn't really going to sway your decisions too much.
Yeah, it does become somewhat irrelevant, and with those big chunky ones out of the way, and with you, Demps, players likely will tighten up, calling all-ins. As we see Mariam here, opens the hijack, King 4 of Hearts. Rudzari decides to take a flop, providing there's no more action behind, that is. Calls the button, Queen Jack of Diamonds. Stoica here with a decision, Demps. Pocket deuces, sub 20 blinds though, thinks better of it.
again, it's one of these things, isn't it? He could jam there, but again, these are the spots that it still is a bounty.
Yeah, I think the hand a little too weak in general. Never mind with the target on your head. So we do go heads up to the 7-6-5. Mariam still best. King high with that up and down straight draw. Let's check it over though to Rudzari. It's come up empty. 2 overcards only. 7 of diamonds on board. For a little backdoor equity. Let's check behind. And there is the 10 of diamonds. Rudzari now improves to a queen high flush draw. Pretty awkward spot demps, right, for Mariam here. Whether to start turning her hand into a bluff, right? Try and get some ace highs to fold.
Yeah,
King
potentially.
queen, king jack.
It's a little icky, of course, holding no diamond or spade ourselves.
Sure.
But in a perverse way, kind of gonna almost bet this one for value.
Yeah, and he's gone huge demps, really, over the pot. 2.9 million into 2.6. Rudzari not gonna like that, of course. Would like to realize this draw. Excuse me, demps, is the graphics correct? Bet of 2 million.
Okay.
A little more normal.
Still big.
Still big.
But with those overs and a flush draw, and of course, the potential to get up to funny business on the end. Chasing a bounty as well.
Oh, and he does improve demps. Queen of Hearts, river. Potential danger now for Mariam with just pot behind. Almost impossible to have the best hand demps, right? It's really difficult to think of hands we beat.
Come on.
Wow, he finds the jam.
Wow. Goes for it.
My goodness.
And Rudzari got there, but not in the way he would have wished in terms of a flush. But he has rivered that top pair, and the way this one's played out, that queen is a pretty big card to have, isn't it? Obviously, can be behind. There are going to be some hands that want to trap us, check on the flop.
Agreed.
Send some rope, but at the end of the day, all those draws have missed. Of course, we have 2 diamonds on our hand, but the queen of diamonds not really a blocker in this sense because our opponent's never going to bet, in theory, with that card. So really, they can still have all the sort of ace-x of diamonds, king-x of diamonds, perhaps.
Absolutely, and I think he's made the call, Demps. He has. And Mariam, just like that, out the door as Rudzari finds the call of 6.6 million. What a start to the action, James. Back-to-back eliminations here very early at the feature table.
Crazy stuff. And welcome back to late night coverage here at the Lux on Pay Mystery Bounty final table, where the time is just ticking past 4:15, but myself, James Dempsey, and Mr. Picasso, Andrew Headley, is still with me. As we're going to move things on, 1 million, 2 million blinds means Gabdulan has just 5 bigs. Konstantin just 7. Ebi just 8. Shkirtladze, he has 12. Then we get to the rich, the 22 bigs, the 26 bigs. And then, of course, Stavenkov has separated himself now has 38 big blinds after a kind of peculiar hand that it's not often, Andrew, we go away on a break and we just sit there discussing a hand, but that's kind of what happened. We were like, this is absurd. Yeah. But this is what we get. It's
late.
16 hours into the day.
There's some, pretty crazy stuff happening. We're about to go into what I like to call an ICM hurricane. I mean, who even knows what the get-in ranges are here? We saw Ebi there pre-break make a faintly absurd raise fold with 10s, but the more we thought about it afterwards with the sort of time and tell of Shirkladze and stuff, I kind of liked it. Like in the moment, I was sort of leaning towards it. You weren't sure, and then we thought about it more, and it made some sense to raise fold.
We're okay with it.
And here we go, right off the bat. Gabdulan is going to get ready to dance in the eye of the hurricane.
Yeah, let's not mess around anymore. Let's see some all-ins.
Yeah, ace 10, 6 blinds, time to go. But yeah, we saw that crazy bet C-bet and raise with Jack 9 of clubs on the monotone Ace King 10. Things you don't normally see. Gabdulin, though, time to go for the win. Here he goes, 7 million.
Committed.
Likely to get it through. Just so cagey now for almost every stack, which is very rare for a final table.
Yeah.
Like, it feels like even the chip leader cannot be comfortable here.
Right, what's the chip lead? 40 bigs?
Like,
Not
if he loses to either Godstanker.
Even just to one of these, like, to an 8 big blind stack, suddenly you're...
Yeah, you don't love it.
You're in it yourself.
Gabdulin just staying alive. War of attrition time, Demps.
He looks fresh.
Yeah, to the credit of all the players. Staying with it, staying sharp. Faintly incredible, we said no chance do we get to 1-2 million without losing at least one more player. And we have crossed that threshold.
Yeah, we've been 700 for a long time at this final table.
Got to be a good couple of hours.
Interesting. As this final goes on, we are doing some time bank situations as well. We just saw Ebi there burn his last time bank chip.
Yeah, going to be under some pressure now with decisions.
And we've seen that before here at Merit Farm tables, where we've seen players playing heads up and kind of some dicey spots with no time bank chips. It's a big thing.
Really is. Kind of expect to see Savenkov open here based on what we've seen from him. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he just gets to...
I think I like it. Just use these King X, Ace X. We've been talking about it all night. It's going to be very difficult for players to find hands to play back. Well,
that's a hand that can play back.
There's one. Now, can he find the trap, Demps, is the real question. I wouldn't hate it, seriously. 20 blinds, I mean, it's risky, right?
I hear you, but I think also Godstanker just gets to have... He is the kind of guy I expect to, like, 3-bet.
Okay.
Like, kind of from the small quite often, and I think this is a spot where you just got to try and go for it and induce.
I don't know. Like, whoever finds a 3-bet fold here off 20 blinds?
Godstanker does.
You
like
think?
He's the kind of guy that I could picture
does?
doing it, yeah. He's the guy I could see here with an ace-4 offsuit just going, yeah, this will do.
I'd like to see 10 million or so if we do go for it, like real small.
A little big 11 up, but that's all right. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. I would like...
I mean, also, Peel... Sorry.
Trying to get something out of him, wasn't he? Well played, Belarus. Yeah, I hear you with the Peel.
I mean, perhaps a bit of commentary bias, seeing the King 7 off and being like, well, that one we can trap against, right, for sure, but...
Yeah, no, I hear you. You peel there, you get bet into a lot of good flops, you let your opponent make a top pair, you get the big blind maybe squeezing or at least coming in.
I mean, I think worth referencing that it is extremely top-heavy also. You know, okay, it's fine to ladder up to 4th or so, but, you know, the bones of 60k more if we can take it down.
Right.
And if we can take the chips from the chip leader and become the chip leader ourselves, future equity to win the tournament. But yeah. Of course, 3-bet, never going to be a bad thing.
Here we go, Burton with a big one.
All of a sudden, Ebi did make that magnificent raise fold, but we are left with 6 BBs. Generalov. It's so tough because even now you don't really get to defend and just try and flop a piece because you have Gabdulin and Ebi that have basically the same stack as you, right? So like 2 million here is so valuable to your chip stack.
Yeah.
I think he may fold this Stamps based on what we've seen from him so far, and it'd be hard to fault it.
Yeah, I like the fold here. Feels grim, but...
I mean, the problem with these spots also is that there are actually reverse implied here against a player like Burton. Like, he's going to open Queen 8 suited, right? He's going to open King 7 off. You know, hands, you know, that we have a hand that you normally expect to be very live. against, you know, normal ranges, so to speak. But Burton is not afraid. I mean, I wouldn't put it past him just to open the 8-9 suited here, Demps, right? All this type of stuff.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
It's a great point.
So it's not like when we flop a piece that it's always clean.
Yeah.
And Gabdulin's going to be in the big blind next hand, right? It's going to chop him down. Is this a prudent use of your time banks? It's going to defend, though. We're working with 2/3 pot back. Would be a nice time to flop something.
There we go.
And he does.
Now, given that the ICM situation, is this a spot where...
I think we donk shove this one for sure.
We just shove or do we check?
Yeah.
I like that, just given the ICM.
I don't think Burton can fold here either.
Snaps it
Got to
off.
flick it in. Just like that, Generalov, 75% favorite here to find that double.
Wow, and how patient has this man been?
Yeah, unreal. Very clean turn.
Just got a fade 6.
Diamond.
Diamond would be a good card. He's not wrong. Diamond it is. Double up. Generalov suddenly in the mix. 27 million chips. Only a little bit below average. Out of nowhere, you said he came in short, folded every hand, went down to a micro stack. And now, here he is. In the ascendancy.
Okay. Yeah, we're in this faintly absurd world now where, you know, even with a hand as strong as Ace-King suited, you don't even really benefit that much from getting the big blind to defend, right? Because you can just take down 5 million uncontested rather than risking 13 million post-flop. Pretty wild spot we're in. Has not been lucky with his big hands, Demps. You've been talking about it all night. Won all the small ones, lost all the big ones. We move forward. Generalov, be very thankful that you found that defend all of a sudden with breathing room. God's Anchor now gets out of the way. Round to Ebby. 6 blinds, Demps. Suited queen. We are the effective short stack now. Yeah, feels kind of close. I don't fault it. Gonna have to find a spot to get a shove through. Are shoving into 2 short stacks of our own. He's gonna get this one through.
Yeah, he's had enough. Queen 5. A minute ago we were raised folding 10s. Now we're open jamming Queen 5, but such is our game. That's what can happen.
We are in the twilight zone.
And yeah, nice to pick those chips up off those 2 behind. Well, I say the 2 behind. Of course, Generalov just doubled, but Gabdulin's certainly the one you want to take chips off.
Yeah.
Generalov's going to win this thing. Calling it now. Cockroached his way to this spot.
Yeah, it's the faintly wild FT. So many players chopping and changing. Shukladza been very quiet the last sort of hour or so. Did something similar to what Generalov is attempting to now achieve. Spin up from the 4 BBs. Ace-5 off for God's Anchor. Certainly a viable hand to open. These blockery hands, so important at these finals. Does find it. 4 million to go. Now, Ebby, pocket 4s. Feels like a hand we want to fold to me, James.
Yeah. Sure, Godstanker is going to have some raise folds, but it's so hard to try and get one through for 8.5, isn't it? A 3-bet jam.
Yeah.
Yeah, nicely done. We can see here, this is the one time it probably works, but...
Again, don't close the action.
Yeah.
So cagey this final table has become. Burton now. See, I like that. a real piece of experience there. 9-6 suited. These hands just really lose their value now. Again, similar spot. Do not want to get ourselves into a spot where our stack is at risk. We have 3 or 4 stacks shorter than us. I think we're third in chips with 18 blinds. Pretty wild spot we're in now.
It's crazy that this tournament has come to this, isn't it? Really.
Yeah, this is like a live turbo at this stage. Really like that fold though from Burton. He's been the most impressive technically for me. Really hasn't put a foot wrong. Chance now for Godstanker to really put his foot down. That's another one of these blocker type hands. Will he take 2 in a row, Demps?
It's the weird thing, isn't it? It kind of feels like there's a lot of, it looks so obvious that I'm bluffing if I raise again, like I'm bullying and people come after me. But at the end of the day, you just got to make people do it.
Absolutely. Just make them find a top sort of 10% hand.
Yeah.
Again, Gabdulin in one of these uncomfortable spots. We do need to find some shoves.
Yeah, 6 blinds the button. 10-9.
Yep. Credit to these players. They're all finding them, Demps. Nobody's overfolding. And
Well,
here we go. All in and call. Gabdulin snap called by Savenkov. Will we finally lose a player in 7th position? 60-40 shot, Demps, for that to happen.
Very live. Spike getting picked off here. Gabdulin, well, finds a favorable one. Open-ender and a pair, but Savenkov, well, isn't done with him just yet. Needs an ace or an 8. Otherwise, Gabdulin will be the latest to double up. And that is indeed the case. Savenkov with a big cut to him, and exactly what we were saying. He was in there with a big stack, but he can't really afford to lose one, even to the smallest stacks, because suddenly now he's down to just 29 blinds. As the chip leader, it's bunched.
Round and round we go.
Now, like these guys, they double again and they're chip leader.
We're in that faintly insane moment now where Generalov or Gabdulin,
one hand from the chip,
having had one foot out the door mere moments ago, could have one hand on the trophy if
wild
they find
stuff.
a bit of heat.
Wild stuff.
As the clock ticks towards the 2.5 million big blind level, Demps. We can't make it that far, surely.
Oh, we're getting to 2.5
we actually
million.
might now.
Oh, with 7?
I mean with 7.
Oh, no. I'm sticking my neck out on the line. I said we can't do it. I said we probably, I think I gave a caveat. I think I was like, very unlikely on the 1 or 2. There's no way we do another level with 7 players.
I mean,
I suggested to you earlier, I think that, you know, once we get to the 2.5 million big blind level, that's kind of like where you can see the tournament finishing. You know, between this level, that level, the 3 million big blind level, that's about where you could see it ending. There's still 7 players left. I mean, what is going on? Godstanker.
Absolutely crazy.
Ace 10. He's going to pop it up from under the gun. They keep giving him an ace every hand. It's a good situation to have.
Sure
Sometimes they give him 2. Oh, Gabdulin now with 2 jacks. Here we go. Just got the double up. Now gets a 3-bet jam spot. He's going to be very happy to take.
Yeah, these jacks going to look like aces. There's been that card dead. Very nice spot to find.
Yeah, I mean, 13.5 blind, they are aces. I like this little difference to the one we saw before where we saw a snap 3-bit jam. He does burn the time bank, even though he knows full well he will be jamming. There is no other course of action here.
14 million.
Okay, the committal. It's the same thing.
Just in case we find a jam behind.
Yeah, you get a rejam behind and then the original razor sticks it in and same thing. Well, here we go. We are going to find the jam behind.
Wow.
Savenkov being dealt the goods. 2 queens up against the 2 jacks of Gabdulin, the man he just doubled up, looking for instant redemption. Wow. Here we go. Going to do some posturing as well, of course, himself. And he is going to raise it up again himself, clicking it, making it 24. We've got some cutesy stuff going on here. But of course, Kodstanka now can only ever put this in with the absolute top of top. And that's not what he has.
Very unlucky here for Gabdulin.
Well, let's see.
Insanely though, Demps, if he wins this pot, finds a jack, he's going to take the chip lead.
There is just one jack remaining. You see that reflected in the stats here. Down to just 13%.
Stand-up equity has been activated.
Yeah, this is a good time to do that, I think. In this long seven-handed battle, we see a king 8-6 board.
No, we need to say GG, guys.
Clubs, no use to Gabdulin as both hold one.
For hit the jack.
We are in the Mediterranean. He needs to find that fish hook. Deuce of hearts. Five of spades on the end, taps the table. Eventually, something had to crack. In this case, it was our man, Damir Gabdulin, out in 7th, winning 14,300. And I do gather we are going to have a little word with him.
Oh. How much did you pull from mystery bounties?
I made 5 bounties, I think, and the biggest one was only 3K.
What is your favorite part of playing MPP series?
Actually, this is the first time I play MPP series. Of course, I enjoy the place a lot, this room. I think it's might be the best in Europe.
Who has the biggest chance of winning, in your opinion?
Of course, Alexei Savinkov, after winning queens against jacks, he was chip leading, I think, already, and now he's overwhelming chip lead. And there's like 2 short stacks, and everyone else middle. He knows how to do it, so I think Alexei.
Thank you very much.
All right, well, GG's around. But now we will turn our attention, back to the final table. What action's under the way? Generalov. He's raising it up. It's the first time he's had the option to raise it up non-all-in, or non-committed at least.
Right.
Actually has over 10 blinds, has raise folds in the range. This was not one of them. Well, this was one of them, pardon me, with Queen Jack suited, of course, but it was a reasonable one.
Yeah, commiserations, Demps, to Gabdulin. Really fought hard. And, it looked like he was just going to get that effective 3-bet jam through.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for him, Savinkov cold finds the ladies. Great run. And he'll be a threat as we go through the week. We see him deep in these tournaments at the Merit Complex all the time. And we finally are down to 6, James. Feels almost like it was never going to happen.
Savinkov now with a monster lead, 93 million of the 241 million in play. Cap round, we're going in. He really gets to apply the pressure now, doesn't he? There's going to be a lot of opens from this seat.
I mean, we are getting to the realms, Demps, of open shove territory, right? I mean, the stacks...
They all like victory jams?
Well, I mean, the stacks behind him, right? We do have... Who do we have with a stack behind? He's made it larger, 3x.
Yeah. Oh
my goodness, he finds it again!
Kodstanka.
How's he doing it?
In the same seat, the small blind. Yeah, interesting if the raise is to 6 million, but I didn't see the chips.
No, he did.
He did raise it to 6 million, okay. So the adjustment is there. I like that adjustment, actually. The bigger raising just makes it impossible for anyone to peel from the big, basically.
Yeah, he's not letting Abby realize I like it.
Yeah.
Perhaps saw the spot where Ace King of Diamonds got cracked by the 7-8, right? And doesn't want to give a defend price for 1 big. Like it.
Look at this.
Yeah, I actually really like it.
Kodstanka just getting to 3-bet again. And I think once you 3-bet with the aces, you kind of have to 3-bet with the kings in the same seat, right? Because it just kind of looks a bit Mickey Mouse that you're 3-betting from the small again. You might induce.
Yeah, it's a little large, I think, though.
Right. Could go a little smaller, but...
Sure.
But then you're making it more attractive for the 4-bet jam.
Yeah.
We know he doesn't have many 3-bet call-offs, right? There's 3-bet jams.
Sure.
It kind of looks fishy to me.
Yeah, we're repping kings, aces, and ace-6 off.
Right.
Kind of thing. King 4 off, that's really getting spicy.
Ooh, now we're talking.
Yeah, a bit of run good at the right time, finding 2 monsters when the chip leader is going ham. Always a welcome sight. It'll be a minor irritation, that, to Savenkov. You know, thinking, right, this is my tournament now. Time to run riot.
Yeah, and this guy's just not letting me.
You do need the cards to play ball, not allow opponents to wake up with the big hands. Yeah, here we go. Even a hand as weak as 3-5 suited. This one's pretty out of line. You know, holding 2 of the kind of cards that you want your opponents to hold, of course. But regardless, people are going to have to find it, Demps. Going to have to find big hands.
Oh, well, here's a big hand.
Oh, my word.
Ebby with 6 blinds. Looks down at the hooks. It's his go to give them a 12. And a 12 he will. Obviously, made that amazing raise forward with 10s against 2 jacks. Has basically, I mean, assuming he loses that hand, which is the far more likely, he would have been out in 7th. Now here he is with 6 left. And going to be in with a chance to...
I mean, Savenkov's going to be very steamed here.
Get a spin? I mean, 9 million more.
I think we have to call. It's horrible. I think we got to flick it in.
Yeah.
We are up against enough, you know, ace-jack, ace-10, ace-queen, ace-king combos, Demps, to be live enough. But it feels pretty gross. Yeah.
He does make the call. Here we go. Ebby with that great fold. Now with an 81% chance of getting up to 30 million chips with 1 more player out.
Yeah, Savenkov somewhat punished here for pretty out-of-line open, but as we said, your opponents are going to have to find something pretty big to get it in. And he's very live now, Demps.
Wow. Flops the open-ender on the 8-7-6 board. Even has a backdoor heart draw. Maybe not enjoying the sweat.
Oh my word.
Wow, the needle card. He improves to a set, but it's a bad card for him. In that it gives Savenkov the flush draw to go with the straight draw.
Oh,
and it's a heart on the end.
goodness.
Wow. What a disgusting run out. Running hearts, the 3-5 suited, running down the 2 jacks of Ebay, who, fair play to him, does a lap with the table, gives his respect to all the players. He's going to leave with 17,100.
Wow. And like buses, James, you wait all night for them to come at once. Savenkov making his move in this pursuit of the opening title of the MPP 2024. Commiserations to Ebby. What a brutal way to go. And we are down to 5 guys. Not the burger joint. Players.
Oh.
That was terrible, but you know, it is almost 5. It is almost 5 a.m.
At this point, Andrew, I'm going to let you off with everything.
I thought it was actually pretty creative, considering we're in the wee small hours.
We're in the big hours.
Yeah.
Of the morning.
Now,
I would argue.
Savenkov, is he going to start opening the deck? No.
100 milli.
No, but he was big.
Life is nice.
Okay. Yeah.
Everyone now guaranteed 21k. They're like London buses, these bust outs, aren't they?
Sure are.
We waited for a long time.
Here we go. Yet another potential shove candidate. Feels like we got to take this, Demps. Yeah.
Why not? Let's go. Run it.
Credit to the guys. Everybody is taking all these spots correctly. You know, it is closing in on 5 a.m. People still focused. Generalov still in the hunt here. Gets this one through up to 35 mil.
I'm going to push back here. I'm not impressed when people take their jam spots at 5 a.m. I'm impressed when they take their fold spots at 5 a.m.
Okay.
You know, when they go deep into it and they just find the fold this hour. No. The all-ins, that's easy. It's like the over it.
That's why poker's the cruelest game in the world, you see. Ebby found a momentous raise fold.
Yeah.
And then gets it in 80-20. Sorry, buddy. GG.
Yeah.
I'm with you, though. I hear what you mean. The kind of easy ABC decisions.
Yeah, just the rips. It's like, whatever, I'm over it. Let me go to bed.
Can't be praising those too much.
I'm teasing. We can praise these guys. They're playing good.
Yeah.
Just no one's visibly kind of fatigued, which I find incredible given they started at midday today.
Round to Generalov. Surveying his options. Interesting. With the stacks the way they are, and we are opening into the big stack, actually don't hate laydown. You know, you are potentially going to get a collision between Burton and Savenkov. You know that Savenkov's going to run over the shortest stack at the table to his direct left, right? So if you can outlast him, keep yourself sort of level with the other two guys. Actually don't hate it. So we see action back on Godstanker. King Queen. 26 blinds. Second in chips. It's like a pretty clean one to open. Makes the raise to 4 million.
It's kind of funny seeing Burton now down to one of those short stacks, isn't he, with 30
Right.
mil. We have reference that the big spots have gone against him.
Any chance here, Demp? Savenkov just looks at the 3-5 suited and goes, well.
It's his hand. Shotladze, the shortest, he's the one being attacked. And with that in mind, he's quite far adrift. He's less than half the chips of the next shortest stack. So I kind of like the defend with that in mind.
Me too.
Kind of has the least risk.
Yeah, me too.
Less reverse implied odds here. He can kind of just go bust when he flops a pair. It's not a disaster.
Sure.
And well, how about flopping a flush draw?
Yeah, pretty nice, because very likely to get to check jam here. Godsanker, in general, should bet one big blind here, Demps, with almost his entire range. That's what I expect to happen, and there it is.
He's on point.
And Skirtladze, well, a couple of ways to approach it, Demps. Wouldn't be outlandish, just the call.
I kind of like the call, because you probably do want to just call when you got an ace as well, right?
Exactly.
And we do have some aces when we defend from the big. Obviously, the biggest ones we'd rip in pre, but...
Yeah. And you know, a hand like a Jack-10, Queen-Jack will probably give up a good amount on the turn, and we might be able to bluff.
Exactly.
Or realize.
We get to bet river as a bluff. If this now goes check-check.
Really intrigued, though, to see what Godsanker does. And you don't particularly want to give a free card to a flush draw.
Here we go now. Surely we're going to get the river bluff as played. Shotladze doesn't even have to go big, right? You can kind of go small and just try and make these kind of hands fold.
Yeah, needs to consider, I think, what are we going to do here with a 5, for example, right?
Like a small block is reasonable, isn't it?
I think there'd be a lot of one big blind. I really like this.
There we go.
Really like it.
Let me view. This screams the 5x. Obviously, there are some misspades.
I don't think it's going to work, but I mean, for the price, I think we've got to flick it in here with King Queen.
King of spades, obviously working against, but you wouldn't expect the king high miss flush draw to bet because that just kind of checks and tries to win. So it's not too much of a blocker.
Yeah,
he does make the call.
I think he has to flick it in.
Well done you, and well done Godsanker. Figured that one out. Just wanted to see the cards up against potential miss spades.
Yeah, I really don't mind it. You know, you just get 10 high, 10-9 suited, Jack 10 suited.
Jack highs, Queen highs.
Queen jacks, you get them all out.
Some people are going to fold the king high.
Sure.
Well, that really does now leave Shotladze super short with just 4 blinds maybe after trying that one. Obviously, it's a bit painful when he sees a check jam. Probably just gets it done on the flop.
I think that's the issue.
Although does it? Maybe
I don't think he would fold King
maybe
Queen.
King Queen just calls. Yeah,
I wouldn't fold King Queen. I don't think.
You got okay quit against a 5 and
backdoor spades. You got equity.
Yeah, yeah, head against the flush
head
draws.
against the flush draws.
And you've got kind of one of the good hands to take a flush draw on with, in the sense that you have a spade, and in the running spade combo you beat.
Actually, could be a spot to just check min raise flop. I really don't mind. I mean, I'm trying to think of creative ways to get him off these hands that just always think, oh well, it's a flush draw or a 5 when they jam. Whereas when you min raise, could be some ace-x in there. I don't know.
You're filthy.
It's getting late.
You are. You are a nasty guy.
You know. Get the guy to call once, right, with Queen Jack of clubs or whatever in full turn. It's a brave new world. Savenkov really getting after it, as you would expect. Pretty easy open, Queen 4 clubs.
Yeah. There's a lot of easy opens when you've got almost half the chips.
Anything with paint. Anything connecting.
Anything with pips.
Pretty much anything. Anything, whatever.
Anything with paint or pips, he's in.
Exactly. Yeah, all credit to these guys. Quite the grind. Once again, production staff on their feet all day, Dems. At least we get to sit down. I know you're a fan of the stand-up.
I've been standing up the last like 3
Yeah.
hours, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to get too sleepy set down, you know?
It's good, it's good.
I've yet to fall asleep standing up in my life. I'm sure time will come.
Yeah, look at this. Savenkov now, foot to the floor, basically opening deck. And it makes a lot of sense to do so. Very interesting spot here for Generalov. Do expect him just to defend. Hand plays very well. There is an argument, Demps, to potentially shove here, though, if your opponent, you know, is like dipping into the King 4 type realm that we don't mind just getting to fold.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Just ripping, because you know this guy's opening close to any 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's for sure.
6-3-0's in there.
Oh, wow. Oh, excuse me, I thought he flopped 3-4s. That's how tired we're getting. Actually, a pretty nice flop for the 6-3. Especially when it goes check-check.
The funny thing is, you thought he flopped 3-4s.
I did.
He's got 2 red cards and the 2 red 4s from the deck. Which really does make it impossible. And also the fact he just doesn't have a 4. But it's funny nonetheless.
Got to go for value on the river. Does find it. Interesting little adjustment from Savenkov. You would have expected him to bet flop here a lot. Most people over c-bet, of course, these boards.
Maybe just work in the proviso that, hey, like, these guys just aren't going to bluff me. I can just check back and go for delayed.
Exactly.
And, like, delays are just going to print.
And we can just credibly rep a wider range of showdown hands by checking back.
Right, and I can also
Less
just rep
air.
whatever hits the turn.
Sure.
It's kind of fun. I like the adjustment. Don't always have to do it through the front door. Sometimes you can come in through the window.
Boo.
No windows in here, of course. But there is a hole in the ceiling.
Panic room.
By design. It's our air conditioning vent.
You taking him out? He's leaving.
Some kind of Breaking Bad vibes with the air filtration system.
You know, the Onyx is under construction.
It's going to be beautiful, this room.
Really is.
When completed.
That'll be something that comes up in the future for you guys watching. Of course, we're covering the MPP, but in the not too distant future, there will be some regular high-stakes cash game streams coming from right here in the Onyx room. Permanent set being built.
What is this? Little under-the-gun limp.
Whoa.
No, stack's got to be wrong here, I think.
Something's not right there, yeah. Savenkov's not limping. Deuce. Maybe he's just, has he folded it? Did he? Oh, he's got chips in. He's got chips in front of him.
Is he in the big?
I mean, that would make
Very
more
confusing.
sense. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, he is. In any case, Shkutladze all in, 3.5 blinds. Very easy. Yeah, he is in the big Dems. Yeah. Very easy continue for Godstanker. Going to flick it in with ace-9. Call the 3.5 big blind shove. Savenkov trying to decide here if his hand is too ugly to complete. probably one of the very few hands, Demps, that we don't get to complete and just sort of try and bounty hunt.
Right.
Try and knock out a player.
And knocking out the player kind of value in here as well. Obviously, he's kind of enjoying having half the chips in play, but even then, it's half the chips in play, but as we keep mentioning, it's so shallow that it's still very fragile. It's not like...
It is.
If the average was 30 big blinds, then I think you'd kind of want to keep the situation as it is, but when the average is this shallow, you kind of just want to knock people out.
I think so.
We just want to get ourselves up that pay ladder.
Yeah, I like the discipline though. Such a nasty holding. 8 deuce.
Here we go then. Shkirtladze with the ace jack up against Godstanka's ace 9.
Great spot.
And the Georgian hold. Man who has been ducking and diving, as they all have. Now with a chance to get back to 10 blinds. But a 9 on the flop, Andrew. King 9-5. Shkirtladze, he needs help. Not a lot of options on this flop for that hand.
Goes for the sip of water equity that we haven't seen yet this evening. 4 of spades on the turn, no good, James. 3 outs once. Or the monumental run comes to an end. 7 of diamonds on the river, Demps. No good.
Yeah, a man who came to us with 14 left and just 2 million in chips. I think if you told him then he was coming 5th, he would have bitten your hand off.
Sure.
Of course, in tournament poker, almost everyone has that kind of story at some point through their journey, but congratulations to him, 21,000. Off to bed you go, sir. We will see you tomorrow in the EAPT Grand Final.
One of the main benefits now, Demps, when you bust. You're probably as happy as you can be, right, at a big final table.
Like,
to bust, you're like,
go to bed.
It's 5 a.m., mate.
Yeah.
Like, I'm off to my bed.
Yeah.
I've never seen somebody leave so quickly.
As long as you've not made a big mistake, you don't mind. Like, you're like, okay,
Yeah.
I've made peace with it. 4 left then. Just like that. We lost 7th, we lost 6th, we lost 5th.
Yeah, the moment had to come. We have the 2 short stacks.
It was funny, I was saying like how this has kind of gone out and everyone's been ducking and diving at some point, but this man really hasn't. Godstanka has kind of just always had a decent stack.
Very sort of stable trajectory.
Yeah.
Hasn't dipped too high. Dipped too high, dipped too low, excuse me.
Generalov, he has 28.
He has
Burton
battled.
is now the shortest stack.
Yeah.
Savenkov, he has half the chips. There's 4 Russian speakers remaining, which may explain why the language has shifted to Russian.
Russian only at the table, please. Is that a rule, right? If everyone's Russian, then...
I mean, merit, can we kind of, you know, common sense prevails. If everyone's first language is Russian, then why would we make everyone speak English, you know? Hey, we'd prefer it, as the viewers, of course. Like to know what they're saying. Even the dealer's gone into Russian there.
Okay, guys, let's go.
Very quick fold from Generalov.
Burton. Now with 28,400 locked up, are we?
Got to raise call this one.
Into the raise calling, yeah, that's what I was going for. Now obviously the shortest stack. The lowest risk premium. We're kind of tied shortest stack, but nonetheless, this is a plenty of hand, isn't it, to try and get some action with.
Yeah, I think it's... I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah, I'm with you. This.
I don't want to call it a mistake, but I think, you know, there's only a 7K pay jump, whereas the difference between 1st and 4th...
13K now, we're up to...
Oh, okay, sorry. My mistake. Oh, well, here we go. It's not going to matter, Demps.
Godstanka finds the Ninas. In fact, this is the helmet, is it not? The black 9s.
And here we go.
Huge flip.
Big,
I just said how
flip.
Godstanka's kind of just got through this field without getting any dicey spots, but here he is playing a 56 million chip flip. A chance to knock out the man who was leading this tournament for such a long time. And if he does so, he will take 100 million into the 3-handed battle.
big moment.
Generalov, we did mention it earlier, he was going to just find his way into fourth.
About to ladder up to third here. Or is he? Not
ace
anymore.
high, 2 diamonds.
Oh.
Could you find a worse flop for those 2 nines?
1 out, Demps.
1 out and then still not there. 1 out and a brick needed. Well, there's the brick. Just need the 1 out now. That is not it. A double up. Near parity between these two now. 44 plays 56. Generalov back where he feels comfortable on the short stack.
Yeah.
And this is kind of good news for our chip leader.
Right.
Savenkov now with, what, 2.5 times second place chips, playing shallow stack poker. This is fun.
Yeah, pretty soon we're going to be in the realms of all-in pre-flop becoming a very attractive option for Savenkov. Blinds have just gone up, in fact, so...
Oh, here we go.
2.5 million in the big blind. So everyone basically 20 bigs effective, apart from our chip leader, of course, who's working with a shade over 40. Yeah, I'll be intrigued to see if he does take that route, Demps. You know, some players are still content just to continue min-raising, not expecting... Like, if you don't expect your opponents to adjust correctly and reshove wide enough, right, defend properly, then you can just continue to pound the min-raise button.
Well, here we go. That's how it sets up. 45 bigs, plays 22, plays 17, plays 11.
Yeah, basically half the chips in play for Savenkov. Shade under. He is, at the moment, going to be a pretty good favorite to take the title, but it's so shallow. Any double up for any other player in the right back end.
I told you before, when we get to the situation when Generalov's going to be here shortest with 4 left, and then he's going to be shortest with 3 left, and then he's going to be heads up with the chip lead. I called that 2 hours ago. You wait and see, my friend.
You did also say you'd beat me 1-0 at basketball, and that came true. So
they call me the Oracle.
We have a sample size of 1, but you nailed it.
It's true. Such is our prowess at the great game of basketball.
I'm going down and practicing tomorrow.
Between the 10 shots we had 1 basket between us.
Yeah, but we made loads off camera, right?
Oh yeah, like that. Like
obviously
went 30 in a row once the wind died down. Well, Savenkov, if he's going to do the open jamming strategy, this is a nice hand to start it off with. But maybe this is too good a hand to start the strategy.
I think it's too strong for sure. You know, generally this open shove strat, you basically jam all sorts of hands, but he is doing it, Demps. I did say, will he do it? And that one of the benefits is you stop the small blind reshove in this one.
Which would have been a very attractive candidate.
Absolutely forehanded. Yeah, this is going to work out very nicely for Savenkov. Can't imagine Godstanker ever calls off here with just 4s.
No.
I'd be very surprised. It's been very patient. Oh, wow.
Ooh, Generalov, sub 10, the shortest stack, ace-7 suited.
Yeah,
surely he picks up the fight here. And as he'll perceive this the way you did.
Yeah.
Like, just so many hands going to open jam now.
Yeah, basically when we min-raise, it's with our real value hands and our real junk. Everything else in the middle, in theory, gets to jam. You know, we should have open shoves here, Demps, 9-7 suited and the like, stuff like this.
Loads of hands.
Suited King X, all sorts of combos, too many to list. We can see he's crushed, but I think it's a mistake to fold here in the long run.
For sure.
Against a capable player.
Kind of working out. I'm trying to work out why we're still at this spot. This is a chance to...
I mean, sometimes it can be tough to shift gears, Demps, when you've been in that sort of fit or fold. And I mean, I'm not folding this one, but you hear what I'm saying, where you haven't put your chips at risk. Yeah,
Whoa.
Lays it down.
What is going on? Generalov. I don't endorse it, but...
Spidey senses?
Wow. That's incredible.
Such an intriguing spot.
He's the shortest stack. He's up against the super wide range of the runaway chip leader. And he folds not just a suited ace, but ace-7.
Yeah.
Like, this is good. This isn't an ace deuce. This is 10 big blinds in a 4-handed game with a big blind ante. This is like...
Yeah, I'm in there for sure and walking out the door. Or hitting a 7. Or some clubs.
Or just being up against King 4.
Sure.
Winning.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see if Savenkov continues. I'd like to see what kind of range he chooses for the open jams.
I mean, we're on an hour delay. I'm going to go on a limb and say there's a good chance this tournament's over an hour. But if it's not, and the similar sort of situation exists, and he finds out that General's going to be folding like A7 suited there, that's like a license to print.
Absolutely.
Just be jamming so often.
As it stands?
Godstanker had 43. Generalov would have had, what, 50-ish, low 50s if he called. Yeah, he'd have been basically tied second if he'd called and won there.
It's definitely a call in theory, at least. But
28K and 28,400 locked up. 41,200 is the page up, and that's what he was looking at. But then we got up to 57.8 and then 85. As you mentioned, it's kind of worth going for once you get to this sort of stage.
Definitely. And do we know, has anyone pulled the bounties? We haven't heard anything, right?
Yeah.
It would be cool if we knew.
Yeah.
Something for next time.
It's true.
So if that 15K is still in there...
But you see some of these guys, so they've got multiple bounties in front of them. They haven't pulled yet. I see...
Okay.
I see... yeah, Savenkov had 3 bounty chips in front of him. I see just 1 there for Generalov. That doesn't surprise me. I haven't seen Generalov knock anyone out. It's been a while. Gozanka, he has 2 in front of him, so he has 1 to pull. So we've got 3 to pull there from what I've seen, plus I don't know if... let's have a look. There's just 1 there in front of Burton. So there's 3 to pull and 4 still to win. So there's at least 7 bounties still in play. Like you say, I don't know if that 15K is still in there.
Yeah, faintly tough, very tough spot there with deuces. You know, we are second in chips.
Yeah.
Pretty gross. Of course, it feels bad to lay down a pair 4-handed. Could consider limp jam. Kind of grim.
You love it.
Oh, yeah. I'm kind of on board more with this fold than the one of them General of a few months ago. We move forward. 4 remain. 1,100 Lux and Pay mystery bounty. Prize pool crushed the 1 million mark that we had set before the tournament. 1.16 million in the pool. We're down to our final 4. Burton now, Jack 10 off. Just so tricky now to navigate your way. I think Burton content to let Savenkov sort of run this over Demps.
How many currencies is Lux on support?
30.
I'm going to give it to you. I turned your sheet over.
Okay, how many is it?
It's 30 plus, but I'm going to give that to you.
Oh, come on!
Yeah, that's annoyed me. I was hoping you were going to start scratching around and say 6.
I read it earlier.
Yeah, but it lodged in there.
I'm a professional.
You really are.
Thank you.
That upset me.
I can't believe I actually got the number. Brilliant. I'm just angling for a sponsorship, that's all. Talk to my people. Yeah, Savenkov getting after it. He really does have the green light now, Demps. This is go time. Can basically raise the deck, I think, at this point. You know, if you get through 4 or 5 steals, no showdown, this tournament can be close to over.
Yeah. Say there are sub 100 blinds in play. And there are 2.5 blinds in every pot. So we're looking at sort of 3%-ish of the chips in play in the middle before cards dealt every hand. So you look at a min raise, suddenly we're looking at like 6.5%. Then someone calls, you're looking at just shy of 10% of the chips in play in a pot. Savenkov, Queen 3 off on the button. How wide are we going?
I think this is certainly viable to raise fold. Yeah, I like
5
it.
million.
He's playing very well
Yeah.
with this big chip lead.
And Gosdenka did put up a couple of fights, albeit with aces and kings. And Savenkov now seeing his man is doing what he's supposed to. Right, Generalov, 7-4 suited in the big.
Yeah, we're in there.
We should be in there.
Yeah,
Should be taking a flop.
He's in there here.
We saw him do it before with the 7-8, right? In a less clear position. So here we go.
Yeah. Savenkov here doing what we thought. Min-raise folding with big hands and trash. And it's all going his way.
Oh, wow. Just finds it again. Now, interesting to see if he does go for a check back. He did it last time with nothing. This time does it with the goods.
Check.
I like this a lot.
Generalov not biting, not putting a chip in.
Really not so much. Is it jam turn? Oh, 3 million.
Just, yeah.
Yeah, looking to induce some bluffs. You know, you probably don't need to protect against an ace. It's probably all in pre. So really only worried about a king as an overcard. Let your opponent maybe take a stab on turns. Got a stranglehold on this one, Demps, for the moment at least. Little puff of the cheeks. This is one that you can open shove. You know, you can fold out some ace-7 type holdings that we've already seen from Generalov.
Right.
You know, fold out some of those small pairs, the baby pairs that would want to reshove, but does decide just to go with min. Oh no, he did jam. I'm very impressed. And here we go, though.
Oh, hello. We're not folding this one. I'm going to bet my life on it.
Fist pump call. Here we go.
King, queen. Be the tens. Savenkov with a chance to knock out Generalov.
Yeah, he's a little unlucky here, Generalov, to be flipping.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Should be all sorts of nonsense in here.
Sure. Here we go. Can he survive once more?
3 players rooting for paint. 1 rooting for a 10. I've already called it. He's going to have the chip lead heads up. I'm not saying he's going to win, but he's going to have the chip lead heads up.
Ooh.
Jack 9-7. Okay. An 8 would give him a straight, but of course a set would be a disaster.
Любая цифра подойдет.
Дама тоже нормально.
Любая цифра.
100 вы забрал.
A club, a great card to see, reducing Savenkov's outs to just the 6 you see atop the screen. How big it is.
Wow.
Generalov continues to survive. We're not quite at the thrive level yet, but we'll take survive with 4 left.
Yeah, I mean, just anything can still happen here. You know, if Generalov doubles through Savenkov, he's right on his heels. Pretty crazy stuff. As we remain 4-handed.
Самое важное в покере.
Generalov, now with his newfound wealth, just gets to chill. He's the 2022-2023 Petanque World Champion. Kirill Burton looking down at the 8-7 offsuit in the small. Let's see how he wants to approach this with that super active big stack behind. He is going to fire in the required chips to see a flop. Will Savenkov allow that? Probably will with this Jack-7 of hearts kind of hand that likes to check back.
I like check here. I think this hand's almost too good to shove. You know, very problematic seat now for Burton.
Yeah.
Really puts him in a lot of dicey situations, having the chip leader on that direct left. Deciding, you know, we can't walk him every time. Does decide to limp with this one and outflops his opponent, Demps.
Nicely done. Gut shot for each as well. Enough to perhaps give Savenkov reason to go betting.
I think he will start stabbing Demps. Makes loads of sense. You know, target some of these king high, queen high, even potential ace high traps. You can get them to fold on a later street. Great spot. At the moment, at least, for Burton. And what a turn. King of Hearts.
Here we go. Hold on tight. Savenkov picks up a flush draw. Swiftly bets half pot. And he's playing super fast now.
Yeah, I mean, pretty easy check call for Burton here. You know, we're going to have the best hand a lot. We have that backup equity of the straight draw to go with our 8. We're going to be against an opponent who's going to find a lot of bluffs here still. An opponent shouldn't have that many king X, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, Savenkov shouldn't be smashing this turn. So pretty comfortable check call turn. And here we go. The big decision point is coming. You'd imagine Savenkov always trebles this one, Demps, I think. Holding that 7. No, we can't win. Not ideal, of course, to have hearts, but sometimes you have to go for it. Yeah, I think I like it, even though we are bluffing with hearts. I think if you're going to choose a 2-heart combo, what do you reckon?
I'm at a loss, to be honest, at this point, Andrew. I mean,
fair enough.
I don't know how I'd range my opponent when they check call twice.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to fold here. Hand's too good. And Burton, just like that, just shows you how quickly this can change.
Yeah.
Essentially, pretty much joint chip lead once more.
Right, okay, so we have 2 big stacks and 2 smaller stacks, but like you say, they're not that big now that they're impossibly ahead.
As you say, it is getting late. And, you know, we didn't really have time to dissect that hand that went that quickly.
Right.
A potential misstep with river sizing, I think. It is a bit tired. We are tired, and it's 55% pot river, right? Kind of feels like one we might want to send it or give up, potentially. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Those spots are so tricky. I mean, how...
Like, we're sort of repping thin value sometimes.
My problem I have is when I get check called twice on the 8-6-4 and my opponent's limped in from the small, I'm like, do they limp in that much 4x and 6x when I'm the chip leader? I think I just give them a little bit more 8x than...
Yeah, you know, I think you're probably right on reflection.
But it's so easy to say when I'm sitting here looking at someone with 7-8.
Yeah. And does my opponent call the turn with 9-10 type draws?
Right.
Right, probably not. With the, you know, cagey stack situations.
Yeah.
Yeah, you may well be right. Kind of makes me want to shut down or go big on the river.
That's kind of why I like the second barrel, though, because you couldn't make it really hard for them to call, but once they have called, it's like, oh, wow, they've... Yeah. But like you said, or just go massive on the river. Like
I think so. Certainly feels like a spot. We really need to generate a fold. Might have to put the lot in.
If you need a fold, just bet huge, yeah.
One part of the game that, you know, we all analyze it to death nowadays in modern poker, but pressure still pays. Savenkov, first little bit of resistance, basically, Demps. There we go. Gets him to fold queen deuce. Great timing. Godstanker, ace queen off.
This is a monster in most situations.
Feels like pretty easy shove.
Playing four-handed here. It is So good.
Praying for a call, and he's going to get it, I think, Demps.
Yeah, Generalov made the fold before with ace 7.
Here
This
we
is a different
go.
situation. Flicks it in with the ace 8. He is up against it, the covered stack and the dominated hand. Kozanka, look at this. Like I say, it's the first time he's kind of found himself down on like a vulnerable stack in a long time. And now with a chance to not just pick up a bounty, but vault himself back up towards the other 2 stacks and make this a pretty even 3-handed affair. Of course, he does just cover by 6 million. If he were to lose this one, he would be the one right on the bubble. Getting worried. Yeah, a lot of pips around the 8, but it is the 9-7. Generalov looking for lightning.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, here we go. It's brewing. A 10 and 8, 5. 10 live outs are in the deck. He starts with the same equity. He finishes with, but he finds the 8 on the end. A brutal blow to Gozdanka, who is left with just 6 million in chips. Generalov lives again.
My goodness, James.
Andrew, I keep harking back to it. I told you this man would be shortless with 4 left and would at some point have the chip lead heads up. Look at him. The smirk can't be hidden by those glasses.
My goodness, more lives than the Terminator. He keeps on melting down and rebuilding into this shape.
He's morphing.
Shapeful human form. Wow, huge cooler really, blind on blind. Ace 8, super unfortunate to be behind, of course. Very difficult not to feel for the ace queen there. Grim way to lose the bulk of your stack, and he is on fumes, Demps. 6 million only back. But we are at that stage of the tournament. Going to be a lot of all in and call. Pretty unfortunate. And Generalov, you may have predicted it, Demps. All of a sudden, pretty even 3-way fight for the title, right? Pretty close now.
Yeah.
We got like 23 blinds, 27 blinds.
What is it? It's like
30 blinds.
Is it like 6 million,
Yeah.
80 million, 90 million, something like that?
Yeah. Anyone's game now.
And of course, you can't rule out our man. He's got 6 milli here.
Yeah.
Like, that feels like one that's tough to come back from at the 2.5 million big blind level.
It's a cruel game we know and love. Really played very well also, no mistakes. Sometimes luck goes against you.
And with that 6 million stack in play, Savenkov knows the drill.
Oh, he's limping.
Oh, pardon me. Wow, okay.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this.
Yeah, I thought this would sure be a raise.
Sure, you know the other 2 stacks are unlikely to want to tangle with a guy with 6 million still in play.
I wonder, was this like some sort of advanced play where he's thinking, well, if I limp and then there's a jam behind from the 6 million chip stack, it's like reopen the action, and so therefore those guys kind of find it hard to call, but everyone's so incentivized just to knock him out. I wonder if it's just like a... Yeah, I don't get it. Because if you raise and he rejams for 2.5 blinds, then the other guys could call potentially and try and check down. Suits everyone. It's a curious one. As it is, he sees a King 7-9 board, flops a gut shot. And a gut shot that if it were to come in...
comes...
would be absurd.
Catastrophic.
Yeah. So it is. Double gut shot on the turn. Although he might not always start out the way we like, Andrew, just find a way to win the pot.
Absolutely. Credit to him. Targeting those 7x, 9x hands that are going to have a very difficult time continuing. Yeah, questionable limp, shall we say? Worked out.
Ну, сейчас ставишь, можешь вот так поставить просто. Понятно, что какой ставить.
Godstanka now under the gun, 9-7 offsuit. I wonder if we could find one more fold here in the hope that perhaps there's a collision behind, but he elects to say, hey, this hand's going to do me. I'm all in the next hand anyway.
Yeah, tough to be too critical here.
I wonder if Generalov decides to raise this or just flat. Obviously, there's a bounty at stake, but surely the ladder is the more attractive thing.
Yeah, I think we can click not all in here.
Right.
I mean, we're still deep enough in relation to, you know, the other guys. We're all relatively shallow. It's not like they get to just fire it in brazenly, so to speak.
Yeah, I was just wondering if he likes just to flat and try and encourage the big blind in and maybe get a bust out. Savenkov. How bossy is he feeling? I mean, this is a spot where Generalov just can't call off, surely.
Yeah.
When Godstanka is all in and we're looking at a ladder.
Yeah.
I love this.
I like it.
Well done, Savenkov. Understands the situation perfectly. And credit to Godstanka, because he's now managed to get this sort of extra 5 million dead in. And now gets to play a pretty big pot with live cards.
Yeah, sort of double-edged sword, that spot for Generalov. If he had shoved pre, likely gets it through himself.
Right.
But, you know, this situation, pretty rare that your opponent needs to find exactly this type of hand that can rejam that would have folded to the ISO jam.
Oh, no, yeah. I think it's fine.
Yeah. Here we go. Godstanka, if we can find a 9 or 7, will be new life demps. Savenkov looking to dole the knockout blow.
Well, 5-5-5 is useless if your name is Godstanka. Savenkov looking to hold to pick up another bounty and take his 3-way. Well, of course, a 4 would put a house on board, get us a chop. 9 or 7 would get Godstanka the victory. Ace is not one of those outs. Vadim Godstanka out in 4th place, good for $28,400. A man who really sort of never was at risk much on this final table or final 2 tables. Seemed pretty relaxed. The winner, of course, of the MPP Open event last time out here, when we last had this event in 2022, effectively going to defend the crown. And credit where credit's due. If you win the tournament last time out of 1,000 players, and then you come 4th out of 1,200 in the defense, that is pretty epic.
Would have been an outrageous back-to-back demps for sure. And credit to him, really put on a fantastic display. Can't really fault, can't think of any big mistakes, just very, very solid. Picked his moments, got it in as a huge favorite, you know, to be 3-handed here and in contention to go back-to-back. Bravo, sir, well played. GG, 4th place.
Там 120, у нас по 60 на двоих. Типа того.
We are finally at the business end, James. Everybody now $41,000 locked. All in contention. 85K for the win. Still big money jumps.
Yeah, well, we've got 16K jump from here to 2nd, but then as you mentioned before, like a nearly 30K jump between 2nd and 1st. So it's
big.
It may be time to roll up the sleeves and go for it. Not to mention, of course, the bounties, not insignificant.
Savenkov here with another shove opportunity, in my opinion, James. You know, Burton here opening off 28.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like it.
The ace-4 suit is just too attractive.
Credit to him, finding all of these shoves. You know, not
bossing it.
Yeah, he is. Burton gets his fingers burned. Not a lot he could do. Very reasonable open. Really does feel as if Savenkov wants this over.
They all want it over. They just want to be. They want it over in a trophy to take back to their rooms.
Still work to be done to stacks of around about 20 big stamps, a little bit more for Burton. Action back on Savenkov. Has another one of these hand stamps that could potentially open jam.
Yeah. What if you feel he needs to, or whether he's got them well trained enough that he doesn't have to? Like, they're just not going to fight back enough.
Oh, he's limping again.
Again? All right.
I don't like it with this type of holding.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know what the theory is behind it, because he's got such a commanding chip position and has really bludgeoned these guys when he's tried. It's not like they've come up with some counter strategy and he's making an adjustment. No, he's going to stab his second pair when check 2, as he should on this King 8-7, but Burton with that gut shot and overs to the 8, finds Jin on the turn. See, Savenkov has not really had a misstep post-flop. See if you can find the check back here. It's a scary-ish looking card when you get check called. There we go.
Yeah, pretty nice check. You know, we're right.
Oh, wow.
My goodness.
Burton, how's your run out? You choose that yourself? Wow. Now, is there any way? Is there a possibility here he just goes really big and that sort of saves Savenkov?
Yeah, this is really going to come down to river sizing.
Oh, he's going for like a far more standard small sizing, it looks like.
Yeah, I love this. It's going to induce a raise every time. Savenkov loving this.
Yeah, like how do you have ace-8 here? Like you've limped in, bet flop, checked back, and now you just make some like BS-looking river raise. It's such an amazing spot to have the hand.
Yeah, credit to Burton here for not just getting too greedy. We are going to have some blocks. You know, with a hand like a 10. Potentially a weak king that wants to, you know, induce something.
Yeah. 20 million the bet. Now, obviously, decision point flips back to Burton. And normally I'd advocate for, like, you know, you kind of want to preserve some chips. But surely in this spot, Savenkov just has a house at 0%.
Absolutely.
He's not checking back 2-pair.
No.
Oh, see, this is the thing. I think it's just an easy jam.
Tiredness potentially creeping in.
Savenkov is going to be shocked to see he got called and isn't good here. That's insane.
Yeah, potential. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite Burton. But I think got to take a bit more time to think that one through. I'm with you. All sets bet turn, all 2-pair bet turn.
Right.
So that there are no full houses.
He just can't have a house.
Yeah, we have the effective nuts.
Now, I know a lot of the time you're thinking, well, he's just bluffing. I don't win anymore anyway. But there are times when he might just have like a big 8 and cool it off. Got to allow your opponents to make a mistake.
Yeah, might regret that one.
Yeah,
you can see it. I mean, Savenkov would have had a horrific decision on river, of course.
Yeah, and I mean, it's easy to be critical, but you can see from his point of view, he's like, well, hang on a second, I've got the straight here. I've been raised shoes. If I jammed or ever get called by less than a house, that's maybe what he's thinking. I see this other shorter stack here, preservation, ICM, blah, blah, blah. But I think just if you break it down, it's just never a house.
Absolutely.
So...
yeah, we have to give Queen 8 suited, Jack 8 suited, 8-9 suited hands that could all feasibly have played this way the chance to call off.
Yeah.
And they'd have been getting a good price to do so. Maybe just needed to take a bit more time there, Demps. One of these spots.
Right then, these two both nestled in the 90 million chip range.
Yeah, Savenkov here, content to check. Seems pretty reasonable. Jack 4 deuce. King high still best. Both players with heart in hand. Burton here, gonna go ahead and stab. Savenkov here, Demps. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. I think we got to take one off. You know, got an overcard to the board also. Can't just allow our opponent to stab one big blind and take us off all of our non-paired holdings. I like this.
Yeah, the 6 working, the queen is an over, the
Here
heart.
we go.
lots of good reasons to stick around, and well, both players do pick up that backdoor heart draw.
Interesting. I thought this hand could get fun quick, so to speak. Burton, you know, potentially attractive card demps to barrel, target like a deuce and a 4, right? Target a hand like 5-6. Just get these hands out. It does check. Now he's in this kind of no man's land with his hand.
Yeah, this is not no man's land. This is just,
yeah. I mean,
you're in the land of Savenkov. He finds the way all the time. Like I say, the few times when we've had criticisms of him, he's kind of found a different path.
Yeah.
I think back to a hand a few hours ago when the Jack Nine of clubs. Neither of us liked him flatting from +1 against on the gun open, but then he just found the most incredible creative raise on his King 10, all diamonds when he's got Jack 9 of clubs, and you're like, oh, okay. You just see other ways to win these pots.
Savenkov solver.
Yeah, obviously the way he's played a few spots against Generalov as well, where he's raised and then checked back these like dry paired boards where you expect the pre-flop raiser to c-bet high frequency. He's switched to delayed c-bets. It's fascinating. And even just these open limps that he's put in when we don't expect them, it's interesting.
Yeah, keeping his opponents guessing. I would like to see Burton just take a bit more time now. Like, I know it's late and it's tired, and we can't be critical because he's really played a great game.
Especially when we know he mentioned earlier, he got through day 1E. He got through the turbo flight. He finished last night 3-4 a.m. He said something like that. Then was back at midday, and now here we are at half-5, having started at midday. That is 2 really long sessions, as we see a big flop, potentially.
Yeah, here we go.
Bottom 2 pair for Savenkov.
Shade
Big value for him. Generalov in here with the 4 high flush draw. As played though, one assumes this one.
We just call,
Yeah, we're in position. We got a flush draw, kind of fun. We can win on some non-diamond cards as well, you would assume. Certainly against the no-pair hands and against some of the 1 pairs even. Well, that's a harder one, but as it happens, the worst card that Savenkov can see in his mind.
Yeah, I think one of the benefits here is that I think most Jack X look to raise, get it on the flop. I mean, they certainly should, in my opinion. I think.
On the wet texture of a Jack 9-6
yeah, right. We got what 14 bigs back. Oh, excuse me, it's 2.5 mil big. Maybe a little deeper, but I would expect a lot of the Jack X of Generalov to just go ahead and raise. So this makes this really interesting. Here we go. He's going to start bluffing now, which is relatively reasonable, right? Just fold out the kind of no equity stabs, right? The Savenkov just decided to limp stab. Problem is, Savenkov with hard blockers to this board, certainly not folding turn demps.
It's such a horrible card though, isn't it? When you've got that bottom 2 pair, the top card pairs up. But like you say, can't fold this street.
Nah.
Takes us to the river. 26 million residing in the middle. A brick on the end. Now, Savenkov surely going to check in flow here. And then the decision point on Generalov. Can he find the barrel?
Again, one of these spot stamps, we just referenced one a little while ago. We have the nut low, essentially. We don't love bluffing diamonds, but we know we must bet to win this pot.
Yeah.
And it feels like we have to go large. If we're going to... I thought he was all in. That would have been gangster.
Has he gone tiny here?
Yeah, I mean, I just...
Just trying to make, like, better diamonds fold?
Yeah, Queen 10, 10-8. I could sort of understand it. I'm not sure why Savenkov is unhappy with this.
Yeah, he's just like, really, you just got a 9 and I'm going to lose to you.
Yeah. A 9 goes bigger, I think.
Yeah, it will be.
Yeah.
Wow. Big pickup. Once again, we say that for Savenkov.
Yeah, I think for Generalov, if we are going to go small, I actually quite like this. Like, I'd rather this than a third pot,
Right, yeah. If you're going to go small, go real small.
If you're going to go small, just target 10 high.
Yep.
10-8, like Queen 7 of diamonds or something that's just going to fold to any size.
Yeah.
So kind of creative. I think I can get on board with it if we are going to go for the very small size.
Well, blinds are now going up once more. 1.53 million, the price of poker. Generalov, the shortest, as he always is, it feels like I say. Just 10 bigs at this new level. Bertin with 29. And of course, Savenkov, the man who's been holding the lead for most of this latter stage of the final table, is there, but with just a very fragile 41 big blinds. Only 80 blinds in play. That's the stage we've reached.
Yeah, pretty wild stuff. Rare to have half the chips in play and still be in a spot where you could lose one all in and be out in third or close to it.
Yeah. He can't go full on crazy. Well, I say he can't. It's Savenkov. He can do what he wants.
Yeah, the battle of the three Russians. Credit to all three of them. Put up a hell of a display as we see the completely empty card room behind us. Last three in the building, apart from me and you, James.
Well, the good news is the buffet opens for breakfast in an hour and 20 minutes.
You've got an absolute hankering, right?
I mean,
what are you going for?
We've got to do it, surely.
Oh, I don't know. Speaking of doing it, Savenkov getting back after it. 10 deuce of spades. And here we go, Demps. I think this is a pretty mandatory jam. Generalov against an aggressive opponent. We're three-handed. Can't be waiting for too many more stronger hands than this.
No, this is the hand. This is the line in the sand.
Yeah, he's gone for the half stack.
Yeah.
Like it.
Again, for those just tuning in. Just in case he makes it this size. And he goes all in, all in. Bertin finding something, and Savenkov then deciding to run over the top of it. Then he can just fold, have his 15 million and take his chances, potentially going heads up.
Yeah, Savenkov out of the way. Generalov just cannot be put down, Demps. Credit to him. Incredible scrap.
This is, of course, the Lux on Pay Mystery Bounty. 1K buy-in. We had 1,207 entries. We are left with just 3. The curtain raiser here at the Mediterranean Poker Party 2024.
Yeah, big fan of this limp. Just with the way the stacks are distributed, Generalov being on 14 blinds, you can expect Savenkov to go fairly ballistic here against second and chips. Does check back this one though. Suited 9-4. Typically see this a lot. Suited hands like to realize equity. Off to the king 6-7 rainbow. Ace-jack still best. Let's check it over to Savenkov. Really nothing working for him. Does decide not to bluff this one. Ace of clubs turn.
Wow, the one time he kind of like shows some restraint, and it's the time it wasn't going to work.
Yeah, quite often a big bet or check card, this one. Typically going to favor the small blind, of course. Lands on half pot. Hand over. First signs of tiredness, to be fair, on Bertin. He looked very fresh, right? Even just 90 minutes ago or so.
I saw like one little motion he made when there were like 5 left. I was like, okay, he's showing like the first, but not in his play, just in his demeanor, and his body language. Unsurprising.
Oh, absolutely. You know, easy for us to have minor criticisms and the like. These guys have been going at it for 2 days straight in some cases. So based on that alone, fabulous level of play from all three. Raise and take. The ace-7. Action back on Savenkov. Another one of these blocker type holdings. Do expect to raise, but we have seen him march to his own beat, so to speak. And here he comes, though, 6 million to go. Round 2 at Burton. Does decide just to call. I think I like the stamps with Generalov, you know, very much cut adrift. Bit of a disaster to pile 5s here and run into it. As things stand, outflopped. Problem here is, of course, Savenkov going to see bet range here, I think, a lot of the time. Looks like a min bet. Probably going to have to take one off. No, he
gets it through. Wow.
Fold. Very good.
For one blind.
Yeah, I'm not finding that fold. I'm donating 3K.
No, but yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
That's surprised me a lot.
I think in the long run, a little too tight. Obviously not appetizing to call with 2 5s there, no spade. Maybe that swayed it. If you have a spade in hand, becomes much more comfortable to check call.
Yeah, and I see obviously you're looking at Generalov here with, what, 12 blinds. Do you really want to start playing murky spots in the turn when you know your opponent is capable of dropping the hammer on you?
It's true.
Now you're calling off a lot of chips with a hand that has no real chance of improving.
Yeah, you know what? I think I'm more on board with it than I was 30 seconds
Like
ago.
it's a big respect to the player in question that you're going to check fold that to one blind because you just know they're going to make your life difficult.
If they never slow down, then by all means. Yeah, I'm with you. Savenkov has shown the most naked aggression over the last sort of hour or so. Burton, case in point, folds the king 4. Savenkov, jack 5 off. You can go a few ways with the stamps. All seem pretty viable. Could see limp, could see raise fold, could see open fold even. Seems the least likely of the 3. Longest we have seen him take for quite some time in a pre-flop spot. Lands on call.
Generalov been more than happy to take a free one. 2 cards that would have found the bin. Had there been any elevation, all diamond board. It's the one suit that nobody has.
And both players with the pure whiff.
I'd be surprised if Savenkov doesn't stab one. Oh, he doesn't? Okay. He's shown this first sign of restraint against Generalov post-flop.
4 million.
Yeah, it seems
just
like
delayed. He just loves it delayed. That's all it is.
Seems like a pretty reasonable one.
Yeah.
To just check. Not much going on for it. You're not going to dislodge really too many hands that are, you know, of course, no better hand will fold. There'll be a bunch of diamond draws out there that will call. Delay seems decent. One of those, the old rampantly over-bluffed turn bet, but it doesn't really matter when your opponents check flop.
Yeah.
You know, like most of our ace-X are all in pre already. In any case, gets the job done.
Yeah, I feel like he was betting any turn card.
Seems pretty reasonable. Credit to him, really putting the hammer down. Does have another potential open here. Just so tough for second and chips to do anything here. And here it comes again.
Yeah, it just keeps flummoxing us with these limps. Generalov, how does he want to approach this? Decides he wants to take a hand 3-way, a hand like King 3-0. And just The fact this is a three-way pot, Savenkov has the button, Generalov is off 9 bigs, just makes it so hard for Burton to ever win this hand, it feels like.
Very interesting. Everyone bricks.
4 million.
Now, this is one of these spots that's like just incredibly... Like, I'm giving this no credit whatsoever, of course.
But like, what can you do?
Yeah, you can't do anything if you have no piece. It really is that simple. I can't really think of any. Although, we say that, he limped ace-8.
Yeah.
So maybe he does cover this board, okay, with this strategy.
Yeah.
So, fair play. Very tricky customer. It can be, and you know, easy to critique some of these things, but when you see things that you don't quite understand in poker or things that are new, things you don't see too often, very easy to be dismissive of them. But, you know, if it's working and printing money for you, then by all means continue.
Yeah.
Generalov, here we go. 9 blinds, ace-10.
Yeah, they haven't seemed to sort of come up with any kind of strategy over that. Obviously, I mean, there's going to be a time where they limp and he limps and they have a hand that kind of wants to go with it. As it is, though, for now, you mentioned Generalov sliding in some tokens. Ace-10, good enough to take it down. Big blind ante at this point when you're playing three-handed makes the game so big.
Yeah, all 3 players, a couple of hands only away from elimination at all times. For the first time, some real signs of tiredness from all 3. Savenkov looks shattered, and he's leading.
It's tough to win every hand.
It is tough. I mean, it takes a big level of focus, right? Under the light stamps, right out there, it's hot.
Well, you know, we mentioned it the other day, you and I were part of a test stream here in this table. Like, a lot of stream tables is kind of awkward to play at. The high rail, you're reaching down, the ring light around the table, the ring light above. It does drain you a little bit. I think a cap's always wise in these situations to kind of shield some of that light. All 3 of these players are doing that.
Yeah. Savenkov turns down a hand that many would shove pre.
Yeah.
For 10 effective. Wonder if Generalov can find any non-all-in raises.
Here we go.
To see it.
There's the first deviation we mentioned. No one had put it on Savenkov.
Really like this.
Up to now. He'd been allowed to employ this strategy with no pushback.
Yeah, once again. Sorry, James.
I would say we like this hand selection, don't we, that Generalov's taken here. The kind of big-ish,
just pure
little
dust.
cards. Very little chance of making a good hand post-flop.
Yeah, always interesting in these spots, because Generalov himself shouldn't have that many hands.
Oh, Savenkov.
Yeah, I mean, he shouldn't have that many hands that want to induce, like, raise call for 9 blinds, right? So he's repping a very strong range of hands. And, of course, Generalov has gone for it because Savenkov should have open-shoved a bunch of hands himself. You get this kind of guessing game going on.
But now, I mean,
we're going to have to call here with King High if he bets 1 big.
Right.
You're just going to have to, right?
And at the same time, like, surely Generalov's looking at this board
I
going,
like this.
Savenkov can't have any of this. Surely he can't have an ace. Surely he's limp raising his ace.
Yeah, he doesn't have an ace. But we don't either is the problem. Not that many.
Right. But we can have some.
We can have some. Like an ace-10 suited plus, I think. Right, could definitely raise call.
Right.
Actually really like this from Generalov. He's going for the delay river bluff. Which makes loads of sense with some like kings, queens.
Right.
Right.
But going straight into the king high holding, he kind of doesn't want to be up against if he bluffs this river.
10 million. Gonna have to go, you know, reasonably large-ish to represent value bet.
3.5.
He's going for the min.
He's going for the very small again and got snapped.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
How disheartening is that when you haven't even finished putting the chips in and your man just snaps off your bluff? You think you got cutesy. He's limped in. You're like, I've had enough of this. Pop up the 10-3. Double check back. Then find the small. And the guy, yeah, I'll call you, mate. Sorry. Can I have the chips now, please? Generalov down to just, what, 20 mil, 7 blinds.
Yeah, that is disheartening. Trying to dislodge some Jack high, queen highs. I'd like to see a bit larger, I think. Maybe that's overly critical, but you know,
like you said, you're trying to represent super strength pre-flop with that raise. So then when you are value betting the river, it makes sense. You're trying to see you got kings or queens.
Yeah.
And you're not going to bet 3.5 with those.
You know, even a slow played pocket aces, whatever, like
right, ace king, ace queen,
sure,
ace jack.
Yeah, and they could all feasibly check flop, but they want a bit more value on the river. I think the one blind. Savenkov finding the momentum.
Is this a jam? Well, maybe not a jam spot, I guess. Or maybe a jam spot.
I could see it for sure.
Big blind sitting there with what, sub 30?
I think if you ran this hand, it would be in there.
We'll see how much Burton actually has.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, yeah, like fewer than 25 blinds. I'm kind of surprised maybe to see him even defending with this 5-6 with Generalov on just 7. I don't know. Again, just because it's this opponent.
I would fold.
4-5.
You know he's going to make it impossible for you.
Yeah. Even if you flop one pair, it's very problematic. Savenkov, you know, on sheer will alone, sort of separating himself here. Admirable to find this level of aggression at 6 a.m.
He's running out of room to stack chips.
Yeah.
That's the good news for him. It is feeling like a near certain march to victory at this point. But as we've seen many times in poker tournaments before, anything can happen.
Here we go, Demps. King 8 suited, 7 bigs.
Yeah.
He's been here many times before. Can he do it again?
This has to be a jam, surely.
Yeah.
Nine.
Yeah.
Jam it is.
The old half stack of root. Well, here we go.
Savenkov finds an ace, rips it in. They are going to run it for all of Generalov's chips. He is the one, of course, at risk, and he is the one with the weaker holding at the moment. Needs a king, an 8, some clubs, something. He needs help. Kirill Burton, the interested observer. And we'll be very happy to see a 10-5 fourboard. He and Savenkov are just 2 cards away from a heads-up accountant. Generalov, though, has shown the cockroach ability so far today. Oh, wow. He's found an 8. Has he really done it again? Has he really done it again?
He may well have done so, James.
No way.
One to come.
Just needs to fade an ace or a 7. And he'll be back in the game. Oh, no. They teased him. They gave him an 8 on the turn, but it is the ace on the river that will send Generalov off to the rail. $41,210 to the good. But that is where his incredible survival run ends. With that, we have now reached heads up. And perhaps not surprising the way we've seen this final table go, that it is these two who are going to do battle.
Yeah.
As we see the trophy on the table, that awaits one of these two. They are going to take a very brief break before we get this heads up underway. But that's how play will start. 175 million plays 66. It's 58 bigs v 22, and it's still anybody's game. So guys, please don't go too far. Myself and Andrew will be back in a little over 5 minutes for the heads up portion of this, the curtain raiser at the Mediterranean Poker Party.
journey starts now. Merit Starlet.
Action back round to Burton.
Yeah, loving it, isn't he? Very much involved. Raising this one up with an unknown hand until now. But it is the ladies. We'll see how to raise fold the last hand. Here's the man who 3-bet him.
Oh, and he's sent it in, Demps.
Yeah, he's got him. Whoa, I say he's got him.
Don't know what he has yet.
Oh.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, the same action as the last hand. Look at this. We see the open from Burton with 2 queens. Melchizedek with a very, very reasonable 3-bet jam him. Slam dunk with ace-king. And given that he did this last hand with king-queen-o, now waiting behind, wondering.
My goodness, you would imagine this is not Hollywood. This stage of the tournament. It does get out of the way, Demps.
Is that a call? No, call.
Here we go. Horst snaps it off. 2 top-of-range hands, James.
Top of range.
Absolutely. Cutoff versus button. 2 monster holdings.
This is pretty sick for Melchizedek that he could be 1-2 punch out of this one, having had 16 million 2 hands ago.
Big flip developing. And it is the classic.
Yeah, this is the flippy of flips. King 6 straight. There it is. Finds a partner. No diamond. Backdoor joy for Burton. Just the queen will do it. With 1 pull to come. Just thinking, Andreas. We hear the music.
I know, I'm
jiving in the background. Like, if you're the one all in there with 2 outs to come, and everyone's silent, and you just got this like happy, cheery tune going, I don't know. That might
put you on tilt.
That might send me over the edge. Like, no one's ever hit a 2-outer to that music.
Welcome to Mediterranean Poker Party.
Whoop whoop, what a tremendous beginning of Mediterranean Poker Party. The brand new, huge poker stage was built. It's TV time. Don't forget the main thing that unites nation, a bunch of poker events running now.
And I'm from Norway.
Turkey,
Australia,
The Netherlands, Lebanon,
France,
Bulgaria,
Venezuela.
Belarus,
Iran,
Ukraine,
Austria,
Serbia,
Russia,
Germany, Armenia,
Hungary,
Kazakhstan,
Italy,
Greece,
Romania, Moldova,
Scotland, Poland,
China,
Spain,
Sweden,
England,
Georgia, Yahanina,
Mexico,
Croatia,
USA.
Lithuania. I know, guys, you play hard and work hard. The only thing you miss is the party time. And we have it for you here in Versace Garden and Merit Royal Diamond tonight.
And welcome back for what is almost certainly the final time of the evening here at the Merit Royal Diamond. It is, of course, the Luxon Pay Mystery Bounty. And we are finally down to 2. It is Savenkov.
What was the most memorable moment for you?
Actually, when we started day 2 in first cut in the tournament, I have like 13 bigs, and the guy was raised from late position. I jammed ace jack from small blind, and the big blind have stack less than me. He calls with I have ace jack, he have ace 9 suited, and razor called by 2 5s. And the flop came 5, and I got runner flush, get the bounty and triple up. It's was a good start for me.
How much was the bounty?
The first one was 1K, the second one 1K, and third was 10K.
Who, in your opinion, is going to win this heads up?
This heads up, I know the Alexei Savenkov. I believe in him. He's a very strong player, so I believe he will win it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, there we go. Hearing from our third place finisher. 12K in bounties to go with what the 41K cashed for. So not too shabby. But as I was just saying before we went to that interview, is Savenkov, of course, starting this match off with that big lead. Can he drive it home?
And right off the bat, James, potential all in here. Basically 20 effective if my math is correct. You know, you can go either way. You can open shove here, it'll be absolutely fine. You could limp jam. Decides to limp. Burton gets a free one, and what a free one it is.
Yeah, that's a nice one to see. And it really is. Burton was the man kind of doing the front running with the final 2 tables and the start of this final table, and now we've got Savenkov, the man who's been doing the front running in the back end of the final table. It kind of makes sense that it's these two battling it out at the end of the day.
Yeah. Does land on check call. We are going to have some worse hands than ace high, right? Going to have some queen highs in there. Problem with check raise demps, of course, is that Savenkov going to wildly over limp stab 1 big blind, you know, with all sorts of hands that won't continue to barrel. Right. Ace high can still be good. We can have some check raises, you know, that wrap around the 3, 4, 5 suited and stuff like this. But typically hard to get your opponent to continue. Just really difficult to get more money in this pot unless your opponent has a more substantial piece. You hope he turned a jack, right? Something like this. Can potentially get paid on the river. Yeah, he does call. And first step in the right direction for Burton. Savenkov there, just keeping his opponent honest, I guess. You know, try and beat some floats.
First blood.
You know, heads up, we know it can change quick. 1 double up for Burton will take a substantial chip lead, so work to do for Savenkov if he wants to seal this opening event title. Really important demps at this stage, of course. 28k ladder between second and first. This is where you make your money, right, as a professional poker player.
Right.
And there's so much fatigue.
Yeah.
But you need to be sharp here. Like, this is the real...
Yeah, we're putting the highest stakes.
This is what you train for, right? This exact moment.
Yeah, exactly that. Playing the biggest we can play. We're playing a 40 big blind average heads-up match for...
Yeah, for like 28k plus bounties, there might still be a 15k.
So
in
yeah,
there.
we're looking at over 30k if you include the bounties in terms of equity. But we don't know exactly where that equity lies at the moment, but at least 30k. So yeah, playing some high-stakes poker in effect.
Absolutely. I'd be intrigued to see what the pace of play is like.
I guess we're playing like, if it is about 30k and assuming the stacks equal, you're playing like kind of 200, 400 cash game almost at that point, right?
Yeah.
That's big.
Savenkov here, changing tack, deciding not to limp on this occasion.
But yeah, playing that shallow stacked, and as you say, like, what are we now? 18 hours into the day.
Yeah, grueling. Defend from Burton. Both flop a piece, 9-7-6. Quite a likely board to go check, I think.
4 or 5.
No. Savenkov deciding 7 with a king kicker, strong enough to seek immediate value. It's faintly gross if you get check raised, but does get value from a worse hand. And a big turn incoming. This one should freeze the action. Interesting river coming demps if this goes check.
Yeah.
Because Burton basically got to the river with one of the worst hands we can have, right? With just the 6. You'd expect your opponent to bet straight on the turn, right?
Straight on board now. Perhaps change things a little bit.
Yeah. Pretty interesting. Don't expect Savenkov to check the turn with a 10 or not too many flushes, right? He's going to try and stack a 10, right? For the most part. I think I like this. We, on balance, probably... Like, we certainly have more flushes. And likely have more Jack X. Like, Jack 10, we have them all. Savenkov probably going to bet the turn with Jack 10, right? Seems pretty likely. Yep. He is, of course, Savenkov going to have hand like pocket jacks, Jack 9, Jack 7, but they can check a bunch. Seems pretty good. Like this bluff. Earns the pot. It's a test for us too, James. It's late. Have to try and rationalize these spots. Hopefully doing a decent job.
It's not that I'm counting down to it, but we are only 47 minutes from breakfast.
It could be a record-breaking stream. It goes through the buffet opening.
Imagine if we miss breakfast.
Don't worry.
Imagine if it goes on.
You're going to be okay.
Well, then there's always late breakfast and then lunch. Well, we could be here at 4 p.m. when lunch closes.
Aye, please no. Oh my goodness, this could be it.
This really could be. Well,
could be going in.
Yeah. Makes sense for it to go in,
I think it will go in. Based on how we've seen Savenkov play. No.
He shows restraint.
Finds the restraint. Suppose it's 29 bigs, which is not insubstantial.
And a board that should slow both players down. Neither like seeing this ace, deuce, 8 board.
Yeah, Burton probably comes with 1 big blind. It would make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
Just go for that small bet. And Savenkov, 3 straight. Probably got to call 1 demps. Heads up. Very difficult to make a pair. I think this would be an overfold if he makes it. Don't get me wrong. It's not exactly appealing. But we can turn a very disguised set. We can take this pot as showdown when our opponent shuts down. 9 of clubs turn. Decision point for Burton. You know, Savenkov can still have a bunch of ace-X at 29 effective. You know, you don't just 3-bet jam ace-6 off, ace-7, ace-8. They can all feasibly just call. So we can go one of 2 ways. You can seek value from an 8, some king highs. You know, hands like a 10 jack of clubs, right, that floats 1. Like, there's going to be a bunch of these hands in there. Yeah, it looks like he's going to land on that option.
Right, bet now, make life easier on the river.
Sure.
Get some value.
Yeah, it looks like half pot.
Protect his bluff range as well, of course, by widening it up here with some other value combos. I like it.
Yeah, very interesting this, because it is a spot where, of course, Savenkov is going to be aware. It doesn't look like he has many ace-X.
Wow, look at this.
Yeah, so feels compelled to get sticky. I can kind of see it.
I'm a little surprised he's got sticky with a hand as unplayable as these 2 3s, because there's just so many bad river cards. And that's one of them, because your opponent barreling maybe some... There we go, just swift check back as we knew it'd be. But yeah, some of the barrels just have so much equity against 2 3s.
Look at this. All of a sudden, we're basically neck and neck.
Did he just say free rolls if to say, like, I did well not to jam pre
jam,
there?
Maybe. Yeah, I'm sure many players, especially after this long of a grind, just rip it in pre.
Yeah.
Would be absolutely fine, heads up. If Savenkov thought he was just going to run this over, think again. Burton, 2 for 2. First couple of hands. With one of these junky hands that does have the option. You will see the old 3.5 big blind raise here often.
I wonder if he wants to see the sort of flow of this now. Feels like he's suddenly the one in control.
Yeah. Here we
Yes,
go.
There we go.
11.
Very nice. There it is, Demps. Said 3.5 blinds, shade over.
And they're almost parity here. It's so close now. 117 plays 125.
I'm in a good spot here, Demps, having played infinite spinning goes. Heads up. You're in this sort of
40 big,
20 to 30 big blind, heads up. Very nice from Burton there. You know, continuing that momentum, like you said. It's really big in heads up, right? Like if you win the first 3 in a row, you can start to sow the seeds of doubt. Taking down another earned pot with the 8 deuce off. So we see Burton, ace 6-0. 40 bigs. See a bunch of limping. There will be some raising too. Does land on limp. Computer hand for Savenkov. Normally a hand we like to check. Does it do so? Flops best. Jack 8-7, 2 hearts. Burton, backdoor dusty-ish straight draw. Backdoor not flush draw too. Turn is a 9. Does turn 4 to a straight. Savenkov here. 4th pair, excuse me. Check, check again. This one probably goes check, check, Demps.
Looks like they're both willing to get it to showdown.
Maybe some universe where we bet 1 big, but seems probably a little wide. Value time yourself a fair amount of the time against an 8 or a 9. Savenkov takes down a small one.
$1,207 entered this thing. Just 2 remain. 1 we know got through the final flight. Man in the foreground here. Kirill Burton. Savenkov, well, we don't know his path, which flight he came through, but he also finds himself here. They're both guaranteed 57,800 plus a bunch in bounties. I don't know what they've already pulled, but we know Savenkov has, what, 3 bounty... Well, he has 4 bounty chips in front of him, so 3 to pull still. The man who's done most of the heavy lifting on this final table, but now finds himself in an even heads-up match against an extremely capable opponent.
Yeah.
And two guys have kind of approached this in a little different way. I'd say Burton's been a bit more banging down the front door when he had the chip lead earlier, right? Whereas we've seen Savenkov kind of come up with a bit more of a creative, passive strategy where you didn't expect it in a lot of pots.
Yeah, I mean, Savenkov just, first half of that FT sort of just waiting, and then he got chips and just, bang, off he went. You see this one go limp check. Both players basically whiffing. Burton, bottom pair is still best. Remains so on the 5 of hearts turn. Savenkov here, not a great candidate to start bluffing. Not much going on for it. Burton here could elect to just continue to get this one to showdown. He's going to bet Demps. Just a little equity denial, I guess, against 2 random cards that, like Savenkov holds. Takes this one down.
Petanque and poker. What a combo. I mean, if we don't have a Petanque little round in our...
We're going to have to now.
In our competition, then what are we even doing?
I think we're going to have to.
Also, as I previously mentioned, I'm sometimes caught not playing Petanque, but just sweating it from the rail.
Oh.
At the Petanque court.
Is that right?
When I'm just wandering by on the beach and I have a little look and I sweat it for a bit, see what's going on. And
Played a few games in the past, but boule.
Boule.
Yeah. We see 4x from Burton. Ace deuce, electing to bump it up. Takes it one down. One of those hands can check, can raise, 40 deep.
Burton, the 7 deuce off. Not many hands you get to walk on the button in a heads-up match with the big blind ante in play, but 7 deuce perhaps one of them. Andrew's looking at me like, I never give walks heads up.
Nah, can't do it.
Can he do it?
You got to keep the pressure on non-stop.
Don't give them their freedom.
Nah, it's one of the greatest forms of poker, really is. You got to be in there. Got to be willing to put yourself in some uncomfortable spots. But yeah, if you have to fold one.
It's the one you might let go.
I think we can fold that one, yeah. Savenkov won't be folding this. Ace 5. It was very much crash bang wallop for a while. Things have sort of slowed down a little.
Yeah, they slowed down, but we have got in a situation where Burton is just marginally taking the chip lead, which is the first time Savenkov's not had the chip lead in a very long time.
Yeah.
I'm talking hours.
Burton here checks it over. We have seen Savenkov stab lots of these boards. I'd like to see check. Yeah, it does find it. 10 of clubs turn. Burton's still best. Likely to seek value, Demps, I think. A 9 seems strong enough. A lot of draws out there. You can get called by a 6 or a 4 that is pot-controlled flop. Bunch of other holdings. Takes it down.
We are just 2.5 minutes away from incredibly increasing these blinds once more. Play would an increase to 2 mil, 4 mil.
Wow, we're really making it to the 2-4 milli level.
seems reasonable kind of spot where, when we were discussing this tournament earlier, I was like, that's the kind of the level where I'd be surprised if it didn't finish in. But then we played 7-handed for so long, it's not that surprising that we got so deep before getting to heads up. But eventually the blinds catch up. And these two, okay, we haven't seen a big clash yet, but they're clearly the kind of guys who are willing to put it in. There was potential with the 3s v queens, but it wasn't a slam dunk and wasn't taken.
Yeah, going to be a clash of sorts here. I like this from Savenkov. You know, sort of, it's been that very awkward 35 big blinds realm or so. It feels like too much to jam. You don't want a 3-bet call ace-8 off. Get some deception in there by just calling pre. Induce some c-bets on a board like King 8-3. Yeah. Pretty easy continue, of course, for Savenkov. Goes with call. Always very tricky boards, these, for a hand like Queen 9. Because you just end up barreling off into a king, right, on a lot of the time, or an 8. Especially this card. Savenkov could lead here, Demps. You do see it a lot on this middle card pair.
And that's what he's done. You've called it. I like it.
I like it too. You know, you're still going to get value from pocket pairs. Even some ace highs can still get curious. Hands like 3x, pocket 4s all the way up through the realm of pairs. King X, never going to fold. Don't allow it to check back.
Yeah.
Looks good. I think we've got to give this one up. You know, like hands that continue flop that we can beat are going to be hands like Queen High, right? Queen High with backdoors, like Jack 9 of Hearts or something like this, wrapping around the 8 and the king. We block it.
Hello.
Yeah, this is spice. Oh my goodness, he's raising.
Wow. And for the second time, Savenkov is sitting there with 3 8s and an ace kicker and being raised. This time, he has the old 100%.
Yeah, I mean, this shocked me, won't lie, Demps. Struggling to see the rationale behind this one.
Right.
You know, I just don't really know what we're achieving.
And like Savenkov is playing this one a beaut, throws in the time extension, genuinely looks pained at this one. And to be fair, he genuinely is pained because he's thinking, wait, what hand are you raising with here? He gets to like tap into the sort of true emotions of being perplexed by the raise, and by doing so kind of portray a little weakness.
Yeah, such a strange decision to raise here from Burton in terms of, I think when we're raising here, Demps, like we're mega polar now to like trips and bluffs almost, it feels like. Like I just don't see a king raising turn really ever.
Right.
Unless it wants to set its own price, like king queen or something.
Or it's just, you know, these guys have shown creativity. Maybe he is doing it because we don't expect to see it. So it's levels upon levels.
Well, Burton is going to need to level himself off the cliff's edge and does manage to find a way to do so.
Yeah. That was... he found the brakes a little late, but...
he did.
Yeah, they worked just in time. All right, look at this. Blinds are going up. I heard the heels approach the table. We are going to 2 mil,
change.
4 mil. As we do so, Savenkov takes a big lead, the biggest of the heads-up match so far. 151 plays 90. Such is the situation. That's just 37 bigs v 22. Of course, Generalov came third. Godzanka came fourth. That's how we got to this final two. Seems like a long time ago that we lost Maxim Brovko in ninth because, Andrew, it was a long time ago. I think there was still a buffet open when he busted, and the next buffet is going to open in precisely 30 minutes, 30 seconds. Not that I'm counting.
Okay. I mean, it was that long ago. I really don't remember the gentleman's name.
He was here for a couple of
He was here?
hands. He was
I remember. Jack 10 of diamonds, ripped it in.
There we go.
Lost to ace queen.
There we go.
Don't tell me that I don't think about what's going on when I'm in the booth.
On an ace 9-7-2
ace
diamond board.
Ace 9-7-2 diamonds, too many outs. The classic. We lost him too soon.
You're in the zone.
I know. Speaking of in the zone, Savenkov.
All right, let's see if this is a walk.
Again.
Yeah, there we go. We find the occasional walks.
You can walk this one.
The deuce trays, the 7 deuces.
Begrudgingly.
Yeah, we don't have to be happy about it.
Yeah. Every hand now critical.
Yeah. It's a bit of a cliche sometimes when we come to heads up, but now we have made it to the 2 million, 4 million level. Certainly feels more so.
Cards back in the air. Here we go. Big hand for Burton. Ace-10 off. I did say nothing good ever happens, Demps, but he is heads up with it.
He's heads up and be looking to try and get all the chips in the best way possible. Whether deciding to raise... Oh, hello. Oh, wait. I think he's... wants to see a count.
I mean, it's going in, Demps.
Yeah, just a question. Does Savenkov ever, like...
3-bet call for sure.
3-bet induce.
3-bet call. Hand is way too strong to jam. You want to give your opponent the chance to 4-bet rip some stuff we dominate.
Right.
Oh, no, he does just jam. Here we go.
Through the front door button. Finds it easy. Just throws in a chip for a call. And is a marginal favorite to take the big lead in this match. If he can hold, he will have the 190 million against 50. However, if Savenkov can convert this very pretty looking king, queen of clubs, then he will be our first champion of the series.
Wow, what a moment.
Two guys who played great up till now. Wow, that's how you do it. That's how you get it done, Andrew Headley. King, king, queen, flop. No messing about. Drawing to just running aces. Wow. What an incredible flop to finish this tournament on. That is insane. Kirill Burton out in second place. The man who did the heavy lifting early on in this final table. Perhaps a little shell-shocked in the way that one ran out.
I'm shell-shocked.
He's taking home 57,800. He's got a smile on his face. Wow. It's kind of absurd. But there is your winner. Our man. Flopping a boat.
What a way to
no less. Savenko just
drilled it.
Drilled it. Just took over this final table halfway through. $85,000 for him. And, of course, a whole host of bounties.
Amazing stuff, Demps. Commiserations to Burton. I thought he put up a fantastic display overall. Couple of maybe, tired hands towards him, but you can't be too critical. Commiserations to him. Yeah, very, very unlucky. And wow, a deserving champion, I think, in Savenkov. Demps really put his foot to the floor. Magic.
Certainly did. And actually, we're going to have a little word with our second place finisher right now and get his thoughts.
What was the most memorable part of the tournament for you?
Most memorable? Oh, this is the longest seven-handed I played it so far. It was like 2 or 3 hours. The whole tournament was like good. And the organization was good, actually. The feature with time banks is really nice and makes the pace of the hands on the tournament is quite fast and nice. Yeah, so that's it.
What is your favorite part of playing MPP events?
I would say the organization, not only despite the tournament, but also the service, the place, everything in high quality is made. So it's very enjoyable place to play poker. Yeah.
Well, there we have it, Andrew, our first champion crown. Just waiting to go through the motions, collect his trophy and the money. He and the others, I'm sure, will be back tomorrow for the EAPT main event, as we know you are, but we're reducing your sleep a little bit.
Oh,
of course, once you've played that, we do have a dark day tomorrow for the stream, which is probably a good thing, given the time we finished. But you'll see the next stream we have is our 10K PLO final day. That'll be a Monday. 1 p.m. start here at Merit. And then, of course, you see the rest of the schedule there. EAPT Grand Final Day. Maybe we see you there.
Get me there.
That's where you'll be on the stream. But there we go. That is our schedule of what's coming up. What an incredible day's coverage we've had here. I was going to say evening, but it is a morning now. And, well, that's where we're going to leave things. We have our first champion of the Mediterranean Poker Party. Please do, guys, join us on the... What day are we on? Sunday today. On Monday for that 10K PLO. Until then, we wish you all a good night.